There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's 2025. We are in Peru at Punta Rocas, and wow, we have a great forecast available for us for the first few days of competition as we are about to kick off day one of what will be many, many days of competition here in Peru. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth by the 2019-2004 ISA gold medalist and the 2004 ASP world champion Sofia Milanovic to call the action and to just get things kicked off here for us in Peru. Sofia, it's so amazing that we get to be here, first of all, but also it's your hometown. I mean, what is it like for you to have an event like this running here?
I am super excited. The waves are looking really fun. I can tell that everybody's super excited about this huge event, and nothing better than to have it in this wave, such an iconic Peruvian wave.
There's so many good waves that we've been seeing ridden throughout the practice sessions over the last few days. It's been exciting to see so many Groms be able to get things going.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that. Look at that wave. That looks amazing. I want to be there.
Well, kicking things off now, we can see that the timer has started. Miramar Soto Perez from Puerto Rico is now up and riding, really digging that rail in on her first couple of turns, setting it up beautifully for the opening wave of competition here for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And what an iconic way to start things off here at Punta Rocas.
That was a beautiful wave from the start to the end. She surfed it really well with patience and drawing her lines really well. So I think that's going to be a good start for her.
Now talk to us a little bit about what this break entails. It's an A-frame peak?
Yes, it is kind of like a, I don't know, it's like a mixture between a point break and a beach break.
Okay.
Because you can get like different peaks in different parts of the whole zone, you know, but usually it's more like a wave that has a lot of water, you know, so you really need to pick your wave right. If you don't pick your wave right, sometimes the wave tends to get a little bit slow and fat, but there's a couple waves that are really, really nice to surf, you know, like have really juicy sections. So I think Punta Rocas is the kind of wave where you really need to wait for that special one.
So it's going to take some, you know, those surfers surfing specifically for Team Peru that have that local knowledge. They could have a strong advantage here as far as wave selection goes.
Yes, I think for sure. They've been training here for like years, you know, and usually there's a lot of contests held here in Punta Rocas, like nationals and alas, and they are really in touch with this wave.
Amazing. Well, we're waiting for that score to drop in for first wave of Miramar Soto Perez out of Puerto Rico. She's in the water up against Isla Huppets from Australia and Diana Giorgi from Italy. So just 3 surfers in the heat for this opening heat of the day. We are currently watching our girls under 18s division. They're going to be kicking off our morning here at Podium 1 at Punta Rocas. And there we can see a little bit about our conditions that we're looking at, Sofia, for today specifically, swell in that 3 to 5 foot range.
Yes, it looks really nice. I think it's a little bit bigger than yesterday, and I think it's supposed to pick up during the week. So we're going to see some nice waves, Consistency is going to be, I think, key. Usually there's lots of consistency in this wave, so it's going to be really good for the kids to get some waves.
Amazing. Well, we could see there that high tide was this morning around 5:45 a.m. So we're just a couple hours off of that. It's now 7, or actually really only about an hour off the high tide. 7 a.m. here local time, and we have a massive day of competition ahead. We're going to be running through our girls under 18s division, the first 27 heats out of 32 in total that will be taking place for our opening round here at Punta Rocas. And at our second venue, the boys under 16s division has started off their heats for the morning. They'll be also surfing their first 27 heats of their opening round of competition. As we see this next wave approaching, we're still waiting for that first wave to drop in for Myanmar, and we know that, you know, first wave of a heat specifically, but even first wave of a morning and first wave of a contest is where the judges get to set that scale.
Yes, for sure, you know, and that wave kind of like takes out all the nerves, you know, first wave of the event. So I think she surfed it really well for that first wave.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, really, really nice rail work, and the shape of that wave for me as a first-time viewer really of this location looked like it had a little bit more of what you were talking about. It didn't look like it had too much water to it.
Yeah, it had a good wall in it for sure. I think it was the tide is like, it's been the highest not that long ago, so it's still like I said, you know, like a little bit like slower, you know, and it's a little bit more of water in the wave, but still, like, I think that wave was probably one of the best waves we're gonna see in shape, you know, during this heat.
Low tide will be around midday today, just as we approach 12 o'clock. So we'll see those conditions change quite a lot as that tide shifts. We'll be running a full day of competition, finishing out between maybe 4:30 this afternoon. It always, you know, kind of backs up a little bit through a contest day. Of course, heats will be kicking off as quickly as they can between each one, with 20 minutes on the clock for each heat through our opening round today. There you can see two of our surfers just waiting out. Neither of them with priority yet, as they're now setting themselves up here. It's going to be the surfer in the red who's in the inside position, and Isla Huppets from Team Australia, setting herself up with a nice line here to get things going. Into that first turn, wave goes a little bit sleepy here as she just starts to reset on the inside. She's got a lot of speed and just really getting that board pulled around for those last couple turns.
She looked really good, you know, with a lot of speed, and she looked really in control of her board, but I think the wave was not really the best wave. It didn't really allow her to do major turns, but still a good start for Red from Australia. Here comes another wave, but
Diana's just caught a little bit too far on the inside there. So there we can see priority on the board now. Surfer in blue with first priority. Green with second priority, and she's dropped in a 4.5 for that opening ride, so scores in from the judges.
Yes, that's a good start for Green with a 4.5 in that first wave we saw. And here, I think, comes like a set. As you can see, though, like, some of the waves don't really have a wall on it, so sometimes, like, the wall starts to be again, like, more in the inside section, so you kind of have to wait and, like, try to find that speed, go back to the power source until that section comes to you.
Diana Giorgi now up and riding for Italy, looking to keep herself in the power section of this wave as she wraps it around. And you can see this starting to stand up a little bit more here on the inside section as she comes in for a strong finish. And some solid backhand surfing from Diana. So now we've got a score to be dropping for each surfer. Isla with the 3.00 on the board, just shy of that 4.5 that Myanmar started off with. And now Diana with her first score to drop as well. Decent paddle out when you get a wave that seems to be that long.
Yeah, it is a long paddle out for sure.
And I know that, you know, we've had the Surfline forecast coming through to our team, you know, over this week, looking at what we're kind of expecting here with a decent push in the swell for our first few days of competition. But we'll get back to that in a moment because we've got this replay here.
Here is color blue in a nice wave, going back to the power source, trying to find that section that is going to give her the score. You have to have a lot of patience in this wave. You cannot hesitate and go too forward on the wave. You kind of have to stay in the power source to find that pocket. Unfortunately, that wave didn't really cooperate at the end. But still a nice wave for blue.
Taking one more look here from a different angle. This is more what the judges would be seeing.
Going back to the power source, waiting for that section, ready for it. You can tell she's in control of her board, of her body. She just needs that section, but unfortunately the wave kind of dies on her.
Yeah, it doesn't give her too much through that middle section of the wave. As we look at her, just really trying to milk this one all the way to the inside. With it being so slow as well, I could imagine surfers, okay, noting that there's not going to be maybe 5 waves ridden per surfer in this heat. So really needing to capitalize, even if it doesn't seem like the score will be that big on the inside section.
Yes, I mean, you have to, I think in Punta Rocas, you kind of have to get the wave that kind of seems like a closeout, you know?
Okay.
So you can kind of like see that the wall's going to be standing up, because sometimes like if you see like a A-frame peak, kind of dies on you, especially when the tide has just gone like it's been high.
Yeah.
Like a few minutes ago. So you have to really pick your wave right. So because if not, you're not going to get that last inside section, like you said.
And then with those waves that look like a closeout, they're actually more forgiving than what you expect.
Yes, they kind of hold, and you get the wall on them.
Here we go. Well, the first left of competition, as we take a look at Diana, just goes up for that first opening turn, and she'll take a fall. A 3.17 on the board. So we're now looking at, you know, less than a point for advancement for Isla Huppets to stay in the main round. So very small scores across the 3 surfers so far. We're halfway through this heat with 9.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And we did receive the information. All the teams have received this information by now already and had some great chats with the ISA team responsible for the decision to actually only roll through with 1 round of Reparage at this year's ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, which is unique in comparison to the way that ISA typically runs. Any ISA event, whether it's World Surfing Games, Juniors, Longboard, SUP, Masters, always have, you know, full Reparage rounds all the way to the finals, which means that every surfer all along the way has the opportunity to lose their one heat and then still have the chance to surf back to the main final. But due to the just the mass of this event, the fact that there are 424 kids taking over the lineup this week,
Wow.
the call has been made to bring it down to just 1 Reparage round.
Yeah, there's no really other choice. So many participants. I was looking at the surf this morning before the contest started, and there was like around 500 at the water. So yeah, there's a lot of participants all ready to get that medal. They all want it.
All going for those individual medals, gold, silver, bronze, and copper, as well as the team medals. So a lot of surfing to get through before we'll know the outcomes of those decisions. As we take a look here now at Diana with a great looking wave, just gets caught behind the section.
Yes, that wave looked like it was going to stand up a little bit more, but unfortunately it closed out. Still, that's kind of like the waves I would be chasing.
Okay.
So let's see if there's more opportunity for them.
7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And from that other view, we could see the surfers. There was 4 other surfers kind of just out the top end of the screen there. They're surfing at the second podium. That's our under 16 boys. It'll be taking place today. And throughout the entire week, Sophia, our surfers, each division will get to surf the main podium and the second podium. Second podium being El Bosque.
El Bosque, yeah, it's more of a left there, so there's not many rides. It's still a fun wave. I think there's some waves coming at the back.
So first priority is sitting with our heat leader, Myanmar, who got started on that opening ride. She's been sitting in control for the entire heat based off of that 4.5 that dropped through. She's looking to maybe put herself in position here. Isla's going to have a look, and she'll just have to duck dive. Myanmar also letting that one go.
Looks like the second one has a better shape on it.
Does have that wall that you're speaking about. Doesn't look like priority is going to shift at all, so it's going to be Myanmar with the opportunity to take off on this wave. Driving hard off the bottom
Nice
into that
turn.
first nice snap off the lip. And what went wrong for her there?
Yeah, she kind of like slipped. Her back foot slipped a little bit. That first turn was really nice. She didn't hesitate. She went straight to it. So it looked good, but unfortunately that second turn, she kind of got caught, or she slipped, her back foot slipped, and unfortunately she fell. But she's looking good. She's looking really good. Myanmar from Puerto Rico in color green.
Sitting in that leading position, she'll be the only surfer with that second score to drop through, aside from the 0.73 that's on the board for Diana. So taking a look here at our event schedule at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Big week of competition. We're going to be running Saturday through Saturday. Sunrise to sunset, kicking competition off at 7 a.m. every morning. And of course, we will have our final day of competition on Sunday with our closing ceremonies. It was really exciting to see the opening ceremonies take place here yesterday as well.
Beautiful ceremony. Everybody was so excited, feeling the vibe of the ISAs, and just so good to watch. I have really good memories of those ceremonies when I was a kid. It's really exciting.
Do you remember how many ISA events in total you surfed in?
I've surfed a lot, for sure. Juniors, not that many, but opens, I've surfed a lot.
It's exciting to see, you know, so many new faces in the junior conversation specifically as we take a look now at Isla. Great looking form for her opening cutback. Sets it up for a second. And, oh, nice and dynamic. Throwing in some variety for the judges, which they love to see. And just connecting those turns through to the inside section. So she's going to be looking for just that 0.91. She's got that to move into the advancing position. Now the question is, could she be taking away the lead?
She looks really in control of her body, of her board, and she looks really good. That first turn, or second turn, I think it was a pretty major turn for what she's done in this heat, and here comes green.
Oh, great looking snap under the section for the opening turn of Myanmar. This will be her third wave ridden. Finds another opportunity. She just links it together through to the inside section here. So great surfing from Myanmar. Score to drop now for Isla and for Myanmar. That will set up Diana with first priority for the Italian. And she's definitely going to be down into a elimination round position, right? She won't be eliminated from competition in this heat, but she would be relegated to Reparage. Based off of the last two waves that we saw, Diana's going to be needing to chase down another score regardless, but she's in a good position. She's still got 3.5 minutes on the clock, and she's got priority next to her name.
Exactly, and I think there's a set coming at the back. We'll see.
You can really get a sense here of how far the paddle is as well. So for, you know, each of the surfers, it's a long paddle to get out to the heat for the start of the heat. It's a long paddle after each of those waves if they're able to connect through to the inside. So wave selection really being crucial when it comes to just maximizing a 20-minute heat specifically.
Of course, here comes a nice wave.
Beautiful looking wave here for Diana. We are still waiting for scores to drop for last of red and last of green, and she unfortunately goes down on the takeoff. Oh, that was looking like a beautiful opportunity.
Yes, unfortunately she falls off.
She's still going to be in position though. Thankfully, you know, Isla's still a little ways away from her, but caught on the inside section for Diana. She won't be able to put herself likely into position for this wave that's coming, but she could be holding on to first priority potentially.
And I think that was the biggest set of the heat. Unfortunately, nobody was there to catch it, but it looked like a really nice wave.
Isla likely just, you know, paying attention to the fact that there's just a couple minutes remaining on the board. Impressive turn given a tricky takeoff as she wraps it around for the second one and then goes down. So hard to take off in the foam, especially on a wave of that size.
Exactly, so much water moving.
It's one of probably the more challenging things as a surfer, to be able to actually pop up to your feet if you get, you know, if you're unable to get up to your feet standing at the top of the wave on takeoff. If you find yourself at the bottom of the wave still on your stomach, then it's a really challenging position to be able to get up and to find the speed to go into that first top turn.
This wave has a lot of power, so it's really hard to stand up on the wash. Here she goes. Oh.
So nice snap. And we did see the score for her previous wave came through as a 6.00. Spray on her board, I've heard, is inspired by Dane Henry, Australian teammate, who is a former ISA gold medalist and just one of those surfers that's really been lighting up the whole world when it comes to his approach to wave riding. So Isla with a 6-point ride on the board now to improve on her 3.00. She's currently holding on to the highest wave of the heat, but still sitting in second place with a 5.17 and a 4.5 on the board now for Myanmar out of Puerto Rico in the leading position. This could be the wave that Isla's looking for to take her into that leading position, potentially beautiful opening turn, and now just getting the work done here to the inside section. She's a well-seasoned competitor. And Team Australia, I would say, probably has the strongest team coming into the event this year across their men's and their women's field, or their boys and girls fields for the under 16s and the under 18s. They're going to be a tough team to not take away that gold medal.
Australia always has a really strong team. It's incredible, like, how good Australian surfers surf, and all kinds of waves, you know. Like, these kinds of waves are good for them. They have really good fundamentals in their surfing, as you can see. Red, that first turn was major. It was a really good turn. .51, second best wave for her.
Took her a little while to get things going within this heat, but very well structured back half.
She's a great surfer. Look at this first turn. Wow. So much power in it and good technique. Going back to the power source the whole time. She knows she cannot, like, get too antsy in this wave. She needs to wait for that section and find that power source to get that speed.
Surfer that loves surfing at Bells Beach anytime she can. This wave has a little bit of that feeling on the right specifically.
For sure. I was going to say that I think this wave has a little bit of Bells Beach for sure.
So a great start for Isla Huppets. We're still waiting officially for those scores to drop in from the panel. And what an awesome way to kick off competition. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got more action. Our under 18 girls for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships taking over Podium 1 here at Punta Rocas throughout today.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It is going to be an incredible week here at Punta Rocas in Peru. And we have a local legend in the booth to call the action, Sofia Milanovic. As we take a look now at surfers coming up in this next heat, South Africa, Canada, Thailand, and Scotland represented between Max, Shiloh, Jirapat, and Rosie. So this is going to be an exciting one. Shannon Hughes alongside Sofia Milanovic to just be able to really enjoy some great surfing here this morning, Sofia.
Yes, right now is the second heat of the day. We saw that first heat, which was a really good heat, really good surfing done. And I think here comes a bit of a set for this second heat. The girls are sitting in the inside, so they'll need to paddle to the back and try and get those first waves.
Surfer in blue is currently sitting in that inside position. There is a few scores on the board already, a 3.33 being the best score so far for our Thai surfer, Jirapat. We've got a 2.07 for Shiloh Page out of Canada. Max has that 1 on the board for South Africa, and Rosie has, is the only surfer yet to not get herself into a little piece of the action, but we still have lots of time remaining on the clock as we take a look at this first wave from our surfer in blue.
Here comes blue, doing a nice turn. First turn, second turn. Unfortunately, she stays at the top of that wave for that second turn, and here comes green on her backside. Looking for that section, driving through the section, doing a couple turns too. Good job.
Yeah, nice surfing from Jirapat. As we take a look here.
Here comes red from South Africa. Oh, falls off on that last turn.
So it looks like for the start of this heat, everyone's kind of positioned on the inside section. Some of those lulls in between those bigger sets can take quite a while.
Of course. Of course. I think they probably are going to have more opportunity on the inside, maybe getting more waves.
Taking a look now at potential opportunity for Max. She pulls out, but what are your thoughts on a wave like that?
I thought that was a good wave. I think she should have maybe like paddled a little bit harder. That it had a wall in it. I think that's what they should be looking for, like a good wall where you can do a couple turns. I think it's not about catching the big one. It's just more catching the one that has that wall that can allow them to really get those sections they need to get like major scores.
Yeah, finding those major maneuvers that the judges are looking for. I can see what you're talking about, even taking a look at that wave. You know, that left has a lot of great potential on it. That right, though, really tapered off quite a lot on the shoulder.
Yes. It's like a specific kind of wave that can, like allows you to get that score. But they don't come that often, so you really have to study the waves before going out.
What's your, your approach in your many, many years of competitive experience? What would be your thoughts coming into an event like this? As a Grom, would you be, obviously you're spending a lot of time in the water, but what are you doing when you're outside of the water? Are you standing with your coach on the beach? Are you paying attention to the wave a lot to really get to know it more before paddling out for your heats?
Yes, I think for me, what I used to do, here comes white on a wave.
All right, big opportunity for Rosie from Scotland, able to get that first wave underway, which is great to just kind of, wipe off the pressure. She's now going to have a score on the board, and she's going to be able to reset back in lineup. Surfer in green, she's already got that 3.33, putting herself in a great position. Nice bottom to top turn combination for Thailand. And hooking it up into lip here once again. Beautiful style from Jirapat. Setting herself up through the inside section and really just taking control of the lineup.
That was a beautiful wave for green from Thailand. I think the shape of that wave was really nice. She really took advantage of it, executed a couple of really good turns, and finished well, so good job for her.
15 minutes remaining on the clock as we're in our opening day of competition here for the World Junior Surfing Championships. 424 surfers in the draw. We can see that one of those surfers is up and riding, and it is Shiloh Page from Team Canada. Just wipes the water off of her eyes as she threw so much spray on that last turn.
Yes, great surfer too from Canada.
0.5 on the board now for Rosie out of Team Scotland. Just 15 years old. We've got a few surfers that are those younger surfers who are going to be surfing between multiple divisions. As we see Max Cuffman, the South African, now setting herself up here on the inside. Beautiful extension out of that last turn. And she'll just kick out. How shallow is it on the inside?
It's not that bad. It's not that shallow, really. Sometimes there's like a couple rocks that come out, but it's not really like all of it shallow, It's just like a couple of them kind of like appear from nowhere, especially in the low tide.
Okay. Yeah, so with that low tide coming midday, will there be the likelihood of some surfers connecting with the rocks? Or is it still not actually that bad in comparison to where a lot of these surfers have spent a lot of time lately in El Salvador?
Yes, it's not like in Salvador. Salvador is, yeah, it gets shallow for sure.
So a big day of competition, 27 heats in total as we take a look now at the replays here from our current heat leader out of Thailand, Jirapat.
This is a really nice wave of her. This second turn was really good, throwing a lot of water, a lot of spray. That's what the judges want to see. A third nice turn. She's surfing really well this wave. That's her best wave for sure. So we'll see what the judges think.
She's only 13 years old.
Wow.
From Phuket. Just 2 surfers on the Thailand team, Isabel Higgs and Jirapat, currently out in the lineup, who will be surfing between the under 16s and the under 18s. So great way for her to be opening up her week here for the World Junior Surfing Championships. She's got a 4.67 on the board for her last wave. Young surfer that loves cats, drawing, snowboarding, and skateboarding, as well as surfing. Spending a lot of time with her feet connected to a piece of fiberglass or a piece of wood if she's on a skateboard. As we take a look now at Rosie. For Team Scotland, she's up and riding on that last wave. Nice effort. She's now going to be on the inside section. And there you can see with all that foam on the top of the wave just how big some of those sets are in comparison to those inside waves. That white water, that foam, always indicates the fact that a wave has broken through that part of the beach or that part of the ocean.
Yes, for sure. You can see like all the lineup is white now from that last set. So they're gonna have to wait for a little bit for it to clear. Because you don't want to catch like a wave that has white on it. You know, it's so much harder to surf.
Yeah, all those little air pockets and bubbles making it more challenging for the board to connect with the wave.
For sure.
This beach that we're looking at right here looks pretty amazing for the opportunity to surf lots of different peaks and spread out from the crowd. Of course, Punta Roca being an excellent location here for an event of this magnitude. There's been plenty of really serious events that have run here through the past, including the Pan American Games.
Yes, there's been plenty of good events. Sometimes like we get like big Punta Rocas and it's like a show. Hopefully we get to see it in this event. And also there's so much history in this wave. You know, we got our first world champion, Felipe Pomar, winning here. So it's like our national stadium in a way.
Even with the new high-performance center that's been built here, there's actually stadium seating.
Yes.
For the crowd to come down and be able to see an amazing place to really be a spectator.
Yeah, for sure. The Pan American Games was full of people. We see red.
Great opportunity here for Max. She's chasing down a 2.71 to take the advancing position. Reminder that the 2 surfers at the top will be heading through into the main round. Bottom surfer into Reparage, and Max is doing a great job to get herself out of that Reparage position right now. Beautiful surfing as she comes through to the inside. Had that one big wrap on the outside section. Now looking to just connect the dots through to finish.
That was a nice way for Red, doing a couple of really nice wraps. Surfing close to the power source. I think that's going to be her best wave. We'll see what the judges think.
Looking to improve on that 3.27. Highest wave of the heat so far is that 4.67, and the highest wave of the division was that 6 that we saw from Isla Huppets in the last that last heat, which was our opening heat of the day. Taking a look now at Shiloh for Team Canada, setting herself up with a nice clean snap to start, driving back into the section. And she'll just kick out quickly as that wave has a lot of that froth on the top of it.
Paddling back out fast. She knows she doesn't have that much time. Yeah, and that first six from that first hit from the Australian, you can tell that the judges want to see major turns, you know, because she pretty much got that 6 for just one big turn.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight. now to be comparing as we take a look at Jirapat. She'll just kick out after those first couple of turns. And we got a 5.5 now on the board for Max. She also had that one solid turn at the start of her wave.
Yeah, she had like a really like nice carve on that first turn, and then she did another one. But I think that first turn was the money turn for sure. With 6 minutes and a half remaining.
Max Kuffman currently sitting in the lead for Team South Africa. 5.5 and a 3.27 on the board for her. Thailand sitting in second. And requirements are growing on third and fourth place position. Canada chasing down a 4.11 and Scotland chasing down a 7.43 to keep themselves in the conversation. Surfer in white has first priority. She's just going to have to duck dive this wave. Just get clipped on the corner as well for Shiloh. Surfing here at Punta Rocas for our opening day of competition. There we can see a 3.6 has just dropped in for last of Max Kuffman. And a 3.33 for Jirapat has just narrowly increased her heat total on that last wave. All scores are now locked in. See the surfers just looking to reposition themselves in the lineup. Is it a challenging wave to find positioning when you're actually out there?
It is really challenging, for sure. Especially when it's like this, today is like a smaller day, so it's harder to know where the wave is going to break. You know, when the swell is big, it's easier because you kind of have more options. But today, I think it's hard to sit, to know where to sit.
And it seems like a wave that doesn't have just a single takeoff spot.
No, it has plenty of takeoff spots for sure.
Shiloh looking maybe at this wave here. We've also got Rosie who's holding on to first priority. A few fish out in the lineup. And Rosie's going to have a paddle here. She does have first priority, so she's now up and riding. Jirapat had second priority. She's going to kick out of that wave. She was pretty far down the line, and that wave was closing out, so we'll just leave that in the hands of the judges from a priority perspective. Shiloh now up and riding. Nice drawn out bottom turn to hook in that opening carve. Sets herself up with another snap under the lip and puts a lot of power into this finishing section. Great opportunity for her to just continue to connect the dots. She's looking for a 4.11 to get herself into the advancing position. Sophia, what are your thoughts?
That was a really nice wave of color blue. She surfed it really well. Always attacking, every section attacking. I think the judges are going to like that. Let's see what score she gets. And things are getting interesting in the last minutes of the heat. She doesn't need much. She needs a 4.1. So we'll see what happens. Good job for her. She did well.
Yeah, really kind of hunted that down amongst the pack that had higher priority than her as well. We saw both Rosie and Jirapat, white and green, go on that wave just before, and it left Shiloh then with the opportunity to go on the second wave.
The wave had a really good shape on it.
Yeah, it was a little bit smaller, but it did have really nice potential to it.
Yes, there were some sections.
Priority now sitting with our heat leader, Max Kuffman. The South Africans are very familiar as they arrive with their green blazers on here at ISAs every year. They've got a great pack of surfers, a great team supporting from coaches, and their National Surfing Federation also has put so much great work into developing surf culture within South Africa over so many years. They have really incredible run of events for competitors really to be surfing in. I swear nearly every weekend of the year, these Groms have the opportunity to be surfing in a contest, whether it's, on the KZN coast, up on the kind of northern side, or the northeast, or down the west coast in Cape Town, anything in between. There's just so many different comps for these kids to be surfing in and really honing in their competitive skills.
That's so great. Peru is kind of like the same too, you know, like so many contests that keeps them sharp, you know, competing. So
A look here for Max, just unable to get into it. Might open up the door on the inside for Rosie. She has a look, and that wave's just going to break a little bit farther on the inside. Down to the final 2 minutes. We've got some scores now dropping in as we take another look at this wave here. Score in the 5-point range for Max.
first nice turn. Wow, I really like that second wrap. Lots of control. Nice wave. I think this was a replay of the good wave she had, right?
That was the 5.5 for Max. Just having a look at the scores here now. Shiloh's got a 4.57 on the board now and a 3.9. This is her 4.57.
Yeah, this is the one that took her to the second place, right?
That's right. She was needing that 4.11. So she was able to advance or move herself up into that second place position. That now puts the requirement into a 3.8 for our surfer in green, who's down into third position. So 3.8 is now the requirement for the 13-year-old out of Thailand. Wrapping it around here. And just looking to do everything she possibly can. Just a few pumps here to the inside section and some rocks to dodge along the way.
I wonder what she did at the back. It'll be good to see. She doesn't need that much.
Down to just the final few seconds on the clock to round out our second heat of the day. We're waiting for a score now. A 3.8 is the requirement on our Thai surfer, Jirapat. And scores will be coming in from the judges panel. Shiloh did well on her last wave to get that 4.57, which did increase the requirement, but now we get the full picture.
This is the replay. First nice turn. Then the wave gets a little bit wide, but still she does a good job to control that board through that wide water section. We'll see what happens. Unfortunately, the wave didn't really give her that much opportunity, but she didn't need much, so we'll see what the judges think about it.
Oh, wow, it was so close. It's just shy of the requirement. Chasing down a 3.8, she scores a 3.23 for last of green. And with that, we will officially see Max Cuffman from South Africa advancing through, as well as Shiloh Page from Canada. In the main round, both Thailand and Scotland will have an opportunity in the Reparage. We're going to be right back after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Well, welcome back to the action. So far, it's been our surfers in the red jerseys that have taken out the winning positions in our first two heats of the morning here at Punta Rocas in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And we've got more surfers looking for their opening exchanges here as we take a look at our surfer in red, now up and riding. Sawa Ortega from Team Spain, hooking it around for that first section. A lot of power coming out of that first turn. Setting herself up now just kind of patiently timing the finish. That was a challenging section to handle, and she did it with so much ease. As we see Ana Lily Gonzalez from Mexico with a quick kick out for her opening wave. Both surfers in the lineup up against Belgium's Flo Dans. So just 3 surfers. Top 2 will be staying in the main round. Bottom surfer will be heading to our one and only Reparage round of competition this week. We got 18 minutes remaining on the clock. Shannon Hughes alongside the former ISA gold medalist, an Olympian, and an ASP world champion as well, in Sofia Milanovic. And Sofia, that first wave for red looked great.
Yes, that was a really nice wave. I mean, she was kind of like behind the section through a lot of sections, but still she got one major turn. So I think that was a good start for her, for sure. You can see she's a really powerful surfer, so I think we're going to see some good things from her.
Yeah, I can't wait to see her, you know, if she's able to find herself onto one of those waves that just stays open a little bit longer, connect a couple of turns together. But great execution regardless. Waiting for that first score to drop through for red. We've got a 0.77 on the board for our surfer in blue from Mexico as well. A couple quick paddles here. She'll have a look and just be unable to get into it. The Gonzalez family has a couple of surfers in the picture. Lily here in the water now, and her older sister Laura, who has hopes of being an Olympian one day for Team Mexico, competing at ISA events as often as they can. Great to see that dynamic between siblings as well, continuing to push each other in their surfing.
So important. I used to surf with my brothers a lot too when I was growing up. I used to compete too, and I think it's really good for you. It's really good for you, for
now,
sure.
Oh, well, let's take a look at this replay here for first red.
Here comes red, going through the section, waiting for that section patiently. And then this turn, wow, that's the money turn. She throws a lot of water with a lot of power and control. Then she's a little bit behind the section, but she still gets that last turn. So a good start for the Spanish girl in red.
4.5 on the board for opener of red. Green now putting herself in position for Flo out of Team Belgium. And just driving off the bottom into that opening turn. Setting her rail for the second. Just kind of playing it a little bit safe here as she comes through to the inside. That wave seemed to have a lot of speed for her as well. Ana Lily now up and riding. She's got a great looking wall in front of her. Looking to set up that first turn. And just hooking it around as we see Flo on the inside section. Nice snap, nice extension of that back leg for Lily. And this wave with a little bit more to offer as she comes through to the inside section.
I really like that wave from Green. I thought she used really well her rail. She looked like she was snowboarding almost.
Yeah.
We'll see that in the replay, but she threw a lot of water in those turns.
Flo has spent a lot of time surfing and traveling around the world. Born in Belgium, but to surfers that, to a surfing couple, to parents that ended up opening up a surf school in France. So she spent so much time, you know, imagining that as a kid growing up with parents that own a surf school. You got access to boards and equipment. If your parents are working on the beach all day, if you're not stuck in school, then you've got the opportunity to be in the water pretty much as often as possible.
All day.
And the surfing is definitely speaking for it, and what we saw from that opening ride of Flo.
We can see that red got 4.5 for that opening wave. Pretty much for that first turn, I think. So good job for her.
Just on the hunt now. Looking for that next opportunity. And it's an exciting week of competition here for the World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got medals on the line, and it's a really prestigious event to take away a victory in. There are so many incredible surfers through the years who've walked away with those gold medals specifically. 32 claimed ISA World Junior medals, including Olympic medalists like Carissa Moore from the USA, Caroline Marks, Tatiana Weston Webb, Gabriel Medina, Bianca Batendog, and Owen Wright, all becoming Olympic medalists after taking out their World Junior Championships in previous years in their careers. So a very illustrious group of surfers to be joining in the pathway conversation. Of course, any qualifications for the Olympics come from the World Surfing Games, but for so many different nations, we see surfers that are competing still in the juniors representing their teams at the World Surfing Games as well.
Of course, I think this is I think it's the biggest junior contest in the world. So getting a medal here, it's so good for everything, for your career, for your confidence. As you told me, that list, that list is crazy. You know, Carissa Moore, Gabriel Medina, Bianca. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, Caroline, Tatiana, Owen. I mean, surfers that, you know, some of those surfers are retired, like Bianca, who's now raising a family and stepping away from that competitive spotlight entirely. But she's a silver medalist for the Olympics now. That's, you know, a badge of honor that she's going to wear for the rest of her life.
Of course, she's such a good surfer. I've competed with her on the World Tour for so many years, and I used to always get like a little bit nervous when I got her in my heat.
Yeah.
If she gets the wave, she's going to rip that thing.
Oh, yeah, and she's got such great style, too, you know, growing up surfing those point breaks back at home in South Africa and Vic Bay and Victoria Bay and getting to surf J Bay as often as she did growing up.
Of course, she has a lot of precision in her surfing, you know. She's really good.
So many surfers in this event this week that are going to be, you know, looking to the great heroes that have come before them, but also looking to solidify their names as ones that they want to stand, you know, the test of time within surfing as well. As we take a look at blue for Team Mexico, just going up and trying to hit the lip on that last wave, just closed out a little bit quick in front of her. She's got a 2.93 on the board now, so still a nice tight heat between that second and third place position. The 4.5 for the Spaniard really setting herself apart.
There's 11 minutes remaining, still half of the heat.
Plenty of time on the clock, a few birds flying around, a few fish jumping out in the lineup. We've seen some dolphins in our couple days of warm-ups here as well. Such a beautiful part of the coastline. Here to be spending time in South America, specifically just, you know, in the surrounding areas of Lima, where we're out here in Peru, as we take a look now at that first hook for Lily Gonzalez. And setting herself up with another. She's just following the finish. Looking for only a 0.91, though. She's got that into the advancing position.
That was for sure her first best wave. That first turn was really nice. Lots of power in it. Look at this. Wow. That was really nice surfing from the Mexican.
So waiting for that last score from our surfer in blue. Currently, green is sitting in that second place position with a 3.83 for her opening ride for flow. So her only wave ridden so far. Sitting in second priority, nice and close to Sayoa from Spain, sitting with that first priority. You can see just a little bit of kind of repositioning out in the lineup, maybe checking back to the beach. One of the great things about an event like this for any ISA event is the team dynamic behind the scenes. So these surfers are out there, you know, they're looking for individual results right now in the moment, but they've got a whole team on the beach that is, you know, cheering them on. They're likely able to hear those, you know, hoots and hollers from their crew when they're up and riding on a wave, but also to help with some positioning out in the lineup. We often see coaches down there with their team flag, with their country's flag, using that to point, you know, or to give some signals to the surfers out in the water.
Of course, you never feel alone in these contests. You know, you always have your team backing you up, giving you the right directions. So it's really nice to feel like you're part of something bigger.
I love that we can get a little view right now of, you know, those hills just behind the contest site here, the little town along the coast here in Punta Rocas. As we take a look at beautiful opening carve for Ortega. A lot of power. She comes through to the inside section. That equipment looks so smooth under her feet as well.
Yeah, I want to see her ride like a nice wave, because I think she's gonna be really good. If she gets that right section, she looks like in control of her body, of her surfboard. She looks like a really good surfer, so I want to see her in a better quality wave for sure.
She's from Sopela in the Basque Country. As we take a look now at some split peak action, we'll stay with Gonzalez for Team Mexico. Nicer size wave for her. She's currently sitting in the lead. We'll switch over to see the left for Flo. Nice connection through to the inside section here. She'll be looking to improve on the 3.83 that she has on the board. So we'll have replays in a moment to be able to really dissect what went down between those two waves. Currently, Mexico's sitting in that leading position. We do have another score to drop through for Spain, for our surfer in red. Her favorite wave being Anchor Point in Morocco. So loving a nice open point break for the Spaniard as we take a look at this wave here.
Here comes Blue. A nice right. Going back to the power source, waiting for that section to stand up. Unfortunately, there was not really like a section in that wave. And you can see also that, oh, here comes, I was going to say that green was on the left on that same wave. This was a nicer wave. More sections to it. Sometimes the lefts are really good.
Yeah, that had a decent bit of wall in comparison to what we were seeing on the right.
Yes, the only thing is the paddle back out. It takes a while to go back out.
Longer from the left.
Longer for sure.
And is there the potential between the two podiums, because they are quite close together, that you would see a surfer taking off on the left here at Punta Roca, kind of connecting with the pack of surfers surfing at El Bosque? Or is there enough space between the two that it would be pretty separate?
I think today it's pretty much impossible, but I think if the waves pick up, then it's a probability. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Some bigger swell, those lefts really running farther down the beach. We do have some bigger swell that's approaching over the next few days. So we'll see how much it picks up and what these juniors get to showcase their surfing in. It's a big week of competition though, and kind of, you know, I guess it's the pros and cons of competitive surfing, right? Is that your heat is going to fall when your heat falls, and the conditions are going to be what they are, whether it's tide or wind or swell dependent. But in an event that's this big, that's got this much time to it, we're guaranteed that everyone's going to see a variety of conditions that they're competing in. As we take a look now at Ortega, she's got a 2.97 to back up that 4.5. And just a couple quick turns here. You can really sense with that early kick out that she knows it's not the wave she's looking for.
Yeah, that wave didn't offer that much. You can still see that she's a great surfer. But I think the wave selection is... She can do better with that. We'll see. There's still some time. But yeah, how you were saying that they're going to have to adapt to different conditions during the event, I think that's a for sure. Like, they're going to have to... Because Punta Rocas can, it's, you know, it can get big, it can get small, you know, the different directions of swells, rights, lefts, you have everything. And the best surfer is the one that adapts the better, right?
Well, 4 minutes, 15 minutes remaining. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Hoffman right here from Team South Africa. Congratulations. It's your first time here in Peru. What's the experience been like at the ISA Juniors so far? So different to a normal event. What's that been like for yourself?
Well, we'll pick up with that. Once again, unfortunately, just can't quite get the microphone tuned into that conversation, and we want to know everything that's going on with Max and her surfing. But an incredible performance so far, and we'll get to be able to pick up on so many of those conversations throughout this week. It's going to be so exciting to just get to tap into these Groms, to feel some of that energy coming through from them, and to hear a little bit more about their stories as well, Sophia.
Of course, especially after those first hits, you know, I think the first hit is to get the nerves out, like you stand up your board, you feel the wave, you feel the contest vibe. So I think we're going to get a lot out of them from that first hit. I think it says a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially considering that in the lead up for competition, you know, a lot of teams would have traveled here within this last week, hopefully had, you know, at least 3 or 4 days of time to warm up, but potentially some of those teams, you know, getting on the ground here with a couple of weeks even to just get to know this break and feel more comfortable, adjusted to being in a new country and new food and all the just different things that come together with traveling, especially for younger surfers. So it's great to kind of, you know, get things going with our first day of true competition. As we take a look now at Flo for Team Belgium, grew up to surfing parents and as a surf school kid in France. She's done well so far to hold on to that second place position, a 3.83 backed up with a 2.7 from her last wave. We'll see if this one is able to make any improvements. And another bonus to finally paddling out in your first heat is that you're out in the water with just a couple of people, as opposed to the other 423 surfers that are in the draw throughout the week of competition in the free surfing.
For sure.
Well, down to 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Throughout competition today, we're going to be running 20-minute heats. We're in our girls under 18s round 1. We've got 32 heats in total for the round. We're not going to be able to run all of those because we literally just don't have the daylight to be able to give everyone 20 minutes. So we're going to run through the first 27 heats of that as the goal today of competition. Be finishing out somewhere between probably 4:30 this afternoon, which is a big day of competition for all the teams, for all those surfers. Even, you know, surfing in a heat now, each of these girls, they're going to be down on the beach supporting their teammates later through the day, whether it's other girls surfing in the under 18s, it's the under 16 boys down the beach at our second podium today. The teams have so much going on throughout the week when it comes to not just putting on a jersey and competing for their own individual spots, but also really just supporting and carrying that energy through for a long week like this.
Of course, long days, really long days in the ISA events.
Nice looking set approaching. Surfer in blue has first priority. Red was second priority. There you can see Red's going to have to let this wave go. There is going to be some more potential out the back, but it's going to be Ana Lily Gonzalez up and riding with a great looking carve to start. This is the wave she's been looking for. Chasing down a 3.01. That opening turn was beautiful. Looking for some connection here on the inside as this wave has tapered off. It's not offering her a ton of scoring potential, but she's going to just go ahead and kick off here way on the inside as that clock runs out. We'll see if our surfer Ortega in the red jersey was able to get into something else. This could be a difference maker for Ana Lily.
Yes, that's going to be a really close call. I think she's going to get the score, but we don't know what the judges think. She served that wave really well, with a lot of patience, timing the sections right, the moves right. So we'll see what happens.
3.01 is the requirement for advancement for our surfer out of Mexico in the blue jersey. And a great morning of surfing. We can see just the jet skis there. Our water patrol doing a great job getting things going here in Peru. Grabbing a little bit of trash out of the lineup. As surfers, we appreciate that so much, to keep our waters clear. Safer for the ocean life, safer for us out in the water as well. As we see our surfer in red just kicking off on the inside section. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more action for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta, Rocas. We have some of the best, I would say all of the best junior surfers on the planet joining us for this incredible record-breaking event. 57 nations competing. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, looks like the waves have arrived just in time for our juniors to take to podium one, where this is the women's under 18 division. And again, I just can't say it enough. 57 nations. How exciting is that number to you?
Yeah, there is so much representation in this event. It's so great to see. Let's take a look at this replay of Red opening her account here. Nice opening carve, bringing it back around. Love that bank into the whitewash. A kind of slopier wave, but nice to get onto her feet. So we will wait for that score to drop from Inari from Japan.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun heat to watch. We got Henri Matsuno, Leah Phillips, and Ana Asia Filippini. So Chinese Taipei, Chile, and Japan represented here. And as always, this is just an indication of, you know, the unique element of ISA competition with heats like this that are literally representative of distant corners of the globe. Of course, Chile, our neighbor, just to the north. South? Yeah, exactly. Leah Phillips up and at it now. So we'll definitely be feeling at home. Similar conditions, so I'm sure, for where she surfs. And for Filippini, Chinese Taipei, you have to get involved here. But a great start here for your surfer in blue, Leah Phillips.
Yeah, I think this will get the nod of that opening exchange between her and Henri in red. I really liked the length of ride of this wave, bringing it around, using that upper body to find that speed through her turns. This wave just kept delivering. The conditions are so clean this morning, Chris.
Yeah, this is, and it's a perfect peak. Rights and lefts on offer. Here's Filippini. Hung up on the carve to start, so it's not super easy to identify the waves that are going to give you the opportunity, but you see right there, these bait balls have been coming in and out of the lineup. Literally, fish flying into some of our competitors. It's not super dangerous. It's probably just a little bit disconcerting when you're sitting there and all of a sudden 400 fish come flying over you.
I'd maybe feel a little bit different if I was in Australia and that bait ball came around me, but here, not an issue, but it is fun to watch.
That is wild. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a heat. Well, these are 20-minute heats. Top two surfers will advance through. Third place surfer go to the elimination round. And these little minnows are just relentless on the inside section. Just another unique element of our surroundings. Peru, here at Punta Rocas, the perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. We're talking over 450 surfers competing here, and you need a lot of infrastructure, you need a lot of waves, a lot of places for these surfers and their coaches and families to stay, and Punta Rocas has provided. So we are only on day one, and we've already seen some heats going down, and we're going to be running through like a freight train all day long with our girls under 18 division.
Well, in this event as well, we have those two divisions, under 16 and under 18. We have athletes that are choosing to compete. Some athletes that are eligible that are under that under 16 can surf in both divisions. Anna here in green is one of those surfers. She's only 13 years old, so she is surfing in the under 16 and under 18 division.
So 14:40 to go. 4.5 total so far for Phillips. And here we have a nice looking right-hander for Matsuno. Big carve to start. Just a beautiful open wall. And it feels like you've got to get involved quickly on that outside section. That's going to be the most critical and impactful section of this wave. She's going to wait for it all the way through the inside. Nicely done there. Great wave to start or to continue the campaign for Matsuno from Team Japan. Started with a 3.67. Definitely going to improve on that number through her last wave. So Phillips now sticking to these lefts.
Yeah, I really loved Henri Matsudo's read of that wave. Really well read. She just continued to try and find those critical sections in order to do her major maneuvers in, and I think the judges will really look like that. She's looking to build upon that 3.67 to get that top position, but of course top two do advance out of this heat. This is a non-elimination heat. Third place will go into our Reparage round as we see live action.
Chinese Taipei represented here by Filippini. Good snap in the midsection. Hanging in there through to the inside.
Ooh.
An abrupt finish. Looks like she flashed a smile right there, knowing like that was a pretty wild way to get out of that wave. But she'll definitely get some credit for what she did through that midsection. Kind of gave her a really good opportunity. And here's Suna.
Yeah, love that opening turn. She was really patient on the bottom and waited for that wave to really stand up, lay it on rail. Here, she's patient again. I love this stall here. You can see her stalling, waiting for it to stand back up so she can wrap it all the way around. There again, really well read and cut out with conviction. Looking at it from this drone angle, love those two major maneuvers. Well placed in the wave. That will surely go into above her opening score of that 3.67, in my opinion. We'll see what the judges have to say about that.
Well, one thing we know is, wow, look at that bait ball right off the takeoff. That is fun to watch.
As we see this replay of our surfer in green, Anna, on her backside, finding some opportunity, but getting unstuck at the end, carving it around. Nothing as major as the one that we just saw of Henri, but that was a nice turn there, a slightly smaller wave that she made the most of. So looking for all of those surfers looking to build into that top two.
Well, they're going to have to work for it. I mean, you see how big the playing field here is. Just talking to Sofia Milanovic, who's done a lot of events here. She's saying 20 minutes is going to feel like 2 minutes because you have this long extended paddle out. You know, and if you do go left, sometimes that inside section can be pretty brutal. You're going to be doing about 20 duck dives on your way back out. The good news on the right is it's just a good, clean, I mean, huge channel. So for the surfers that are opting to go on the rights, they're going to have a little bit quicker of a path back out. The left does go into our second podium. So, you know, you just got to be wise in which wave you choose. The good news for these surfers, it's pretty much a perfect peak. So rights and left available. Leah Phillips representing Team Chile. She's 18 years old. She surfs at Punta de Lobos, which from what I've seen is a pretty wild big wave spot, and she gets involved when things get serious. She says, I love surfing big waves at my home break of Punta de Lobos on my 9.2 gun.
I love that.
That tells me that she charges. If you have a 9.2 and you use it, you are a radical surfer. And one thing that we're going to be seeing throughout this contest a lot is the words national champion. So in this heat, multiple national champions already, and Matsuno now ripping her way down this right-hander. Just identifying the perfect spots, and that wave just flattened out a little bit as she came down from the turn, caught a rail, went down. She's a 5.83 and a 3.67, so in the lead for now, trying to get up into the double digits to just solidify her spot. Ooh, you seeing some boils on the face of that wave, so it's not just the fish that are popping up, but also potentially some rocks. This is Punta Rocas for a reason. It definitely has some unique qualities on the inside section. You can see some boils coming up. But again, the rocks is what makes this wave such a rippable canvas for these under 18 women right now. 9:13 left. Matsuno could have gotten rid of that 3.67. It was a pretty solid opening snap, but we'll see what the judges say here. So we're inside of 10 minutes now, 9 minutes to go. At the moment, Matsuno in the lead. As we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Team Spain's Jayo Ortega. Congratulations, a big heat win for yourself, but for your team, more importantly, what's the dynamic been so far the week leading up to the event?
We've been training a lot here at the peak, so I was feeling prepared, and yeah, I was nervous because it was my first heat, but really happy to make it through and on to the next one.
Ahora en español, poder representar a España, a tu casa, ¿cómo se ha sentido esta semana aquí en preparación?
Hemos estado aquí surfeando mucho en el pico principal, bueno, y en el segundo también un poco, y nada, me sentía preparada y bueno, la primera manga siempre con un poco de nervios, pero la verdad que muy contenta de haber pasado y a por la siguiente.
Un saludo a tu casa.
Bueno, eskerrik asko etxetik animatzen zaudeten guztioi, bueno, oso pozik, hemengotatik eta, bueno, urrengo manga egitera, tope.
Felicidades, gracias.
Big start there. Team Spain. At the moment, Henri Matsuno did improve on that 3.9, so she has now a 5.83 and a 4.23. She is riding a Justice surfboard, legendary surfboard brand out of Japan. And she just, one of her biggest results was in 2023, first place in the Kitsazumi Surf Festival. Hobbies are piano, dancing, singing, painting. And I love this. Her goal at the World Junior Surfing Championships, to win absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Don't just win, you know, by a little. Make it absolute. Love that confidence coming into this contest. Now we see Phillips representing Team Chile with a nice snap. This left-hander providing her some good open face to work with. A little bit languid on the pace, but she's definitely maximizing the scoring potential of that wave. So again, you see it starts off with a lot of steam, a lot of power on that outside section. And then it kind of slows down through the midpoint. You will get credit for those carves and those turns, but the majority of the points, I feel, are going to come from that outside section. We've already seen that with Matsuno and Phillips on her previous wave. Filippini now trying to get rid of a 1. She has a decent start to 3.50, but her number is going to be increased with Leah Phillips' last wave because she's definitely going to get rid of that 0.50.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that 4.5, that last wave reminded me a bit of her 4.5. Just kind of a longer, slopier wave that she got a lot of work done, but nothing overly majorly critical. So, you know, what we're learning from the judges right now, a 5.83 is the highest single wave score. Those were just from 2 maneuvers from Henri, but they were critical, major maneuvers in the steeper sections of the waves.
Yeah, it's, you know, as surfers, when you see an extended wall in front of you, even if it's kind of mushy, or, you know, you want to keep riding, right? You want to keep riding the wave, keep doing turns all the way through. And I'm not saying that these surfers should be pulling out, but if you do 2 big turns out the back, you're not going to add much to your score by doing kind of slow cutbacks all the way through to the inside. So, again, I'm not a coach, but I'm thinking if you do 2 impactful or 1 big impactful turn out the back, maybe add a couple and don't waste time milking these waves all the way through to the inside. Of course, that's where it gets shallow. You could get yourself in a little bit of rock trouble, but also you're just going to incrementally increase that score line if you keep going all the way through. So make your turns out the back count, get the attention of the judges, maybe add an, you know, a couple accent turns to the inside, and then get back to the takeoff zone. As we see now, your surfer in a green representing Chinese Taipei, Filippini. Wave just flattens out underneath her. So nothing much available there. Been really enjoying watching the rise of Chinese Taipei. They've fielded some pretty good teams over the past few years. They've only been competing here at the ISA level, let's say 4 or 5 years from what I remember, but Anna Asia Filippini, 13 years old. She's already getting a lot of experience. She is from Taiwan. She lives in the Gyeonggi Taitun country. Several surf spots from where she is. Usually winter is the best surf season there. Her hobbies: drawing, surfing, skating, volleyball, and taekwondo. So do not mess with her. On the volleyball court or in the arena. Her home break is Gyeonggi. And it's cool that you see, these young surfers in both divisions. That just means they're getting more and more experience throughout the week. And you've seen this story over and over and over with these young surfers come through here, and you start to remember these names. You start to see the improvement year upon year. So this is a fun scouting report. Hi, I'm Chris Cote. This is Rachel Tilley. We're very excited and proud and privileged to be bringing you the best surfers in the world, 18 and under, 16 and under, 2 divisions, also boys and girls competing in both of those divisions. Plenty of waves out here in Punta Rocas. We've seen some big scores go down in the morning. The perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. And we've already seen some stars rising and getting big numbers.
Yeah, it has been truly a great morning so far. The conditions are incredible.
Yeah, and one thing we know about ISA junior competitions is they are long. There's a lot of surfers down here. We're talking, I think, 470-ish surfers competing down here this year. So record-breaking number of nations as well. 57 nations competing. We have some brand new nations for junior competition this year. Angola, India, St. Lucia, and Slovenia represented here for the first time at the junior level. We saw Angola make their debut at the World Surfing Games in El Salvador just a few months ago. So it's always fun to welcome new nations into the fold, into the ISA family, I should say, because I feel like once you get a taste of ISA competition, you just want to be involved year after year after year. There's so much to be gained here, not only experience, in surf competition and all that kind of technical stuff, but also building friendships on a global scale. You can make connections down here at these ISA events, and then basically anywhere in the world you want to go surf, you've got a friend there.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of my favorite things about the ISAs, that team camaraderie, being able to meet so many people from all around the world. I mean, just from my own ISA experiences, I know so many homes that I can go stay in all around the world. As much as they are your competitors, you become friends outside of the water too, and that's the ISA spirit.
Well, our main goal, we just want to make a better world through surfing. And we're doing that wave by wave, heat by heat. In this one, your girls under 18 round 1 heat 4 is about 30 seconds away from being over. And at the moment, Henri Matsuno up into the double digits at 10.06 total for the lead. Leah Phillips in second, representing Chile. Filippini made it heat, started off with a 3.5. Just a couple missteps have her in that third place position. She will have another opportunity in our elimination round. And at only 13 years old, I mean, that 20 minutes is like a year of experience packed into just that bite-sized chunk. So definitely learned something. And, the practice times have been extremely crowded. 300 or 400 surfers in the water. So when you get the opportunity to go out here with just 2 or 3 other surfers, you're going to learn a lot about this break. And I feel like we're going to see some big things from Filippini in the next round. But we're going to roll things over to round 1, heat 5 for our girls under 18 division. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas here in Peru. Chris Cote with Mitchell Salazar. We've got 18 and a half left already. These heats are flying by. So a lot of waves ridden, some very successfully in that previous heat. And we've got another international superheat taken to the water. Hawaii, Israel, and Venezuela represented. Mitch, so 57 nations down here this year. Record-breaking attendance. What nations are you looking for to make a big splash? You know, we have the surfing superpowers down here, but there are some rising surf nations that are going to do some big things. Who are you thinking?
Yeah, I had the chance to compete against Venezuela in my junior career. They always had great surfers. You know, Hawaii to me seems really strong. We have Manalani Casimiro out there right now. She's only 12, comes from the east side of Kauai, native Hawaiian, so very happy to represent her heritage. They're not only very well organized, they're very well coached. They have the former CT surfer Sebastian Zietz in there. Jason Shibata, longtime member of the Hawaii surf team. He's also returning as a coach, so just really cool to see them. And, of course, a lot of young superstars in the making right there for them, too. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. I think England's one of the undercover superpowers. I think Lucas Skinner's going to have a great debut again. Here we go, though, Casimiro.
So Casimiro has multiple state titles. She's a national champ. So her resume is stacked already. And, I mean, you can clearly tell she is well prepared, super powerful, on the rail. Solid fundamentals there. And I like that, as I said the word powerful, she goes, well, yeah, and I'm also progressive. Didn't make that last turn, but I just love the effort. And I love that idea of doing a couple good, solid carves out the back and then just throwing something wild on the inside because you're going to get credit for turns like this.
Well, given that she's 12 and she's competing in the U18s too, this is very impressive. First carve's really strong in the pocket for the second one. Gets just slightly hung up right here, Chris, but as you said, it makes it to the inside. A lot of power in that one carve once again, and then she goes for broke right at the end. So I like their strategy. When the wave stands up, you really want to go for it.
Well, she's a surfing champion, state champ, national champ. She's also a state USA softball state champ as well. So a multi-threat. You know, I'm sure if you keep going in her bio, those accolades will just keep adding up. And I mean, I love that. 12 years old. She has 6 more years to compete here in the World Junior Championships. But she seems like one of those talents that is going to be a teenager, you know, surfing in the World Surfing Games, you know, Challenger Series. I can see her taken on the world, no doubt. So 15:52 to go as we wait for some scores to drop. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. We've been in the ISA family for a long time, but every time we come to these junior championship events, it's mind-blowing because, yeah, we have superstars here that we know full well, but there's also new names rising up that I'm kind of shocked that you haven't heard a lot of these surfers because they're that good.
Yeah, and a lot of countries that aren't as represented on the biggest stage, on the Challenger and on the Championship Tour. And that's the cool thing about the juniors. They give you that stage to eventually know those names, and we've seen a lot of them eventually have success at the professional level. So fortunately for us, we get to see them right here at a world-class break. Full circle moment for me, too. Second time I've been here in my life. First time was in 2011 when I was competing at the ISA World Juniors. So just close by at Punta Hermosa, Señoritas and Caballeros, and now here at Punta Rocas, a great wave. And look at the score for a great wave for Casimiro, too. What a way to start.
Yeah, 617. I mean, obviously that number came on the strength of those two big outside turns. Had she pulled that inside kind of layback snap, most likely would have been looking at 8, but I don't think she's too upset about it because he's already now backed up with a 417. Solid fundamental surfing and a high heat IQ tells me why Casimiro has already stacked so many big wins and has a million wins in her future. She's that kind of talent.
Yeah, and they have a young roster, too. Zoe Kaina's also on the team. She's still in her early teens. And looking at Jimena Acevedo out there in the green from Venezuela, you know, they don't have to travel that much to get here. So it's really a local event for them. You want to put on a good performance if you can. But more importantly, I think main thing in the opening round, Chris, go out and surf. Don't think too much, react. And you see a lot of these waves moving through, and people really haven't made a big, strong move for them. But it seems like Acevedo, she's up here.
We're representing Venezuela. Obviously a huge coastline down there. So many waves. So it's really cool to see them fielding a solid team of juniors. That's bright things for the future. 13:40 to go. Not a lot on offer there for Samina. 2-point ride, but a start. For Zinner, no waves ridden yet. And it's, you know, you can't fault these surfers for potentially getting a little lost in this lineup. It's a massive playing field. Rights and lefts, so you have so many options all over. Getting yourself into the proper position. You know, when you're surfing out here with 400 people in those training sessions, you can kind of identify the takeoff zone. But if I'm in this heat, I'm just going to follow Casimiro because she hasn't made any mistakes yet.
Yeah, it seems like she's, you know, on the right peak at the right time, too. And this is a 617 again. You know, doesn't pull off that last turn, but damage had been done on the outside. And then a 417 right here as her backup. So up into the double digits already in the first few minutes. Really solid carve right there. And she caught this wave paddling back out, too. So, you know, nice combination on the outside. Wave goes flat. But remember, 12 years old. She still has 6 more years in this division. So it's impressive stuff when you're already getting in a 10-point plus range.
Yeah, that's putting yourself in super Grom territory. You know, I feel like her name is going to be start to be mentioned with the likes of, you know, Carissa Moore, with the likes of Betty Lusakura Johnson, those Hawaiian surfers that have made huge statements.
Gabby Bryan, also top 5 surfer this year.
Exactly. I mean, obviously Hawaii is going to come correct with a solid team in looking at who they've brought. So, yeah, you mentioned earlier, they're going to be well coached. They got Seabass and Shibata. Mike Latronic is helping out as well. And their team has, as you might hear in Hawaii, hamas.
They do.
They're filled with hamas.
And then they also have Tama Hanneman in there, too. So play on words.
There you go.
You might have to call him Hama Hanneman. But cool thing about Hawaii, they've always had the spirit of aloha with them. You know, a couple of my really good friends have been ISA World Junior Champs in the past. And I think all in all, this has really progressed and developed their surfing careers into what they've become. And Acevedo right here backing up the 2.
Good looking left here. This is that section kind of in the mid part of the lineup. It slows down a little bit. You can keep going through to the inside. Things might get a little dicey with rocks popping up. So just a couple of turns there for Ximena Acevedo representing Venezuela. So now she's got a pair of 2s. So Team Hawaii, Tiger Obubo.
Yep.
Kahanu Rangel, Sunny Giles, Calais Rivas, Lone Laturner, Legend Chandler, Casimiro, who we have in the water right now as we see Zinner up and riding. A really nice style here. Kayam Zinner goes through a series of turns, working her way through to the inside. So nothing super critical, but just nice, fluid, quick surfing there for Zinner. So, of course, the speed, power, flow element. You know, there wasn't really a critical section for her on that wave, so she just kind of got to work down the line. Just continuing on with Team Hawaii. Zoe Kaina, Elamana Grubbs, Opal Dowdy, Leah Turner, Jacob Turner. And some of those names might sound familiar. Abubo, of course.
Yep. Tiger, he's been around.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
Beautiful turn there for Casimiro. Come on. I mean, you're not going to see many 12-year-olds with this much power and poise. You just saw all the timing right there. Manalani was just perfect. Right in the pocket, too. And not only is she surfing the best in this heat, but she's finding the best waves.
Yeah.
I don't want to say finding, I mean, she's just kind of willing these waves to her. She's been in the right spot every single time. Positioning is critical out here. Perfect right-hander.
And this is their bread and butter. They come from heavy water waves. It's very much what we see here in, you know, this part of the Pacific. But, you know, as you said, very well poised. But I just say her technique is so good for how young she is. And this one actually improves on the backup, so it's a 5. And so far, not only am I extremely impressed, more than anything, what I said before, she's just going out there and surfing. She's not overthinking things. I think at this point, just got to make sure you're advancing and getting the flow going, because it's a 9-day event, Chris. And you get caught up first thing, you know, as soon as you paddle out, you start to overthink things, and it's just working against you. So make things simple on yourself. You see a wave, it looks good, might as well go for it.
For Casimiro, you mentioned it, comfortable in heavy water waves. Her favorite wave is Hanalei Bay,
yep,
which is pretty gnarly on its day. It's a rippable right-hander, but when things get serious out there, they get serious quick. She's riding a DHD number 8, representing Tamba, Oakley, Black Bear Surf Club, Futures, and Little Hands, Hawaii. And I will say, during our beautiful opening ceremony and our Parade of Nations, Hawaii came through as one of the best dressed
100%.
teams. Their uniforms are classic, you know, traditional aloha style.
Yeah.
Dresses and t-shirt, or dresses and button-up shirts.
And, you know, just FYI for all the team members out there, you keep those outfits.
Oh, yeah.
That should be in the closet for the rest of your life. It's definitely a memory that you have to have instilled in you, and it's just like, you know, the really cool memories to have.
No doubt. We got 7:45 to go. Casimiro well into the lead with an 11.17 total. Let's wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to Rachel Tilley, the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Congratulations. A great opening heat out there. You had great wave selection. Talk to me about how that felt out there.
Yeah, so feeling good. And I catch a so good wave. It's so fun.
Conditions are really clean. You made the most of it. How did you keep calm in the first heat of the entire event? How did you keep your nerves? How did you keep them relaxed?
Yeah, I'm so nervous, but so excited.
Well, fantastic job. I can see you and your team are so excited. Is there anything you'd like to say in Japanese back to everyone watching at home?
ライブを見て応援してくださってる皆様ありがとうございます。今多分日本は夜なんですけど、眠い中応援してくださってとても嬉しいです。次のラウンドに勝ち上がることができました。そんなに自分が思うようなライディングはできなかったんですけど、次のラウンドに向けて徐々にレベルを上げて、いいライディングをできるように調整します。また応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Team Japan doing big things as usual here in ISA competition. They've been that perennial top 10, top 5 threat in juniors at the World Surfing Games level.
Yeah.
So I always get excited when I see Japanese teams come to compete because they're always so well prepared.
Yeah.
And they're just ready to do business. And already with heat win on day one, so far so good. And same goes for Manalani Casimiro from the island of Kauai. And you know that when you grow up on Kauai, you don't really spread the word of some of the breaks you surf. Let's just, they like to keep it quiet.
Yeah.
But you're going to be traveling inter-island a lot.
Yeah.
You're going to be doing events on Oahu. You're going to be doing events on Maui. I mean, it's a pretty unique way to be raised in the junior surfing world.
Mhm.
You know, in California, you're going to be going to Huntington Beach, you know, up and down the coast a lot. But for Hawaii, I mean, how cool is that? You're flying to different islands to compete weekend after weekend in the NSSAs and the junior events. And of course, you're probably not gonna be scared of many breaks that you're gonna be surfing around the world when you grow up in a spot like that.
And there's legacy there too. I mean, the Irons brothers, Malia Manuel. We talked about Gabby Bryan already too. Like, there's always been Layla Hurst, former World Pro Junior champion too, by the way, from there. And of course, I mean, when you just think about what Kauai's meant to the surfing world, can't forget about, you know, what Seabass has been doing, not only on the coaching side here for the Hawaii junior surf team, he's also started Kauai Board Riders. And I think that's made a huge difference for them over there. It actually adds to the sense of coming to the ISA juniors and already having that team vibe too. So I give him a lot of credit for that. I think it's made a big difference in Hawaii, and you know, Board Riders events in Australia have made a big impact in their surfing community. Now we're seeing in the United States, we're seeing it in Hawaii, and hopefully we get to see it in Europe and most parts of Africa eventually too, Chris.
Well, you know, it builds community, and it just makes all of the surfers better. I would say that's a proven fact. 350 to go here. So you've got Casimiro in the lead, fighting for that second place spot. So Mena Acevedo and Kayem Zinner. For Acevedo, born in Venezuela, 18 years old.
Last year.
Yep, last year here in the juniors. Her main surf break is Mesilla Maria, Puerto Cabello.
Yep.
And
triathlete.
She's a triathlete and a skater.
Yeah, it's kind of gnarly.
Well, they're going to help each
threat.
other, right? Obviously, if you do triathletes, you're fit. The more fit you are, the better you're going to skate, the better you're going to surf.
Yep. I mean, for a while there were a lot of people that were doing all this cross-training and whatnot. I still think that paddling is probably the best exercise you could do for surfing.
Paddling, swimming.
Yeah. So anything
skating.
that involves that, yeah, tells you how to read a line better.
Well,
of course.
I think that, you know, it's a testament to how important skateboarding is to progressive surfing. We are here at a high-tech facility for surfing, and there's a beautiful skate park right over here. And they got a bowl, they got a mini ramp, they got a foam pit, and basically all these tech centers for surfing around the world, Australia, here, and Brazil.
El Salvador has one too.
Salvador,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a skate ramp.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just a proven fact there that skateboarding is going to help your surfing.
Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be wearing protective
You
equipment.
should wear a helmet.
Yes. But no, I fully agree. I think any kind of board sport that you can add on to the other one, it's always going to increase your ability.
2:20 to go here. It's a big, a nice look at the field that these surfers are dealing with. Long paddle out there. The good news, if you go right, you're going to have just an open, clean channel. You see this clean blue water over here. You can get out easy. When you go left, if you go all the way through to the inside, you might have a couple of duck dives to contend with, but with the swell we have today,
there's a shoulder
the
to
tide, yeah, it's pretty easy to get back out there from both sides. And that's not saying it's not going to be hard work, because this is a huge, huge playing field, long paddle out. So they're going to have to earn it, but we're seeing a lot of waves ridden per heat, so it's a good thing.
Surfline forecast doesn't indicate that it's going to get huge, but I would say that there is a question, did you bring a big board in case it does get a little bit bigger? Because you might need just a little bit extra length to get into some waves if it truly does start breaking all the way on the outside, especially for paddling. But that's a question to really ask yourself once it starts to get that size, because it can get that way right here in this part of the world.
For sure. I mean, this is, on its day, is a proper big wave spot. You're talking to some of the locals, they're saying, you know, when it gets to that 10, 12, 15-foot range, like it's an open ocean big wave spot. So I'm sure the the teams that are well coached and well prepared brought a pretty good quiver with them, with each surfer.
Couple step-ups.
Yeah, I would say, you know, you got your couple of magic shortboards. Hopefully you have 2 carbon copy boards just in case something happens to one of them. And then, you know, then you start stepping things up.
It's a good wave here.
I was actually asked to bring a step-up board by Pizel team manager. And gladly do that because I want these surfers to be prepared. And I want to do a solid for a surfboard brand that I love.
And might get a free board out of it, too.
Oh, I don't I don't know. It's implied, but it's not promised. 14 seconds left. Casimiro did go down on that last turn, but that's just foreshadowing to what we're going to see from Manalani Casimiro through this event. I'm putting her on the contender list already, and I know that list is going to be long here on day one, but Casimiro just showed us a lot about what she is capable of. Convincing heat victory there. Coming through in second place, Ximena Acevedo representing Venezuela. Team Israel's Kayam Zinner in third place, now in the elimination round. She'll have another opportunity to stay in this competition, but that was a really smartly surfed heat. Casimiro. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to fill the lineup again. So more action coming at you. This is the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
We are back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta, Rocas, Peru. And we're straight into it. 20-minute heat, top 2 surfers stay in the main round, 3rd and 4th place. Head to the elimination round. We're going to start things off with Argentina's Ayla Diane. Strong surfing on her backhand there. She's going to be going up against Ahoy Chapeler from Tahiti, Abigail Borbor from Ecuador, Georgie Hertrick from Ireland. And this is a unique element of ISA competition where you have surfers from Argentina, Tahiti, Ecuador, and Ireland all in a heat together.
All different parts of the world, Opening round.
Super cool. There are 57 nations represented in this record-breaking year for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and nicely done there for Ayla Diane, Team Argentina.
Yeah, waiting on the score. Argentinian mother. She is from Maui, but decided to represent Argentina right here. They got a strong team as always. But as you said, really cool to see the diversity. Never would have thought that, Ireland would have such a complete and big team, and slowly but surely over the years, they have truly done that. And speaking of Georgie, looking at that wave right there, but dude, they've had a couple great surfers in the past, both the juniors and the World Surfing Games. Our boy, fellow goofy footer, Garage McDade has done well in the past. He's been actually really close to qualifying for the Olympics a couple of times. But I'm really excited to see that part of Europe develop more. Ireland, Scotland, England's got a great team. Hopefully they can get more surfers, to get to the bigger stuff eventually and get, some more support from their local governments too.
Well, for sure, and we know that there's waves over there, and Georgie's cool. She's the Irish Junior Longboard Champion for 2025.
Nice.
Soccer player, surfer. Her home break is Tramora Beach. When I think of Ireland surfing, I just think of big, gnarly, barreling lefts. I know there's a lot of options over there, so it'll be cool to kind of get the scouting report from Georgie if she does win the heat. So she can tell us a little bit about her home break. Right now, representing Tahiti, Chapelier. Great backhand surfing there. And I like that she's opted for what looks like a little bit longer of a board, giving her just a chance to get in these waves a little bit early, and she's having no problem whipping that board around. Just big turns there. Chapelier.
They have a really well-coached team, too. Hira Terina Tofa won here ISA World Surfing Games in 2010, so he knows the area super well. And same thing as the surfers from Hawaii. They're used to this open Pacific, much more strength, longer boards that you're probably going to be able to use as we see the replay right here. So waiting on this score, but I think it's going to be the best of the heat so far, Chris. First good carve. Nearly lost it on, the end of that second turn right there, but to me, really just when you're going into the critical sections and you're at least attacking the lip, that means something. We see a lot of carves, a lot of cutbacks at a wave like this that tends to be flat. So you see something with more of a vertical face, you want to reward it.
See a ride through the inside for Georgie.
Small kind. She's on the board, though.
I mean, that was a great visual, just how massive this contest area is. There you see our surfers getting back out to the peak. And right there, you see that whitewater line. Another great indication of how good this wave is. Green water, nice and clear on both sides, and just that perfect peak. Rights and lefts. I feel like the rights maybe a little bit more impactful on the outside section. That's probably where we've seen, the biggest scores of the morning so far.
We're goofy footers, though. We've seen
I'm
thousands
always looking to the left, yeah.
But
for the goofy footers out here right now, they know that the impact of that outside section is going to provide them with that arena for the judges to enjoy what they're doing. So a 4.83 from Chapelier.
She's from Morea, by the way.
Yeah.
A different island, so beautiful part of French Polynesia represented here with the surfer in blue.
She is on an infinity surfboard.
Nice, the Bainies.
But when she's home, the ocean is her playground. Outrigger, sailing, canoes, stand-up paddling, paddleboarding, kite surfing, foils, wing foils. Whatever you throw at her, she's going to rip.
True water woman.
She's been out there doing it since she was 6 years old. And I like this. She says, started surfing at 6, and I never stopped.
Nice.
She's 17 years old now, and she's already has a lot of experience. She's ranked #1 for the Polynesian Championships under 16 and under 18. Recently won the 2025 Roxy Wahine Cup. And she's already competed in WSL and WSA events in California and Hawaii, all over. So she's well invested in a future in surfing. And she would probably be a really fun guide to have in Tahiti.
100%.
She would probably scare us, though. She'd be like, no, come on. Grab the foil. Let's go. It's pumping.
Want to go surf out at Chopes?
You go ahead.
You might have to stay at big pass or small pass a little bit, depending on, the size of the swell.
Well, I think, not only is she an advanced water woman, but she's also a smart heat surfer. Backing things up. She started with a 4.83. Carving through to this inside section. So even though this wave is pretty flat on the face, you saw that she kind of knew exactly where to put those turns. You wouldn't necessarily think those are critical sections, but she made the most of it. And that's going to be a nice backup.
Oh, 100%. I mean, she already has the 4.83 on the opener. This one, to me, not going to be as strong, but as you said, was already out the back, saw the wave come through, might as well go, get a small backup and extend the lead, and she does. It's a 3.17, and, just talking about the place where she's from, my personal opinion, Chris, and, I think my home's always going to be the best place ever, but I think Tahiti is the most magical place on the planet. I mean, you go there, and there's nothing like it, and it's just really calm, peaceful, and, of course, once you're connected to the ocean, too, there's nothing like it. And I mean, man, the food over there too, the poisson crew, everything they cook up. That's my kind of vibe over there, Chris. I need to go back eventually.
No doubt. Let's do it. So Chapelier representing Tahiti in the lead. She just backed up that 4.83 with a 3.17. Diane, Argentina. It started off with a 3-8-3. Big set rolling through here. Looks like about an 8-wave set. So we're going to see opportunity knocking for these competitors. And this is a fun division, too. Of course, you do have representatives from 57 nations, but also all age groups.
Yeah.
You know, this is the girls 18 and under, but there's 12-year-olds competing.
Yeah, you can surf up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they can do double duty. If you are above 16, you can't go into, obviously, you can't go into the 16 and under round. But for the surfers doing double duty, I mean, they're just gaining that much more experience. All right, we got 11:45 to go. Chapelier in the lead for now. As we wait for the next wave to roll through, let's go down to Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, Manalani, winning your first heat of this round. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm feeling really confident right now. It's so exciting to be here, and I'm really grateful to be here. And at first I was super nervous, but then now I got all my nerves out, so it's just an exciting event for me.
Well, only 13 years old, and you're in the under 18 division. Talk to me about how you're finding that confidence on the world stage.
I'm just like believing in myself. That's all my confidence, and I just like imagine myself winning this, so I'm super confident.
I love that. Love those tactics and those that self-belief. You're here with Team Hawaii. Talk to me about how your team camaraderie is representing at the ISA.
It's like super good because Hawaii is like a super good state, and there's a lot of good waves and good surfers there, so it's super nice to have Hawaii people here and just ripping and showing the world that Hawaii can have some good surfers too.
Well, you guys sure do. So congratulations on winning that heat, and we'll see you on the next one.
Thank you guys so much.
It's a confident young woman right there. I mean, surfing up a Division 2. I mean, she never doubted her stuff, and you can truly see it when she's speaking, too. That's rad.
Expecting big things from Casimiro after that heat, no doubt. We got 10 minutes to go here. Tahiti on top with a 483 and a 317 for now. At the right time. Second turn, impactful. Adds a third carve, but goes down. I would say a backside carve like that when a wave is kind of flattened out, that is one of the hardest turns to do in surfing and to make look good. It can kind of throw you off balance in a weird way, but you saw that was nearly there. You know, just overextended a little bit, but the opening two turns, we're going to delete that 317 right off the map.
I truly agree with you, and halfway through the heat right here, she's in a good spot, used priority well. She had first priority, so unconditional right away, and here goes Diane now. She's looking for her backup right here.
There's that open face carve. There's that boil popping up. A lot happening on these waves. So some good turns here. Diane representing Team Argentina. Sticking with it. Nice and solid on her feet. Good flow all the way down the line. She's going to wave right before that puss heat interview. So she's got herself on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, she's in the event with her brother Juan, too. So nice to see a lot of siblings in the event here at the juniors, too. It's another big story always about the junior event. There's always a lot of people that come with their families, and a lot of people within the family are involved in the event, too.
I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would say we're not only record-breaking with our 57 nations competing, but probably record-breaking with the amount of siblings we have competing. You can go to isasurf.org, and when you go to the live page, click the little tab that says Teams, and through that tab, you can go and read these really wonderful bios on nearly every single surfer in this division. You click on the flag, shows you the whole team. While Mitch and I would like to say we know everything about every surfer in the draw, that would be impossible. So we are relying on these bios as well. So I want to thank all the teams out there, all the team managers and the coaches for putting together this information for us to learn more about the future stars of surfing. There's one of them right there, Casimiro. Well, would not be surprised to be talking about Casimiro at World Surfing Games level, the Challenger Series level. I mean, all the way to the top.
Championship Tour.
You can tell she's right there. I mean, she is that good a surfer. I know it's day one, and I know this is an absolute marathon, but I'm calling Casimiro will make it to the end of this event.
Yeah. And there's times where you can just see it.
Yeah.
Body language, their surfing's present, the way they're connected with the wave. And, you know, of course, things change. You have those 20-minute heats. Reparage tends to be hard, 15 minutes. But, you know, in the end, as long as you're staying consistent, you're getting above the 10-point mark, your chances of making the heat are pretty high.
No doubt.
I always feel like, especially here at juniors, main thing is you have your self-belief and you have your team that believes in you too. Make sure that's your top priority. Because I think a lot of people put too much pressure on themselves thinking that they're going to let their team down. You're never going to let your team down unless you're letting yourself down. So,
oh, I'm going to write that down.
Hey, I'm here for you too. But just go out there, have fun. I mean, you're in a brand new country. Most kids have never been here before. Enjoy the experience. And I always tell a lot of people, hey, look at what you're doing. You know, how many kids would love to be here right now in your position? Enjoy it.
I mean, these kids go back to their hometowns or schools, and they're heroes.
Yeah.
What? We were in Peru?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
For a World Junior Surfing Championship? Oh, man, I want to go.
Yeah. You know how to get here? Practice, practice, practice.
Yep. The P word.
But you got to have fun while you're practicing.
Yeah. Do it with a smile on your face, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah. Speed, power, flow has a lot of different meanings.
SPF,
The
yep.
flow element to me not only means...
It's definitely something that you're tense, and you can feel it. You know? You can feel it. It's an expression of yourself, and as artists, I could say, you want to make art look as good as possible.
Yeah.
You want to impress people, especially the 5 people that are scoring you, too.
Yeah, we have an international judging panel, some of the best in the business. And if you're wondering what is going to earn you a 6-point ride, here it is. I believe that second turn was the most impactful. And there you saw it, 2 big turns. That's all it took for a 6. She pulls that third one, she's looking at an 8 potentially.
Yeah, quality over quantity all day, but as you said, very mature surfing with that second one. And as you said, just overextends a little bit. We've all been a victim of doing that in the past before, but you pull that off, that's a combination of 3 maneuvers in a row. And speed, power, flow, everything involved right there. So major criteria, but I'm impressed. Chapelier, great surfer out of Morea, representing Tahiti. Once again, Hida being the head coach for the Tahitian team, I think is making a big difference. He's won World Surfing Games here in the past, and I think this is a good location for them. Open water, canvas in the Pacific, right at home. Only difference, you're wearing a wetsuit. Not that cold though. Outside, inside the water. It's actually nice temperature this time of the year. We're heading into summer now.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It feels like a Southern California spring. Same temp. See our first look at Chapelier on a left. Big inside section.
That was cool.
Throwing that infinity board up with the lip and coming down nice and clean. 3:55 left. Surfer in blue, representing Tahiti in the lead. Isla Diane in second. Abigail Borbor, Team Ecuador, just dropped to 4th because Georgie Herterick from Ireland comes through with a 1.33 and a 0.57. So both 3rd and 4th place surfers need something in the 5 range to get up into one of those top 2 spots that will keep you in the main rounds. If you do make a mistake, if you do lose in this opening heats on day 1, you do have another chance in our elimination round. Here we go, Team Ireland.
Yeah, quick one for Georgie. And then still waiting on the score right here. First carve, you know, not going to make a huge difference with the score, but the second turn is. And, you know, just talk about being so diverse and complete as a surfer. Goes left, goes right, and she surfs well on both of them. Under priority, too. So, you know, get away from the pack. Don't commit a mistake right here towards the end and put yourself in a position where you could be eliminated. But so far, she has surfed an outstanding heat. Raipoi Chapelier. Remember that name because she's probably going to be around for a couple of years too.
Yeah, I mean, this event is really where we see the future superstars of our sport, you know, potentially for the first time. I'm sure if you know, are in Tahiti or you're in Argentina, you'd probably recognize some of these names. But when you're thinking of the global scale here and, you know, us being able to kind of witness firsthand who's next in the world of surfing, it's going to be a great week to kind of fill out your future stars sheets.
Well, just the year I competed here, 2011, women's under 18 champion, Nikki Van Dyke. She was on the CT, won a championship tour event. Guess who won the boys U16? Felipe Toledo. He's got 2 world titles. He's been an Olympian already too. So it truly is a platform into providing, something that's not only a good experience, getting to know everybody, and feeling that environment of competing at the highest of levels.
So some of the names that have won ISA gold medals in the junior division, you might recognize some of these names. Carissa Moore, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Caroline Marks. For the boys, some pretty good names as well. Gabriel Medina.
Couple times.
Owen Wright.
Yeah.
And Bianca Bittendach won as well. And I would say all of those surfers went on to do great things after their run in the ISA juniors.
Yep.
Some of them even went to the Olympics.
Yes.
Via ISA events. We're very excited to welcome back to ISA junior competition Siki Yang, Team China, the youngest Olympic surfer ever. Competed at the Paris Games at 15 years old. So luckily for us, Siki Yang fans, we could see her in more ISA junior competition if she chooses to do so.
It's crazy.
She also competes at the World Surfing Games level, so very excited to see what Siki will bring to us today. There's Team USA.
They got a good team too. Olivia Storer right there on screen. You saw Bailey Turner right next to her too, from the great Turner family. I think they're a gold medal contender as well.
Victoria Duprat's on that team.
Yep. No, they got an outstanding team this year once again. Ryan Simmons, the head coach. This one coming out of the wire though, Chris, and it seems like those 5s not going to be obtained, but good surfing both by Diane and Chapelier. They're moving through. Yeah,
Strong, goofy foot surfer Chapelier making the most of these right-handers. Did get a score on the left, so you said it earlier, Mitch. Quality over quantity. 2 big snaps can get you somewhere in the 6 or 7 range if you make them count. And we're going to see a lot of surfing today. We're just getting started here. It's only 9:06 a.m. here in Peru. So expect big things to come for the next few heats. We're going to bring in Sophia and Shannon on the call. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the action for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas in Peru has 424 of the world's best junior surfers attacking the break throughout this week. And Amari Hearn from Team England currently up and riding on her first wave, her first heat of the 2025 World Junior Championships. Up against Urpi Torres from Peru and Jasmine Silva from Uruguay. And we've seen some great surfing throughout the morning. It's been really some really solid wave quality, and the surfers have absolutely risen to the occasion for our girls under 18s out in the lineup. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Peruvian legend, world champion Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, it's great to call the action with you.
Thank you, Shannon. Super excited about starting the event today. We can see there's some nice waves out there. And we are going to start. We just started heat 7. We have the first Peruvian in this heat, Urpi Torres from Chiclayo. She's a great surfer, goofy footer. So we're going to watch her in action.
Very excited. We'll take a look at the replay here for Amari from Team England.
Here comes Amari in blue. Going back to the power source. Trying to wait for that section to hit it up the top. Boom, nice turn up the top. Showing a lot of patience in her surfing. Unfortunately, the wave dies in the last section, but good wave for her.
Scores are in a 4.5 to kick things off. That's been, you know, I mean, it's in that average range anyways. Around a 5-point ride is an average wave, but there's been a lot of scores kind of in that 3 to 6 point range throughout today. So she could be absolutely holding on to that as a keeper score by the end of this heat.
You can see there's a little bit more of wind on the face of the wave, but I think the tide is going down, so I think that's going to help.
Is there, you know, when it comes to conditions this time of the year, we're approaching Christmas, it's December, we're heading into the summer months here in Peru. What's it, the kind of typical day down here? Is it, you know, pretty common that we'll see wind like this every day?
It's really not that common. Usually we don't really get that much onshore.
Okay.
We're lucky.
Yeah.
But sometimes it happens, you know, like today. It's not really that bad, you know, it's just a little bit of wind, but...
Yeah, just that light texture, but you wouldn't expect it to, you know, kind of end up fully blown out.
No,
onshore.
no. That would be really, really uncommon.
Okay. That's always a relief to hear coming into a new location for Groms, knowing that they'll be surfing, you know, at the start of the day, at the end of the day, midday, with some really decent conditions, hopefully that will hold throughout. Little look there for Urpi, unable to get into it, holding on to first priority, and you can see this little set is approaching. Surfer that would have spent a lot of time, you know, surfing here at Punta Rocas. How far away is it for the town that she actually lives in?
She lives in Chiclayo. It's pretty far. Yeah, it's like a 10-hour drive.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it's a short flight, so I'm sure she has surfed here many times. She's been competing for a long time, Urpi. She's really experienced, so she surfed this wave and competed in this wave many times.
Yeah, we've seen her at so many ISA events throughout the years. So still traveling a little bit farther away from home, similar to our... Be exciting to see these surfers really start to tap into, you know, sets like this that are approaching and be able to unleash that power. You can hear the whistles down on the beach as we have a decent looking set on the way, Sofia.
Yes, that wave looks really nice. They're a little bit further from the taking off spot, but that wave looks super nice. That set looks super nice. There's a couple of waves behind too.
So blue has a pass because she's in second priority. It's going to be first priority up and riding now for Urpi, taking off in this first wave of the set. Big wrap around for that first section. Nice tighter snaps for these next two. Just setting herself up down the line, waiting for this wave to stand up and give her something maybe a little bit more vertical to work with. That's what she's hoping for. You can really see her style coming out in those last few turns. We'll see if anyone was able to get into those next couple of waves that we saw in the set. So this will be the first wave for Torres dropping in. Jasmine Silva for Uruguay, just unable to get herself into that one. And it looks like Imari's holding on to that first priority, so she decided not to go. It'll just be the one wave from Torres to drop in as we take another look here.
Here comes Urpi in her first wave. Waiting for that section, patiently, going back to the power source. She knows this wave really well. You can tell she's just waiting.
Nice wrap back into the section, and she'll kick out as that wave flattens out. Jasmine might be caught just a little bit too far on the inside here, unfortunately. And you can see Amari also just having a look back to the beach to see where her positioning is. We've got 13 minutes remaining on the clock, and we've got scores all locked in here. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
He went for you.
I'm really happy. I get some good waves, and yeah.
Well, you're on a bit of a longer board. As 6'1", we were talking about. Talk to me about selecting that equipment for these conditions today.
Yeah, it's a little bit big, and I
Well, it looks great under your feet, so it feels good.
Yeah, it feels very good.
Well, is there anything you'd like to say in French back home?
Bah, merci à toute ma famille qui me regarde en ce moment. Merci à mes sponsors, à tout Tahiti.
Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations to Raipo for taking out a victory. Great surfing from the Tahitian, advancing through in the main round. And we've got a decent sized set here, Sophia, as we take a look now at Amari. Huge takeoff. Looking for the second turn now after executing that opening section. Little rocks in the way on the way down, and setting herself up with a nice check on the inside here. Linking it together really well. Beautiful style, and she's looking to put on a precise finish.
That was a really nice wave from color blue. Imari, the shape of the wave was really nice. It allowed her to really open up and do some really nice turns all the way to the inside. It had a lot of wall. That wave had a lot of wall, a lot of potential. And I really like the interview from the Tahitian too before, saying that she's using longer equipment, a 6'1", just to be able to paddle into the wave, feel more confident in that takeoff.
Yeah, that was a really nice looking set. Gave a lot of opportunity. It's 9:18. High tide was about 5:45 this morning, so we can start to see more rocks getting exposed, more of that water starting to drain off.
The waves are going to get better for sure. More wall on them, more sections, as we saw in that last wave from Imari from England. She's a great surfer.
Great surfer. She's 16 years old, and she has a mixed heritage of British heritage, Irish, and Chinese. She was born in England but grew up in Bali in Indonesia from 2 months old, and started surfing during the pandemic in Bali when she was about 12. From there, she's had the opportunity to surf some of the world's best high-performance waves as a young surfer.
Here comes Imari. This is a replay of her last wave. Oh, nice turn there. Waiting for that section. Another turn, throwing a lot of water. Mixing her turns a lot. The judges are going to like that. And this last turn, throwing a lot of water too.
Very impressive surfing, and when it comes to competing, we'll get back to that in a moment though, because we saw a wave here from Jasmine Silva as well.
Jasmine Silva in color green. Getting a nice little one all the way to the inside.
And she'll kick out on the finish, getting her second wave on the board. She's got a 1.43 and a 0.23. As we take a look now at Urpi. Oh, massive hook in the section for that opening maneuver. Wraps it around as that wave tapers off, but that first turn was nice and dynamic.
That was the perfect example of quality over quantity. I think she's going to get a great score for that move. I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat for sure. It was critical, it was in control. And that was a great wave for Urpi Torres from Peru.
Scores to drop to back up her 3.83. We do have a 5.67 now on the board for Imari. taking out that leading position. She's had an incredible year of competition, is going to be one of those names to really keep an eye on throughout the draw this week. You know, representing England, but living in Indonesia. Her results from competition, just in 2025, she took out the Niaz Pro Junior as a victory. It's huge to take out a Pro Junior title on the WSL side of things. She also had a third in the Padang Cup, Padang being her favorite wave. She tries to surf as often as possible. And then, of course, being selected for Team England to compete here at the ISA World Junior Championships has been awesome. As we take a look at Urpi on the inside.
Urpi getting her third wave.
Scores are in a 5.4 for her previous wave. Like you said, quality over quantity working well in her favor.
Yeah, she just did one big move in that wave and she got a 5.4. So imagine she gets a couple of those, she's gonna get a really good score. Judges are liking that critical section, that critical turns, in control with speed. Wow, that was really nice of Urpi. Showing a lot of commitment in that move. She knew she just had one section, so she knew she had to go for it to get the score. And this is her last wave. She unfortunately falls off in this last turn.
Surfer in green, she decides to have a look at it. At the moment, it's going to be a 7.80 requirement on Jasmine, the young surfer out of Uruguay. Big takeoff, and unfortunately just stumbles on the pop-up. You can see that she's really trying to just find her rhythm out in the lineup this morning. As one of those surfers coming up against a couple of big names in the draw, it's a challenging position to be in your first heat of the event.
Of course, and also the waves, you know, like Punta Rocas is an intimidating wave, I think. There's a lot of water moving, there's a lot of power in it, so it's a wave that I think the more you surf it, the more comfortable you feel surfing it. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors coming into play. The wave's got power itself. There's, you know, the rocks to kind of navigate along paddle out, shifting peaks as well. So just getting into the right position on a wave to make sure that you have that, you know, prime spot on takeoff. There's so many different factors coming into play. It's a great thing for these surfers this week, getting to learn a lot of that. For some surfers that are maybe newer to competition or don't have such a thriving competitive communities back at home. As we take a look at the Peruvian, though, this is a girl who thrives in the jersey. She is, you know, competing on a regular basis here at home, surfing at Punta Rocas often, and that sort of surfing is exactly what we would expect to see from her. Amari on the answer back as well. It's going to be a battle for first between these two, and just really incredible execution for this little...
All the sections in each wave. Urpi's wave was really nice. I really liked that first turn. Showing a lot of commitment, a lot of power.
Scores to drop for both blue and red. It's going to take a 4.78 for red to move up into that leading position, unless blue improves on that 4.5. Let's break down these last two waves.
Urpi's last wave, this turn was money. That was the money turn. There was not much after that. But she knows, you know, she knows if she does one big quality turn, she's going to get a good score.
Scores are in. It's a 5.1, Sophia.
5.1 for that big move. She throws a lot of water with a lot of power, commitment, control. She draws the bottom turn really well. Eyeing the section.
Ooh. Throws so much spray.
So much spray. She's really powerful.
Yeah, beautiful timing. One of those surfers that paddles out every session. She wants to be improving herself, looking for, you know, the opportunity to walk away better than when she started, day after day. And so far, it's just really working in her favor. As we see her now on this next ride, staying super active out in the lineup, looking like she's just really comfortable, you know, trying to break herself out of those 5-point scores now. She's got a 5.4 and a 5.1 on the board as she looks for another couple turns here on the inside section. This wave having a little bit more length to it in comparison to that 5.1 that dropped just before.
Yes, this wave having like for sure more length, but I think the quality of the sections was not as good as the waves before. So even if she got a lot of turns in it, I don't think it's gonna go in her top scores, but we'll see what happens. She's a little bit behind the section in that first opportunity to go up the top. And then the wave kind of like goes smaller, kind of dies off. She's still milking it, surfing really well, but I still think that the other two waves offered more opportunity to do big turns.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, looking at her scores at the moment, so this last wave dropped through as a 4.27. She already has a couple fives on the board. From a strategy perspective, what would you be doing in a heat like this when you've already got a couple of those fives, now looking at wave selection to be improving?
I think I would go and, well, first like, I have to see where I got those 5.4, 5, and 5.1. And I think she was like sitting more in the inside, a little bit more open. And I would go and sit there again and don't take off in anything that is probably not going to give me more than that score. There's still like 1 minute left. There's not much time left, but I think that's what I would do.
Yeah, looking for a wave that's going to offer that opportunity to get something up into that 6-point plus range.
Exactly.
Great surfing that we've seen so far in competition. We're in heat number 7 of the morning. Our girls under 18s division surfing here at Punta Rocas for our opening day of competition. We've also got the under 16 boys. You can follow along with those scores at ISAsurf.org. And they're surfing at our second podium called El Bosque, which is just to the right-hand side of the break. If you're standing here on the beach or from our viewpoint, you know, looking out to the ocean. They've got primarily a left, as you were describing to us earlier this morning, Sophia.
Yes, it's a left.
And that's going to be, you know, a great opportunity for each one of these surfers this week. They're going to surf between both podiums back and forth. We're going to have each of the different divisions for the under 16 boys and girls and under 18 boys and girls world title available at the end of this week. And we're going to have to just surf a lot of heats at 2 different breaks in order to get ourselves through competition with our finals day on Sunday. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Big closeout set, just kind of sweeping through the lineup. It's nice to see some of those bigger sets coming. Of course, we'd love to see surfers in position to catch them, but it does give us an indication of what we might be looking at as that tide continues to drop, and hopefully that swell is picking up.
Yes, I can tell that the swell is starting to pick up for sure. So I think that later on today and tomorrow, we're going to see some bigger waves.
Well, that will round out heat number 7 for girls under 18, round 1. Amari Hearn from England taking out the victory. We'll be back with more action right after this.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action. We're here in Punta Rocas in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Currently in heat number 8 for round 1 of the girls under 18s division. It's going to be girls under 18s on our main broadcast here at Punta Rocas for the remainder of today, with 27 out of their opening rounds 32 heats to get through. We got a lot of surfing, a lot of surfers in the draw this week, and that's very exciting. USA, Netherlands, and Guatemala in the lineup right now with Avery McDonald, Julia Heijmans, and Anai Porras, looking for the opportunity to stay in the top 2 specifically, which will keep them moving forward in the top half of the draw. As we take a look now at Avery McDonald, found that inside positioning. It's a smaller wave, but she wants to make sure she gets that first score on the board to put some pressure on the rest of the field. Shannon here along Sofia Milanovic to call the action, and you could really see that kind of aggressive competitive nature coming out in that first wave as we take a look at our surfer in green, Anai, now putting herself in a great opportunity for her opening ride. Quick snap, and she'll kick out of that.
Yes, we saw that first minutes of the heat. Red getting really active from the start. As you said, you know, she's kind of like saying, okay, I'm here to dominate the heat, so I'm going to get the first wave.
2.83 on the board for opener of Avery. So not a big score on the board, but it does just kind of, I feel like sometimes, you know, when you paddle out there and you're wearing a jersey and you're able to just get into the other competitors' minds even a little bit, even if it's not a big score, just the fact that you caught that first wave can be a little bit of a game changer in how things play out over the next 5 to 10 minutes.
For sure, it's more like a psychological strategy, I think. There's some waves coming too at the back.
Lots of time remaining on the clock. A 1-point ride on the board for Anai, and Julia has that 0.5. So each of these surfers catching their first waves. Surfer in the blue jersey, Julia from Netherlands. She's got first priority next to her name. Little set approaching. And we'll see maybe if that kind of third or fourth wave that we can see, those little lines on the screen, give some decent scoring potential for our girls out in the water. We can see a little bit of movement between the two of them. And each one of these surfers has put in so much effort, Sophia, on the way to competition this week. It hasn't been an easy road, I would say, for any one of them. Between the time surfing at home, waking up early to get in the water before and after school, and then, of course, competing to qualify for their national teams. As Julia now from the Netherlands finds her first opening turn. So kind of a similar exchange between actually the first waves of these three surfers.
Yes, nothing, not a big score yet, but still they are all being active and, you know, staying active, which is good. I think it's good for the nerves. This is their first hit, so they just want to get all the nerves out, stay active, don't weigh too much.
Julia with just that small score of a 1.17. So it's going to be Avery McDonald who wins the opening exchange with that 2.83. Nice looking wave on the way, and Avery has found herself with first priority as she's putting herself in position here. Nice strong paddle. Little bumpy on the face of the wave with that slight wind that has started to kick up, and she just is able to navigate it with speed and style. Looking great as she comes through that next wrap.
Wow.
Now finds a section, able to unleash a few seamless turns together without needing to pump between them, just connecting the dots really well. On the beach with their flags, cheering her on. Great looking wave for that last one of Avery McDonald. And we'll just wait for that score to come through now. Surfer out of San Clemente, loves surfing at lower trestles. Used to the rocks, used to little A-frame peaks, a running right.
Could be similar, right? Like the
Yeah,
setup.
it really does. Yeah. Taking a look now at Anai, having a glance at that wave, not quite putting herself into position. This next set could have some potential. And here we go, surfer from Guatemala putting herself in position. Has a look, decides not to go. We've got a 5.9 on the board for Avery McDonald, so that's a great way for her to continue her campaign for the San Clemente local. And Sophia, the number of years that you...
For sure, it's one of my favorite waves in the world.
And
so high performance.
Yeah, and for you, you know, having Punta Rocas as a wave that's so close to home for you. What was it like? Did you feel like there were a lot of similarities between the wave during your competitive years, or is it still pretty different?
I think there is similarities for sure, especially when the tide is a little bit lower. It could be more similar. When the tide is higher, it could be more like bells, kind of carries more water. But here comes the replay of that last wave. I think this is the 5.9. First nice turn, waiting for that section. This is the money turn. Wow, throwing lots of water, showing some spice in her surfing. She gets a 5.9 for that. Great score for her.
Yeah, really beautiful opening wrap. And then this wave just had so much more to offer on the inside.
She's waiting for that section. Here comes the money turn. We're gonna see this turn. I think this is what judges like the most of this wave. Wow, throwing a lot of water. But yeah, for sure there's similarities between this wave and lowers. I think it could be like a mixture of bells and lowers.
Yeah, I think that's a great comparison because those first couple heats that we called early this morning around 7 o'clock, it was like an hour off of high tide. There was so much more water at any tide almost. I mean, obviously if it's small at bells and it's low tide and it's really hugging the rocks, then it's not quite like that. But typically on a big swell, it is. And then with these tides starting to drain as we get closer to low tide will be around 11:30, 12 o'clock today. So midway through our day of competition, starting to just kind of stand up a little bit more and suck with a little less water off the rocks.
Exactly, a little bit more of sections.
Some great high performance scoring potential available. As we take a look now at Julia, very committed to the takeoff on that wave.
Yeah, unfortunately she falls off on that takeoff. She's staying active.
Julia's from Amsterdam. She spent her first year living in Zandervoort. And she actually is part of the Surf Top Sport Center in the Netherlands, which is in, I'm going to absolutely butcher the name of the surf spot there, but I know it. It's a very famous surf spot there in the Netherlands, Scheveningen. And she's part of the Surf Top Sport community there, which is awesome. We're going to go down to the beach quickly, though, to catch up with Rachel Tilley and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Amari, congratulations. Winning your first heat of this round. There's a long road ahead, but you started off with a great campaign. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It was a fun heat, good waves. So
talk to me about how you've been navigating, learning that lineup.
Yeah, there's a lot of competitors out there. Definitely not the usual amount of waves in a normal free surf. But yeah, just fighting with the crowd and finding some. But yeah.
Well, you've done a good job. You had great wave selection in that heat. How's your equipment feeling out there?
Super good. This is Too Happy by Channel Islands. And yeah, it feels good, like navigating the bumps and still rips up the wall.
Well, you ripped out there, so congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done, Team England, with a victory this morning. Skin Dog there on the sand with his team.
Legend Skin Dog, great surfer.
Incredible.
And his son, wow. Lucas, he's amazing.
Yeah, Lucas, his daughter Lila is also on the team. So the English team just full of the Skinner family. And great to have Skin Dog holding on to that coaching cap over the last few seasons. As we take a look now at this last wave for Julia.
Unfortunately, she finished up the top. Another good turn. That's a really nice wave of red. Surfing it really well. Milking it all the way through.
Yeah, it had a really nice section as well. We haven't seen surfers take off on too many lefts today. Do you notice much of a difference when it comes to the tides out here and the lefts and the rights becoming predominantly better or worse?
I think there's more quality rights, but every once in a while you get a left that is the best of the heat. So, you know, like, I think rides are more consistent, but you need to keep your eyes open because good lefts are there.
Julia having a look at that wave. And surfer in green now holding on to priority. As we take a look here at Julia. Nice big wrap to start things off. This will be a difference maker for her. Sitting on a couple ones right now. This is going to feel so nice to be able to unleash, find a couple of turns connected together, Sophia.
Yes, this is for sure her best wave. She served that wave way better than the others. You can tell she's more confident. Here comes green.
Anai looking at this one. She's also looking for a wave to really set her apart within this heat. Finds that first turn, but just gets a little bit stuck.
She's getting a little bit caught at the top. Here comes the set too.
Avery McDonald now drops in a 7.17 for the left, so highest score of the heat so far coming from the left.
Yeah, that was a really good left. She served it really well. From one move to the other without hesitation. Same line.
Yeah, really beautiful connection between each of those turns. No like sharp points within that line.
Exactly. Lots of flow, control.
The Guatemalan having a look at this wave. And she'll just get caught on the takeoff. Trying hard to get up to her feet. And she'll just have to reset after this. She's got that 1.6 and a 1 on the board. A 3.43 has dropped in now for last of Julia. And that does set her apart in that second place position from where her and Anai were kind of battling it out. So Anai is going to need to find a wave with an open face opportunity in a couple of turns to put herself back in that conversation. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
Avery has a really good 2 waves scores.
Yeah, 13.07 heat total for Avery, 7.17 and a 5.9. Sets her up in a really decent position to be taking out the victory, moving forward into round 2 to avoid the rapid charge round. And at this year's competition for the World Junior Surfing Championships, team of the ISA and the technical directing team has made the call just based off of time, how many surfers there are in this event, to run with only 1 rapid charge round rather than the traditional way that the ISA runs events, which is rapid charge rounds all the way until the finals day. And so each surfer that surfs in round 1 will automatically get the opportunity to surf a second round, but from there it will be elimination heats moving throughout the rest of competition. So it adds a lot of extra pressure in comparison to what surfers are used to at the ISA level. But when it comes to basically any other competition they're surfing in around,
they know that this is a time to not do any errors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, this is the time to be really sharp and look for those coveted gold medals available at the end of the week, both for the individual victories as well as the team effort that's involved here at the ISA World Junior Championships. Nice paddle now for Julia. And she's just going to kick out of that wave as it softens out. Good decision. Amazing to see the high performance center that's built here and the amount that it is pouring into the Peruvian surfing community. And for Julia back home in the Netherlands, she has that opportunity as well to be training more and to be surfing more with surfers from the Netherlands with their own version of, a sports center located close to the beach where they're able to be in the water, surfing often, training together, growing that team dynamic, even when it's not, close to a competition season, to be traveling as a team. As we take a look at her now, starting to really find her rhythm. This is exciting to see. It's one of the great things about the junior events here for the ISA is being able to see a surfer like this who's struggled in their first couple of waves now start to really unleash in the back half of this heat, starting to find that rhythm and building that confidence that's going to be so necessary moving through the rest of the competition.
For sure. She looks like a totally different...
Yeah, it's so awesome to see. As we're talking about the Performance Center here, Sophia, it must be amazing for you to see the development of what's happened within professional surfing in Peru with a site like this.
Yes, it's crazy. That center is mind-blowing. There's like a pool, there's like a gym, there's like areas to train. There's even like places to stay, like a hotel. So they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, it's really incredible. A lap pool, a full gym there just off to the left side of where the pool is. Accommodation, all with oceanfront views. There's a great skate park that's just a little bit, you know, kind of backed off of this oceanfront section. And it really gives the opportunity for this Peruvian team specifically to put in, you know, their time training out of the water, but also it's a really unique high performance center in that, you know, there's a couple more of these around the world. Australia has an incredible high performance center as well in Kingscliff in New South Wales, close to the Gold Coast, as we can take a look there at the skate park. But this is the only facility like this in the world that's built right on the beach, where the surfers are able to not have to get into their car to drive to the beach after a training session or before, after, to review footage and have chats with their coaches, but they're able to have all of this with access to just basically jump off the rocks into the water.
Exactly, oceanfront. And also oceanfront in front of a wave like Punta Rocas. That is extremely consistent, you know, so you're not gonna have a week with no surf. You're gonna be consistently training every day, having like 2-3 sessions a day, because the waves are always going to be there. So that makes a difference.
Yeah, incredibly lucky for us as well, for the ISA to be able to run an event here and to be able to experience not just the culture and to bring, you know, that Peruvian flavor back into an ISA competition across, you know, a whole event like this, because there has been other events that have run in the past in Peru, but now to be able to have a facility like this to really accommodate the, you know, the amount of people that it takes to run an event like this.
Exactly.
We got some great ceviche locations on the ground as well. I've heard that this one is pretty top notch.
Food here is incredible.
Yeah, there's lots of great accommodation down here on the beach, a lot of incredible restaurants where you can sit literally with your feet in the sand as you taste the local cuisine.
Waves and food. What else do you need, right?
Pretty much nothing in life. High performance center to be able to just sleep right here in some of these spots on the beach. Well, it looks like our heat has rounded out. An incredible victory for Avery McDonald from the USA. Made it look pretty easy out there. It's going to be exciting to see her run through the rest of competition for the Trestles Local. We'll be right back with more action when we return. We're heading into heat number 9 for our under 18 girls, round 1 for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Well, we're back with more action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Heat number 9 is out in the lineup with Linnea Mons from the USA in red, Isabel Goodwin from Panama in blue, and Ava Banfield from Barbados in the green. Ava has a look at that wave. She's just unable to get into it, and she might get caught on the inside of this one As we take a look now at Linnea Mons for Team USA in the red. To that nice opening carve, sets herself up here down the line though, and that's the money turn to finish with on the inside.
That was a really nice turn of color red. She looks really confident in her board. She carried a lot of speed in that first.
To carry that speed through.
Yeah, she did really well doing it.
So we'll have a score to drop through for first of Linnea. Isabel and Ava now looking for their opening rides. As we take a look here at the replay for our Atlantic Beach local out of Florida.
A lot of control in her board, looking for that section, eyeing it, and then going totally vertical to finish that last move. Lots of speed too, huh? She's a great surfer, you can tell. And she's confident. You can tell in her surfing she's not hesitating at all. Wow, that was great. That was great surfing.
Yeah, sharp, dynamic. Scores are in. It's a 5.83 for the start of our surfer out of Jacksonville.
Great start from Team USA, Linnea Mons.
She is such a decorated competitive surfer. It's ridiculous. You know, we've seen Linnea surfing for so many years here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, from the under 16s through to the under 18s now. She's got 8 East Coast Championship surfing titles, 10 NSSA national final finishes. So very good at making it into the gritty ends of competition, not just representing and showing up to a contest, but actually getting the work done that she needs to make sure she's there and present on finals day.
You can tell by that first wave she's really experienced. She didn't look nervous at all. She looked in total control of her board and her emotions.
She found the silver medal in the under 16s division back in 2023 at the ISA Juniors event in Brazil. And that was a really challenging event for waves. We had a couple good days at the start, and then it went basically totally flat and nearly unsurfable. So that was the first time that the ISA kind of had to consider ditching some Reparage round heats, and it really waves breaking enough to have that many podiums running. So it was a really challenging event, and for Linnea to advance through was really solid. Isabel Godwin with a great looking opening carve sets it up now for that second wrap back into the section. Hoping this wave will stand up for her a little bit more on the inside. She's gonna have a little look here, and that wave will soften out. Those first 2 turns looked beautiful.
Yeah, that was really great surfing from Isabella Goodwin from Panama. Doing one turn after another, finishing that wave. I think she felt good after that wave. And her team was proud of her. They were cheering for her. Comes red. Wow.
Wow. Dynamic opening turn. She also would have just watched her teammate, Avery, in the last heat walk away with a 7 on the board. Knowing there's some big scoring potential out there, she's going to want to match that as well.
Of course. That was a good second wave too. We'll see what the judges think. She's paddling back out. Here she comes. Eye in the section. Good first turn. Throwing a lot of water. Wow. Really smooth surfer. She has a lot of flow from rail to rail. Finishing really well that wave. I think she's gonna get a good score for that too. We'll see if it's better than her first wave. I don't know. It's kind of close, I would think. What do you think, Shannon?
Yeah, that first score of 5.83. I really liked that opening turn for this second wave. I thought that was really, it was a nice big section. She was able to time it really well. Like, she didn't force anything on the start of it. So it'll be curious to see where the judges go with it for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. That first turn looked solid.
Yeah, and it looked really sizey. You know, it could kind of be the camera angle as well, from where we're looking at it more from like that cliff view looking down. Sometimes makes things look a little bit bigger than maybe what it is, but it just looked really nice. It gave me that feeling too of wanting to go out and go surfing. And I think that's so much of what the judges are paying attention to. As we take a look now at Ava Banfield. Great takeoff, just readjusted after that last fall. And now she's going to have her first score to drop after this wave. She's looking for the end section to finish as well, and just wants to connect up into the lip does a great job to finish off here.
Nice little turn by the end from green, Ava Banfield from Barbados.
Surfer in the next heat getting ready to paddle out. It's our surfer in the white jersey from Indonesia. Sorry, from India. Kamali Prakash. And Team India has just an awesome crew that has arrived for competition this year. They've really been putting in the time behind the scenes to develop their junior squad in hopes of becoming future Olympians specifically. And so these surfers, they've got investment from their national body. They've got really good kind of overall investment from the government as well. And I think it's going to be a big game changer for the Indian surfing community.
That is so great.
Completely. We're going to go down to check in with Rachel Tilley with the winner of that last heat, Team USA.
Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, Avery from Team USA, congratulations. Your very first ISA. Talk to me about how it is feeling being here representing your country.
It feels amazing. It's like being part of something so much bigger, and like on a team, especially in surfing, is so cool. I love it.
Well, getting ready here, you know,
especially like with the crowd, there's like, I don't know, 400 kids here. It's insane. It's like a QS on steroids. But getting a wave has been hard, and reading it kind of feels like lowers out like when you're looking at the waves. So that's been a nice advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you looked very comfortable and at home out there. Speaking of home, is there anything you'd like to say back to your family that's watching in San Clemente?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my dad, my brothers if they're watching, and just anyone who's watching. Love you guys.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your heat win, and I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Avery. She did mention in her bio that she loves chicken. I was wondering if she was going to talk about her love of chicken during her post interview. She didn't, but we know, and now we'll be able to chat about that through the rest of her event here and see if she eats a little chicken on the side, gives her that extra protein, that energy that she needs to continue surfing the wave.
That this wave looks like lowers. That's the wave she surfs every day. So you could tell she was really confident out there, and she had great scores.
Yeah, scores reflective of, you know, feeling that extra level of comfort, which is awesome. And I like that, you know, comparison to this being like a QS on steroids. It's got to be like 3 QSs combined with the number of surfers free surfing and just trying to find your positioning in the lineup and hope that you actually get into a wave and then you get to ride the whole wave, and you know, kind of having that level of respect in the lineup when there's so many surfers and not wanting to necessarily be snaking people or anything like that, but also the reality of trying to get a couple waves in a session just to get to know a place has got to be pretty challenging.
Of course. Here comes Red in a wave.
All right, Linnea, she's got a 7.5 for that last wave. Better is the wave that we saw from Avery of a 7.17 in that last heat. She's going to go down here. You know, board just gets caught a little bit funny in that last bottom turn. But wow, that 7.5 really set the standard.
The bumpy section with that white wash water. But she's surfing great. She looks really confident.
And with scores like that now, she knows that she can kind of relax and start surfing to her own, you know, kind of game. Sitting with 13 points on the board, a 7.5, a 5.83, knowing that the rest of the surfers don't have anything decent on the scoreboard yet, that she's not in a really threatened position right now. For Isabel Godwin, she has the opportunity to get herself in a better position, and it looks like, unfortunately, those two may be connected a little bit. Ava trying to get herself out of the way and duck dive deeper. Isabel trying to navigate that, you know, whitewater that she found herself in.
Almost looked like they collapsed.
Yeah, I was hoping that they were just going to be able to avoid each other, but I feel like the way that Isabel fell probably shows that, you know, maybe her board connected. Linnea on a great looking wave. Nice shape to this one. It looks like that closeout down the line. She falls on the first turn, but what do you think about that kind of wave quality?
I think the wave quality was amazing. Unfortunately, she fell off. If not, she would have, I think, had the opportunity to have a couple really good sections. She's still super fine in this heat. She has a 7.5 and a 5.83, still 7 minutes to go. So she's going to paddle back out and try it again. She knows what waves are the best ones by now, I think.
Ava now having a look. Nice, decent paddle here to get into this wave. Sitting on a 2.17 at the moment. Drives back into that first section really well. Setting herself up here for another big snap. And has to navigate some kind of bumps down the face of this wave. Connects with the end section, goes for the layback, but won't be able to pull it off. And a decent effort there for Ava.
For 1 second, I thought she was going to stand up from that layback.
I was so hopeful. Decent section to try and finish off. She's from Bridgetown in Barbados. Loves surfing at South Point. She took out the first place in the under-18s Girl Surfer of the Year and the number 3 at the Soup Bowl event in Barbados. They've got some really awesome reef breaks. There's some QSs that are running now there, and it's become a location that a lot of surfers in this kind of America's region are competing in pretty often, specifically for those surfers in that North American kind of contest circuit end up competing in. So for Ava, she'd have a lot of friends reconnecting from different parts of the world that she'd see down here this week.
I've never been to Barbados, but I've heard there's some really good waves there.
Yeah, I've never been personally myself, but I just know there's, you know, so many surfers that rave about the wave quality, have a really fun time when they go there for their events. And it's awesome to see the growth of the team continuing on. Five minutes remaining on the clock. Currently it's Team USA with a strong lead on the field with a 7.5 and a 5.83. Isabel Goodwin is chasing down a 9.33 to take the leading position. But really the more important part of the conversation is that there's not a massive amount dividing her and Ava Bamfield currently in that second place position. Ava's only chasing down a 3.24 to get herself into that second place spot and to avoid the Reparage round.
Ava's still paddling back out, right?
Yeah, she's got a long paddle to get back out. She might even have a look at this one on the inside. We'll see if she's going to be able to get into it. And she's got that prone takeoff. That wave's not going to amount to anything for her. Pay attention on the outside and see if Linnea, she is just on an absolute tear. This is going to be a really fun part of the heat for her now. She's in a great leading position, and she gets to just be freed up to take off on one of the sets of the day here for Linnea. Unfortunately, just gets her foot caught, slips off the wax.
That wave looked so good, right? It's just like, it's a little bit bumpy, I think.
Yeah.
It's hard to drive through those bumps. But that first turn was mind-blowing. It was so good. It was critical.
Yeah, that was really awesome. But yeah, like you said, the face of the waves have a lot of bump on them. So it'd be really challenging to keep that smooth line and not have any of those hiccups.
I think that wave had the potential for like an excellent score. Of commitment. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, I think the back foot kind of slipped. Look at this bottom turn too. Straight to the top. Boom. Smashing it.
Yeah, that first turn was so good. And then it's just in that extension of her back foot that it slips off the tail pad. So an unfortunate wipeout, but she's already in a great leading position as far as her advancement through in this heat goes, and getting to potentially catch at least one more wave out here. The nice thing with that is that she doesn't have such a long paddle out. Because she didn't surf from all the way out the back, all the way into the shoreline.
She still has the opportunity to get one more wave.
Yeah. Ava on the inside, she went for that last little wave and it just wasn't able to work out for her. She's chasing down a 3.24, which absolutely could come from a smaller inside wave. You know, you get one good turn, maybe two smaller turns connected together, and you're looking at that score.
And she also knows that red and blue have priority 1 and 2, so I think it's kind of good that she's staying out of the pack, just so she has the opportunity to get another wave. She needs a 3.24. That's not a high score.
"17-year-old Isabel Good win from Panama. She's from Costa Esmeralda. Loves surfing at Santa Catalina, specifically. And she surfs a lot of events through Florida and in the QS as well. So she's able to get herself into a lot of surf competition opportunities. And Ava, with the opportunity to try and battle back into that second place position, just slips on that first turn, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, she fails on that wave. That was a good-looking wave. There's a lot of bump. It's hard to manage those bumps sometimes. I think it's getting a little bit windier even.
Yeah, you can see there's some white caps now, which from our first heat of this rotation, heat number 7, there were no white caps. It was just that little bit of bump on the surface.
Yeah.
So in the last 30 minutes, really starting to just get a little bit stronger. Like you said, it's uncharacteristic.
It is.
Down to 25 seconds on the clock. And we'll see Isabel now with the chance to hold on to that advancing position in the top 2 spots. Just work kind of patiently pacing this to see if it's going to give her some decent scoring potential, and the opportunity to take that board vertical does really well to just, you know, navigate that kind of midsection of the wave. Some smooth surfing, and now connecting through to the inside. With that, she'll definitely be holding on to that second place position. She is chasing a 9.33, so she won't be able to take away that leading spot from Linnea Mons for Team USA, as they're already on a tear this morning, but a great way for Isabel to round out her heat.
Yeah, Team USA doing things really well.
Well, another great heat underway after this. And Linnea Mons taking out the victory with a 7.5 and a 5.83. More action when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
We are committed to that cause, a better world through surfing. Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, live from Punta, Rocas here in Peru. Chris Cote with Mitch Salazar in the lineup. We've got representatives from Portugal, Peru, Uruguay, and India. For the first time, we have a team from India competing here at the World Junior Championships. We're going to see Kamali Prakash representing Team India, Miriam Leal, Portugal, Camilla Sunday, and Florence Romy. So Uruguay, Peru, Portugal, and India. This is going to be an exciting one, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. You know, for Camila Sunday out of Peru, this is her favorite wave. She's from Lima, so, 40 minutes north from here. And most importantly, having the high performance center that we're at right now broadcasting from. This is a location that a lot of these Peruvian juniors know not only exceptionally well, they're extremely well coached. Cristobal de Col, who's the head coach now for the Peruvian team, won this event.
Judging by those first 2 turns, she knows this wave really well. She knew exactly where to put her board on the face of this wave, carving through to the inside. That is just great surfing. What a way to start her heat. With 17.5 to go, she is going to be launching into the lead.
Yeah, and with a 4-person heat, there's been a couple three-person heats out there in this round so far. My paddle back out personally would be a bit slower, knowing that there are some ones that break a bit wider. There's a chance for you to get your backup score immediately paddling out. So one thing about here, I've never seen it really get below, head high at any point. The second time I've been here, and it's truly one of the most consistent places on the planet, Chris. I mean, just look at that. Line after line out here at Punta Rocas.
Wow, you see an explosion of
dolphins,
fish and dolphins out the back. That is wildlife, but it's most wild. But meanwhile, on the inside, you've got your surfer in white. Blue?
Kamali, yeah, in white.
Yeah, Kamali Prakash. Wow, high speed down the line for Prakash. Feeding nicely out the back. Well, I wouldn't say nicely. They're going nuts.
Yeah, I mean.
That is so cool. This is like a free dolphin show.
It's pretty crazy. Whoa.
So I think what they're doing is they kick their fins like that and they stun the fish and then they eat them.
Seems like they're having a good time.
It's like a different type of way to make sushi. All natural.
Nature's way.
Yeah. Wow, so just beautiful wildlife and action in the lineup. Let's talk a little about Kamali Prakash, 15 years old. She surfs Mahab's Point Break. She's riding a Mayhem Lost surfboard. 2-time national champion in the open category.
Nice.
She's not surfing, she's listening to music. And she's proud to represent India in competitive surfing. Comes from the beaches of Tamil Nadu. First learned to surf at a young age and fell in love with the ocean. And here she is. This is that replay from that first wave. This was a nice little insider.
Yeah, and really solid carve right here, too. On rail the entire time. Had to stage it at one point of the maneuver, but did it very well just to capitalize on an insider. So a 3 in, one of the most populated countries in the world. You'd think eventually they'd have, surfers get to this point right here. They surf in the Asian Champions quite a bit.
They hosted the Asian Championships just a few months ago.
And they've competed over in the Maldives before, so it's kind of surprising that this is their first time competing here at the juniors. We've seen them at the Open, though, but as you said, record nations, record number of surfers, too. 400-plus surfers represented right here through all 4 divisions.
Well, a solid start for Kamali, a 3-point ride. Camilla Sende comes through with a 5.33. She's already back outside, waiting for the next set to roll through. I gotta say, the Team India representatives that came through for the last couple of World Surfing Games, some of the nicest, funniest, just coolest talent there. I mean, you saw what Kamali did on her opening wave. She rips. I never heard that name before. And so that's another reason why I love coming down here to work these ISA junior events, because, my eyes are just opening even wider. India is, I would say, low-key one of the fastest-growing surf nations in ISA competition.
100%, and if there's a lot of good waves over there. Taylor Steele's Castle in the Sky. Dave Rostovich has a really sick section in there. Amazing backdrops. Kalani Robb also went too. And, we all know about the area surrounding India, the Maldives. There's other places around there. Sri Lanka has incredible waves. But India itself has plentiful of waves. The only thing that maybe affects it is the consistency. You don't see that as much, but it's definitely an active ocean when it's on. So surf trip is definitely in your future.
You know what they had of that I love? They have a lot of that I love.
Curry?
Sand bottom point breaks. 13:15 left. We're looking at Camilla Sande in the lead with a set rolling through now. Florence Rome, 1.17. Leal only sitting on a 0.67 for now.
Yeah, Portugal, another great country too. They have a lot of support from their government and tend to travel. They're really strong team. Seems the case yet again. Here's Florence now.
Uh-oh. Whoa. Quick reaction time there for Rome. I like this. A lot of energy coming down the line here.
Yep.
This wave kind of doing some strange things, but she made the most of it. So Team Uruguay will be happy with that. That'll probably bump that 1.17 over and give her a higher score to add to her score line.
Maybe moves into second too. Needs a high 1 for that. There's maybe yes or no right there. Could be a split decision, but at this point of the heat, you know, with the 3 already of Prakash, that's a good score. And Juliao right here, I mean, she only has the 0.67, so lots of time.
We see Florence Romay representing Team Uruguay making her way back to the takeoff zone. We got 12 minutes left. We're going to go down to Rachel Tilley with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Linnea getting the highest single wave score of the event so far and the highest heat total of the event so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great. Little nervous just because first heat nerves, and it's a big contest, a lot of people, a lot of heats, but the waves are so fun right now, so rippable, so couldn't be more stoked to be able to surf such an amazing wave.
Well, your teammate Avery in the heat before you previously had the highest single wave score and highest heat total until you just took that from her. And she was cheering here during her post-heat interview for you. Team USA creating some great strategy out there. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, definitely when I saw her get the 7, I wanted to snatch that highest wave score from her and do better. But yeah, it's cool to see my team doing good. Cool to see her get like some sick waves because that just fires you up and you want to, you know, do better than your camaraderie. And we're all, I think, good strategy, good coaches, and definitely some good USA pride.
Absolutely. You can hear that camaraderie when you were ripping out there. So congratulations, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Team USA, developing story, all of their surfers putting up big numbers. And they have fielded, I would say, probably one of the strongest complete teams that we've seen from Team USA in the better part of the last few years. Linnea Mons, I mean, proving that point right there with the highest single wave score, ripping on her backhand, looking very at home down here in Peru.
Couple young men that are in the event too that are first timers. Brody Price from Santa Cruz. This wave resembles, you know, Steamers and Pleasure Point quite a bit. I think
I could see that.
He's going to have a strong performance out here. Will Dean in one of his last years, he's the captain now. I like their chances of doing well in the top 4. You know, I truly think, especially with Ryan at the helm, coaching-wise, they got a good shot right here in Peru.
2 great surfers from Encinitas, California as well.
Dane Libby.
This has a seaside, a slow start, but she's making it count. This wave is looking nice. She's looking to get a 2.53 to get herself one of these top 2 spots, and I think she's done that and more. Inside section, decimated. Great surfing there from Miriam Juliao, Team Portugal. I mean, you expect amazing surfing when you're representing that powerhouse team, Portugal, at any level. So that right there is much more indicative of what we expect to see from Miriam Juliao. She's going to be on the board in a big way. Meanwhile, out the back, Team Peru shows her local knowledge. Cut out to the back and just up and over. A little too late there for Kamali Prakash. Some action here with 8 minutes and 45 seconds left. That was a really nicely surfed wave for Julia.
Yes, it was, and you know, I really like the body language, but there's one moment of quality on the inside where she gets that body torque in right there, and as you said, a lot of pride right there with the Portuguese surfers, but they have a lot of big events too, so they have things to aspire to look up to, and you know, a couple of Olympians already on the women's side. You have Yolanda Hopkins, you have Teresa Bombolo, who have done extremely well. Yo-Yo actually just qualified for the tour a few months ago, over there in Saquarema, Brazil. So they have a Portuguese surfer, first full-time Portuguese surfer on the women's side on the championship tour. But once again, most surfers from Portugal have always done well in these types of waves. Longer waves, more open ocean, and importantly...
For sure, I mean, Portugal's team, always strong. They have Jamie Vaselko.
Yeah, he's gnarly.
Yeah, younger brother of Kika Vaselko, who we know is a World Junior Champion.
Yep.
Teresa Pereira, Lua Elias Escudero, and getting our attention back is Miriam Juliao. I mean, come on. Perfect style, quick, snappy turns. Knows exactly where to place them and finishes all the way through the inside. So it goes down on our final turn, but the damage was done. Starting off with a speed, power, flow all the way down the line. There was a few moments where the wave gave her a little bit more of a critical section to work with. So now we see Prakash. One big carve there. This wave could reform through this inside. There's that sketchy boil where that rock just pops right up underneath the surfers. You got to really be aware of your surroundings out here at Punta Rocas, named because it is a point break and it's covered in rocks.
Rocky Point.
There you go.
Yeah. Same thing as the one in El Salvador, but this one with the S at the end, the other one just Roca. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And, you know, so many waves they can really go to try to practice this and resemble it. But to your point, not every wave is perfect out here. And there's certain sections where you have to be a bit more patient, maybe step on the gas a little bit more too.
Leandro Osuna, one of our co-announcers.
Yeah, he won
a
here.
multi-time medalist. He says he looks out here and he gets Wind and Sea vibes. Wind and Sea, an iconic break in La Jolla, California.
Well, you called it Swamis.
I do have the feeling of that here. There's some, and on any given day, you know, most days, like, you got a pretty good crowd out here. There's a lot of really good surfers in this area, but it's so vast. You know, unlike other peak waves like lower trestles where there's really only like one proper takeoff spot. You can take off all the way, especially on this left, on that inside section, plenty of opportunities up and down this point. So with 5:23 to go, as expected, Juliao comes through, 5.77 added to that 4.33. She's in the lead now. Sande, second place. Right there, though, I mean, what, just under a point separating those two. Prakash now coming back. She just dropped a 1.33. She now needs a 6.90, which would be the highest single wave score of this heat, but we know she's got the skills. She's got to put herself on a solid set wave and make every turn count. And Florence Romay, 2.03, so a respectable start there for Team Uruguay. But time is not on their side. We're winding down. We're inside of 5 minutes.
And they're needing some pretty big scores, too. A 6.9, a 7.87. Those are, you know, two of the best scores we've seen all events. So the requirements are high for them. Talent's out there. They need to be on the right wave, though. But I'm really impressed with Julia right here. I mean, talk about consistency, being on the right wave. She started off with the 0 for 0.67. That one's thrown away. Then she improved at the right moment, too. But you shouldn't be going on unnecessary waves. It's a long paddle out. You're going to exert yourself. And I know for the most part, you're probably only going to surf once, twice a day at the most part on certain days. But why get to that point, Chris? Put yourself in a good mindset, into a good rhythm that you're probably going to have to, you know, get yourself to during the consistency of the event. 9 days of competing here. That's a long one.
That is one of the longer events you'll see in the entire calendar, with over 450 surfers competing. Yeah, we need a lot of time. And, you know, we're not going to rush anything. Every heat, every wave, every surfer will get full attention from our judges. Double podiums as well. If you want to see the results from Podium 2, go to isasurf.org. All the results will be available. And also, you should check out ISA Surf on Instagram. A lot of updates, behind the scenes, incredible photography. We brought all of our aces down here to cover this event. Wrap-ups every single day. The social media team for ISA does things at a very high level. We love to see it. 3 minutes left.
So 2 key things right here. As you can see, the biggest waves, not always the best ones. And one thing that you pointed out that is so different to this location to many others that we've had at the juniors in the past, despite it being a point break, it moves a lot. There's not one primate takeoff spot.
Well, here is your current leader, Juliao, on that sharp eye surfboard, living up to its name, looking sharp and precise all the way through to this inside. I love the extension on these turns. Even though the wave flattened out a little bit, I mean, she made those turns impactful, going super fast too. You can tell she is so connected to that board. And here's your second place surfer. So feels like this heat is going to end as it started with Juliao and Sande going wave for wave. So the highest single wave score, that 5.77. But I'm liking this wave from Camila Sande, representing Peru well. This is her home break. Wisely goes around that inside section, but here's where things get rocky. Literally. That is a sketchy area to be in.
Yeah.
So there are urchins in there.
Barnacles.
There's uneven rocks. It's pretty gnarly in that section, but as you can see, Sande, she's been here probably a million times. She's unafraid. If I was in that position, I would be trying to starfish and just stay on top of the water, but Sande knows this break. Like Sande with those extended, beautiful turns.
I'd still go blue over red personally. I like more intensity, just the body language, especially the way she kicked out too with a lot of authority. I mean, to me, she improves on the low 4 by a mile right here. And I think Sandai probably does improve on her mid 4 as well. But just look at this, dude. How consistent is it out there? I mean, every heat has had plenty of chances. And you got 3, 4 people out there in 20 minutes. You know you're going to have at least 2, 3 opportunities in those 20 minutes to get a good wave.
You know, there's a reason why this is probably, I'd say, the premier competitive venue here in Peru. You know, you have some big wave spots, Punta de Lobos, down the coast. You have obviously a lot of great waves in this area. You have the world's longest left. You know, it's 8 hours down in Chicama. But this wave right here is just perfectly suited to surf competition. Like you said, super consistent. I mean, when it's flat here, it's basically head high. With the world's best juniors here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, because this place can handle it, can handle an event of this magnitude. Speaking of handling it, Miriam Juliao unofficially gets the win. Mia Sandé come through in second place. This was that last wave that we loved. Miriam Juliao. Put her on the list of contenders. And so much more to come. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas, and we will continue to be live after these brief messages. We'll be right back.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas in Peru. Chris Cote, I'm with Mitchell Salazar. We're loving every minute of it. These juniors are absolutely ripping. We're seeing top talents from 57 nations competing. And this is a heat that is unique to ISA competition because we have Tahiti, Argentina, China, and Morocco all in one heat. That only happens here at the ISA contests. So we're excited to see what Mililani Simon, Albertina Torre, Zhang Jingsing, and Reina Squally will do in this lineup that has been pumping. And let's talk about Jingsing representing China. I would say over the past 2 or 3 years, the most improved team.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember still the first couple times that China fielded junior surfers and surfers in the World Surfing Games, you know, they were just kind of getting things going. But, I mean, you can tell they've been training, they've been surfing, they've been working at it. And it shows every time these Chinese surfers take to these heats, they're better than the previous heat. And it's a pretty cool story.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but 22 World Surfing Games Huntington, I think they stayed in Irvine for about a month and a half before the event even started. So they had been a great team. They're getting better every year. They actually have a QS that's going to happen in a few days over there in Hainan, Ryu Bay. So a lot of good things developing in China. It had to happen eventually. They're the most populated country in the world. They have a lot of support, a lot of great support during the Olympics too. So I think eventually we're going to see them really reach the top of the pinnacle in surfing.
And I just watched a video with Rob Kelly, Jake Beach. So that's kind of your best case scenario, right? Practice in the wave pool,
double duty,
learn airs, learn the fundamentals of launching, and then take it right to the ocean. So yeah, big things coming. I mean, and China right now, if you look at snowboarding, they're starting to dominate. Yeah. I mean, they're in competitive snowboarding at the Olympic level. They're already medaling, and you know, these are young athletes that are taking it to the best of the best. I mean, we're seeing it happen in skateboarding. So of course, why not surfing? I mean, when you have a country that is really focused on, you know, Olympic sports, right? They have probably some of the most medals in the history of the Olympics at this point. When it was announced that surfing was going to be in the Olympics, China said, they just raised their hand. All right, we're in. And they have been really committed to it. It's been really fun to watch. So as it stands now, Jingxing Zhang, Team China with the 3.4 in the lead. Simon from Tahiti with a 2.83 to start. Albertina Torre with a 1.77. Yet to see Squally. But there's a big set rolling through. Here we go, Jingxing again. Solid on her backhand, setting things up. Here's where things could get a little critical. Gets around the section. Nails the whitewater there. Perfectly placed turn. And again, making the most. That's how you sell it to the judges, right? You know, those sections weren't exactly critical, but where she did the turn made it look like that was the best part of the wave to do those turns. So speed, power, flow, that equation right there.
Read, and you just talk about those sharp eyes right now, Chris. A lot of surfers in the event on the sharp eyes, some of the most high performance boards on the planet, and Marcio Zuvi, the incredible team down there in San Diego. They've been doing some amazing stuff, really, when it comes to the junior level surfers. 3 other great surfers in the heat, though. I mean, Simone and her sister, Kahili, also great surfers. Meanwhile, surfer in white, Squally, she got 3rd at a Pro Junior over there in France a few months ago, 18 years old out of Casablanca, so good experience. Here goes Miliani, though, Tahitian.
Ooh, this is a good-looking wave. Nice launch into this one. Big carve, straight back into the pocket. This one's standing up through this inside section. A lot of whitewater on the face of this wave, making it a little bit harder to engage at the fins. That turn was fiery.
Ooh.
Another quick snap down the line. Wow, Simon. You can hear the beach going wild, still at it.
Oh, that was sick.
Just carving this wave to pieces. That was excellent surfing for Mililani Simon, and not easy to do because you saw all the foam right on that wave.
Looking at Zhang first right here, Chris, talking about the flow aspect of things. Opening carve is decent, but then she gets to work into the lip, really slides the fins right there. Beautiful bottom turn, held it for a while. And you can just see right here, her timing was on point on this wave, even with the little foam climb right at the end. So to me, that should be at least in the good range of things. And then right here, Miliani on the outside. So a bit mistimed on the second one. First roundhouse is beautiful, well done. But then you can see right here, she kind of has to go around her opponent and just gets a little hung up coming out of that turn right there. Makes up for it though on the inside. Good rail surfing, then starts going into the lip, into it once right there, and then the second one much better. Good timing with the whitewater, and then she just fully commits to the rail every single time. That's some great surfing right there by Miliani. That should be a big score.
Of the day. So right here, she's just kind of working through the foam. But great decision making there to stay with this one.
Oh, how committed was that thing too? I mean, fully lays into it, and you can just see right here her body language is great.
Yeah, that carve right in the middle of the wave was.
And that's mature surfing. I mean, for somebody her age, surfing up in the U18s too, ain't easy to do, especially with your legs burning at the end of this wave. So, you know, did very well with the wave that she had on offer, Chris.
And she's best friends with her teammate. She actually born and raised surfing Papara.
Yep,
beach break in Tahiti. But here we have Albertina Torre. You know, it wasn't always that young kids had good, clean style. You know, you kind of would see a lot of them just figuring things out.
Right.
But, I mean, you're watching this heat right here, and it's like they're all really smooth. So I'm liking that style is making a big comeback in the junior division. So you were right, Mitch. I was right. Anybody who loved that last wave from Miliani Simon was right. And the judges agree with all of us. 7-5 forced.
It's a good point right there at the end. Once you force things and, you know, they look off, it never really looks good in the judges' eyes, and you want to make things smooth. And especially at a wave like this that is so random at times, too. It stands up, it goes flat. You want to measure it and time it well. So good effort right there by Simone, and dropping what seems to be the highest score of the event so far, the 7-5. And Already a good heat total with the small backup, too, a 2.83. Look at the score for Zhang, too, 6.67. So both of them at least in the get range right there.
Things are starting to escalate here at Punta Rocas. Current leader, Miliani Simon, born in Tahiti, spends her time on the beach in front of her house, surfing, snorkeling, swimming, paddling. She just loves to play in the ocean. She also plays piano, and her sister plays ukulele and guitar, so they pretty much have a family band.
Yeah. A lot of good siblings from Tahiti. You have the Voss, you know, Ailan, Kaoli, Nike, who's been charging quite a bit. Tereva, his uncle Poto Vetea was the first person from Tahiti to qualify. Kevin and Michelle Perez, Matahi and Manoa. So a lot of great surfers. It truly always has been a family thing in Tahiti.
Kaoli, Ailan.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, that list goes on and on for sure. 9.5 to go. And here is Jinxing. She kind of found herself a nice-looking right-hander here. A little bit flat on the face, but she's being calm, patient, waiting for this wave to stand up through the inside. Quick little hello from that fish. As we see, Jinxing, you know, not forcing the issue.
Oh.
Until then. Loved that turn. Solid finish there. That had to do something kind of wild and switch her turns up. She's Squally right there. Just as you had mentioned, this wave can be pretty unpredictable. Just on the wrong side of the lump there, she goes down. And that last wave comes through. Jinxing jumps into the lead, but now Simon has something to say about it. Doesn't like the look of that one. 8:20 to go. Surfers making their way back in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Standing by now with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Miriam, congratulations. A heat win. I can see the relief on your face. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm very happy to pass this heat and now focus in next heat. Thank you for my team, Portugal, and go Portugal.
Your team has so much energy around you. It's fun to see all of you guys working together. Speaking of everyone at home also supporting you, would you like to say anything in Portuguese?
Obrigada a todas as pessoas em Portugal que nos estão a ver. Queria agradecer à minha família, aos meus patrocinadores e bora Portugal.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Congrats. You know, it's wild when you're watching the surfing. You're thinking, wow, these are grown-ups out there, absolutely shredding. And then when you go onto the website, you look at some of the bios, you watch the post-heat interviews. I mean, these are kids who are surfing like adult surfers. I mean, the future of surfing is looking so bright.
Yeah.
With every heat we see, with some of the new names popping up. I mean, Prakash we saw from Team India in that heat was a new name for me that now I'm a big fan of already. So even if you lose in these early rounds, you do have another opportunity in our elimination round. But just that one glimpse can give you a good memory and, just foreshadowing for the future of female surfing right now as we're watching girls 18 and under all day long here on Podium 1.
I like it when they involve their culture in their surfing too. You see their expression in that sense as well. Portuguese tend to be very back-footed, a lot of power surfers over there. It's a reflection of the waves that they typically have on offer. And we saw that with Juliao. Here goes Rania now. She needs a big score right here, Chris.
Well, good turn to start. I mean, she's a great surfer. She's just been a little bit unlucky positioning-wise in this lineup. This wave's looking nice on the inside. So 3, 4, nice carving turns. Looks like a little speed track here. Here's where the rocks start to pop up. So good, solid, powerful, fundamental surfing there for Reina Squally. That's how you surf your way into one of those top 2 spots. That was nicely done.
Yeah, and well, she's needing, something excellent right now. That'll diminish the requirement here, but Simone's got something to say about that.
Yeah, so this is how you play some defense here. Well, second wave in a row for Simone that kind of just flattened out. Wise decision not to keep going on those waves. Still has 5 minutes, 24 seconds left. But Jinxing comes through. 6.67 and a 5.70, one of the highest heat totals we've seen of the day so far. The 12.17, Team China.
She's been pretty darn good so far.
Oh,
3 waves, too.
Well, Albertina Torre, still in this, 18 years old from Mar del Plata. home of Leandro Osuna, multi-time gold medalist and one of our co-announcers. If you want to hear the Spanish broadcast, you can just click the tab there. We've got an awesome crew talking you through it in Espanol. All of the sponsors, all of the shout-outs that these team members are showing is pretty cool. It's basically a way to make yourself sound really smart 5 years from now when you say, oh no, I knew about jinxing 5 years ago. She won the Junior Surfing Championship. ISAsurf.org, click the Teams tab, and then click the flag next to who you want to know about. You got photos of most all of the athletes, some cool little tidbits, and it's a pretty cool way to find out more about the future of surfing that's happening right now at Punta Rocas. 4 minutes to go. And there you see a quick switch there.
Yeah.
Reina Squally comes through at the 4.43.
Oh.
Now she needs a 5.91. That's a big jump.
Yeah, attainable for sure. And, you know, to your point of jump, they do so well here. They have a confidence boost going into the next event. And now they're winning, you know, another major event afterwards. So it really is, to me, you know, somewhere where you're going to see these people down the line compete against them once again. And then all of a sudden, you start beating each other. You're really competing against each other more often. Then you go to the bigger international events after this one, World Surfing Games, you know, Challenger Series, World Championship Tour. You see a lot of those people already develop themselves here. And then once you start seeing yourself, you remember those other good times, and you're like, hey, remember that one time I got you in ISA Juniors?
Yeah, this is where the long memory of surfers starts.
Yeah.
You know, they go, let's say it's 2035, and they're surfing against each other at the World Surfing Games for a gold medal. I remember you. I remember what you did to me at Punta Rocas. Now I want revenge. Well, for Reina Squally, she did come through at that 4.33. She's 18 years old from Casablanca, Morocco. She surfs at Anza, the right and the left. I didn't know there was lefts in Morocco. She's riding a Lost 5.7 Roundtail. Rides for Mouse, Rip Curl, FCS, Laboratoire de Biarritz. She has had some success in junior competition. Her hobbies are surfing, skating, kickboxing, and cat adoptions. Bless her heart. Cat adoptions. That's a great hobby to have. So thank you, Reina Squally, for your service and helping keep the cat population in Morocco happy and healthy.
You know, silver medalist back in 24 at World Surfing Games. Teva Bushqua, an incredible surfer who I'm excited to see, you know, compete in the next few months as well. But overall, I think their junior team has definitely been something that, you know, they've developed a lot more. They get a lot of surfers that are originally from Morocco, but they moved to France, so sometimes it's hard to really recruit them because they're not necessarily in the country anymore. But for the most part, talk about one of the most underrated locations to go on for a surf trip. Morocco has some incredible waves, and not just right-handers. Beach breaks, a couple lefts, a couple other point breaks too. You name it, they got it, Chris.
Team Morocco, they've got Reina Yassine. So, solid squad. And it's a good scouting report for us because most of the names we're seeing on Team Morocco, I haven't seen compete before, so I'm excited. I got high hopes. And we've basically taken the best junior surfers from the 57 nations we have. If you look at the bios, I mean, so many, you know, state champs, national champs, junior champs from the area. A lot of these surfers, you know, 17 and 18-year-olds have already had, you know, competitive success at the World Surfing Games level in QS events and, of course, in high-rated junior events around the world as well. So, I mean, we probably have hundreds of national champs competing this year in 2025.
And multi-sport athletes, a lot of them, too.
And here we go. Albertina Torre. Nice deep bottom turn straight up into it. Nice and patient. Stylish. Comes around that section. She's looking for a 910. Most likely won't be it, but that's going to be a good momentum kind of push for her to carry into her next heat.
Oh.
Nice snap there on the inside. Solid finish there for Torre. But it's going to be Liliani Simon representing Tahiti in the top spot. Zheng Jingxing from China in second. So big moves for Team China. Do lose Albertina Torre and Reina Squally to the elimination round, but they'll have another chance to get back onto the main podium. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the girls under 18 here at Podium 1, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stick around. We'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and push.
You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back, beautiful Punta, Rocas, Peru. This is 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. I'm already so impressed, and it's only day one. I mean, it's 10:54 local time here at Punta Rocas. We've seen some big numbers flying across the screen and huge performances from our surfers representing 57 nations. Here we go. This is one of the best to do it for the junior team out of Japan. That was Mirai Ikeda, and I'll take credit for that. That was the commentator curse. My bad, Mirai. Everybody getting started now. This is Raffaella Montesi.
Wow.
That was a solid turn there. I mean, when Mitchell starts grunting like that, you know the surfer has done something huge. So 18:20 to start here. These are 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers that stay in the main round. Pretty gnarly in there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But she did, again, she's just all poise, no fear. Straight through those rock with no problem. Tells me that Chile has a lot of similar breaks to this.
And to quote Cody Maverick, you're going to want to watch it over and over and over again.
Your wish is our command.
So Montesi right here, I mean, that carve is just spectacular. Fully lays it on rail, committed in the pocket the entire time. Rest of the wave pretty flat, but she just keeps the rails engaged the entire time. So no downtime for her. And this should be, you know, a decent score to start things off. But very similar weather, a lot of similar waves too. And, you know, I think the main thing for them, the landscape is super similar too. Very desertic. It's a really short trip for them. They should feel right at home right here. Interesting though, there's a lot of Chileans and a lot of Peruvians that haven't been to either country, despite them being neighbor countries. So, you know, that's always surprising to me, knowing that it's pretty close by.
Here we go, Jasmine Studer.
Oof.
Representing Indonesia. Nice. 2-turn combo. I know I've heard this name before, but I can't quite put it together where I've seen Jasmine surf, but all I can say is that right there was excellent surfing. I mean, you could have done much more on your backhand through those sections. Super fast all the way down the line. Everything in its proper place. Nice flow.
It's got to be at least in the get range, right, Chris? I mean, you talk about flow, just connecting the dots from start to finish. You compare it to the 6 that Montesi just dropped right here. To me, this is another good wave. We have one of the best in the world right here, though. Ikeda, she's on the Challenger, and she's done well the last few events, Chris.
Yeah, this is more like the Mirai Ikeda that we've been watching rise through the ranks over the past few years.
It's a gnarly heat right here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most competitive heats we've seen of the morning, just in terms of the names we're looking at. So I would say Mirai saying, hey, watch. Just watch what I got here.
Yeah.
And they've been impressive already. I mean, Montesi comes through with a 6-point ride. I think that last wave from Studer is going to be a solid number. On paper, this is definitely one of our favorite heats of the morning.
Well, just being honest, Indonesia's always had the talent. They have the waves.
It's hard to leave. That's the problem.
They lack consistency of variety, you know, and you know, it's hard to compete when waves are good at home.
Oh, my goodness. Ikeda, on her way back out, identifies this right-hander and just launches herself through the bottom turn, and that was a pretty radical section.
Damage was done, though.
Yeah, those first 3 turns were spectacular.
In a row, too, and that's what we were talking about. Sometimes it takes your time to get going. Look at the score for Studer, though. This is a heat right here,
Yeah,
Chris.
617 for Jasmine Studer. That last straight from Mariah Ikeda almost clicked into a different level here.
Yeah, this first turn, very impressive. Deep bottoms. Her bottom turn, a lot of white water in the face right there. That disengages the fins for her, so off balance for the last one. She's going to go down, but, 3 in a row, and they were all strong. So, to me, I think this is the best wave we've seen all day so far. I think, looking at the 7.5 of Simone, there it is. Judges agree.
Yeah, 817. So that right there, a clear signal from the judges. You don't have to do 20 turns down the line. If you do 3 massive, fast turns in the most critical section of the wave, you will be rewarded. And Mariah Ikeda comes through with now one of the highest totals of the event. So Mariah's 18 years old. Her favorite break in the world is Haleiwa. I'm seeing shades of Haleiwa on a smaller day out here.
Yeah.
So ships in 2022. She got 3rd in the under 16s. But here we go, Studer. Pair of nice backhand whips. Super strong surfing here from the Indonesian. And I'm not mad at that.
No.
I like to see full commitment into that end section. 13-15, the judges have something to think about now from Jasmine Studer. So our surfers wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass where we've got Rachel Tilley standing by.
Thank you so much, you guys. Miliani, congratulations. A great heat win that you just had. 14 years old, but you're surfing both divisions here in the under 18. How did today's heat felt?
It felt good. I was a little bit cold, but I took a lot of waves, so I get hotter. Yeah.
Well, I was reading through your bio, and if you guys haven't read the bios, go into the ISA Surf to read the team bios. I loved learning so much about you. But, here surfing in both divisions, this is your 3rd time at the ISA. What is your past experience that you're going to take into this event now?
I want to get better at every time I compete here, and this year I want to get maybe to the final or top 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Say it with confidence. Well, you're on your way. First heat done, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel.
14.
Oh, my goodness.
Surfing up.
I'm so happy that we're witnessing the future of surfing just unfolding in front of us. We're seeing future champions.
Well, especially on the women's side. I mean, if you look at, the age of qualification for the Women's Championship Tour, how many of them have been under the age of 20, 18 or less? Another one right here, 18-year-old Montesi up and riding again, Chris.
Yeah, nice chop came up the face of that wave at an awkward time, and she went down. She does have a 6-point ride to start, and you can see some tenacity, knowing that
urgency.
She made a mistake, got to get back out there quick.
Well, first sport for her was snowboarding. So grew up in the mountains. They decided as a family to move to the beach. She started surfing when she was 12, and she's been doing this since. And not her first rodeo competing here at the ISA Juniors for Chile. But once again, to me, so far this has been the most competitive heat up in Saquarema at the Challenger Series level. For somebody that young to qualify for the CS, have a chance to, eventually make it to the Championship Tour. Once again, age is just getting lower and lower when it comes to qualification for the Championship Tour. And that 3rd place finish that she had back in 22 in the U16s, it's really coming into factor right here.
Here's your Indonesian surfer, born and raised on the beaches of Bali, 16 years old, surfs Legian Beach. On a Studi surfboards, Simple Pleasures model.
So this is the 617 from the drone angle, Chris. And once again, standout really is the flow. Didn't get the finish right there at the end. She was right on top of the rocks, though. And then the front angle right here. Her bottom turns are amazing.
In her bio, she says, being a goofy footer living in Indonesia, obviously she loves going left, but She says, my backhand is definitely my strength, and I love it. So
I can tell.
this is her time to shine with this.
Montesi, and it's really the second turn where the meat of the score comes through, fully on rail, committed. So 3 different styles of surfing. You have Ikeda, who tends to really search for the lip line. Montesi, who's really good on the rail, and then the flow of Jasmine so far on display in this heat. Competitive one so far. Chris, it could come down to the backups for both green and blue at the moment, because got to be thinking right here with priority 1 Ikeda, she's going to improve on the high 4 that she currently has.
I mean, barring some kind of disaster, I'm calling it.
The amount of experience that she has, the close heats are the ones that you got to make.
I'd almost be surprised not to see Mariah Ikeda on the final series. So 8:30 to go now. Montesi kind of flips it on a medium insider wave. This one could form up nicely through that inside section. It got a little weird. She gets out of there. 8 minutes, 18 seconds. Plenty of time left. Ikeda's in the lead. Jasmine Studer came through, 617 and a 417. So Rafaela Montesa representing Chile. Started surfing at age 12. Like you said, her first sport was snowboarding. Today she is 100% dedicated to surfing. She competes on WSL, Latin American Alas Tour. So we see Ikeda now. Straight up into it. Can't ride out, but that was, she had some vicious intent for that inside section.
Yeah, she did.
Love to see it. And now we see Stu, a little awkward chunk on the face of that wave.
Yeah.
She opts out. We'll see if that's better than a 417.
Well, I was surprised that she committed to the inside, too, because the first section was super flat. It didn't seem like it was really going to stand up. And this is where Rafaela's going to be tested, Chris. 7 minutes. Don't think that Studer's going to improve on the 417. So now's your time to shine. Can you use priority well? Can you control your emotions and get that low 4 that you're needing? Those first 2 turns from Ikeda, though, were spectacular. I mean, just with those first 2 alone, I think that she improves on the high 4. And once again, I still don't think we've even seen the best of her surfing. I feel like she's better going left than she is going right, but just look at the maturity right here. Fully engaged on the rail, committed. Second one, even better. And just a bit mistimed right there on the bottom turn. She had a little bit of a hiccup, but she pulls that. How committed and tight in the pocket is that, too? If it weren't for that little bobble right there, she loses the fins for a slight second, just a little bit off timing. But that, for sure, would have been at least in the high 9s, in my opinion.
Well, it's pretty obvious that Ikeda is elite. And I love that Jasmine Studer and Rafaela Montesi are, rising to the occasion here. So Montesi needs a 4.35. So far, pretty good on this wave. Things got a little out of control through that mid-section, so she's going to have to get to work here on the inside where things can get pretty rowdy. These rocks popping up all over. Loses the fins there. So there was a lot of work on that wave, but no real standout moments for the judges to kind of cling to.
It's right there, though.
I'm concerned.
Yeah.
5-judge panel, international field,
yep.
Male and female, all experts.
Well, there's a lot of waves to compare to in this heat. You have the 417 of Studer. You have the 483 of Ikeda so far. So it has to be right in between those 2. Oh, and there it is, Chris. It's just enough.
Ooh, 490. So remember, she needed a 489 or a 48 something. So yeah, just got it. That puts Jasmine Studer in an interesting position. A 473 for her, for what she's been doing on her backhand. If she gets the right wave, she's going to blow that thing up, and she could jump from 3rd, slammed the door shut on that first place position. Highest 2 single wave scores so far of the event. Highest heat total of the event with a 16.84. Mariah Ikeda is really, she's starting her campaign off exactly how you would want to.
She's proving why she's the person to beat at the moment so far in the event. Like, couple 8s, first heat, especially after the 2 throwaways. After that 483, 817, 867, she's improved after every single wave that she's caught. And with 4 minutes, like, your job's done. You don't even need to catch a wave at this point. Now, 473, just under 4 minutes with priority, is Studer right here. The 473 could happen with one quality. Able to manage your expectations, not try to oversurf things, and surf to the score.
Well, and guess what? Punta Rocas always provides. Big set coming through here. 3 minutes, 27 seconds left. Mariah Keita's running away with this one. She's safe in the lead. Rafaela Montesi now has to defend Jasmine Studer. But Jasmine has that top priority spot. She has her pick of the waves right now. And it looks like she's got about 4 options to work with here.
Second one. Might be a bit too big, but still seems like it has potential, though.
That first one was real shouldery. You don't want that wave. That's not going to give you any critical section. Still right there. She lets that one go by, and we'll see if this last wave of the set, it looks like it could be tapering off down, you know, it has a little bit more of a wall.
I think she's out of position for it, though.
It's snuck underneath her.
And she's asking for the situation, and really, the issue here is time. 2 minutes 30. I'd be moving in just a little bit, especially with first priority still. You have unconditional right away.
Third wave of that set was the best wave. Saw a little bit of an impactful section right when it broke. You could do some work on the inside right there.
I mean, you're grinding the 4.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless of how the wave is, you're selling it. You know, if you do enough on the outside, you got to, you know, present your body language in a certain way. But if you're actually surfing for the 4.73 and you got to find a way just to get that score on the inside, you're doing as much as you can, Chris.
You're going floater straight onto the rocks if you have to. At this level, that's what you got to do. Full commitment all the time. 150 to go. Could be some opportunity. All eyes on the green jersey. Hoping to flip this one. Rafaela Montesi surfed a strong heat with a 6 and a 4.90.
Been a great heat overall.
Yeah, best heat of the day so far.
Yep.
I mean, the numbers tell the story there.
Is this it? Is she in the spot for this? She might be.
Decent looking wave.
Yeah, this is a good wave.
Ooh, good section out the back. Comes around it. Nice turn there. I'm seeing shades of Caroline Marks. Deep bottom turns. Oh, carves it there. A little bit soft on the second turn. Whips through the third. Now a good impactful section on the inside. Oh, no. Big question mark at the end of that wave.
All she needed to do was just finish that last turn, and in my opinion, she would have got
on the line, right? In baseball, never leave it up to the runner.
Exactly. And
you don't want to leave it up to the judges. You just want to make it very clear what you've done. And this one is going to be a very interesting score. 35 seconds left.
And if she doesn't get it, these are the ones that hurt because you had the opportunity.
It was one section.
Yeah. And I think she mistimed the second one a little bit. And I think she had a mentality that she needed to make up for the score at the end and went a little too hard. Judge is still deliberating, though.
I mean, the flow element wasn't sold enough. She had plenty of speed going down the line. Power through the first couple of turns.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, they got a decision to make right here, and it's a big one. Because this, I mean, it's really going to impact the standings for the teams, too. Do you go into the elimination round, or are you still in the main rounds? What a great heat, though.
Yeah, buzzer just blew, so that's it for round 1, heat 13. Mariah Keita, I mean, masterful performance out there. She's looking like a gold medalist already. I know that's a lot to say on day 1, but look at the numbers there. Look at what she did. 8.67 and 8.17. She is rising up the ranks on the list of probable finalists already. So remember that name, Mariah Keita. I'd love to sound smart at the end of the week when she has a medal being draped around her neck. But, you know, again, the numbers are proving that point. So it looks like we're going to be waiting for that score through the break, but we will be back with more. We're going to bring in Shannon and Sophia on the call. All the action live from Punta Rocas. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
More than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside.
Welcome back to the action here for the under 18 girls. Round one, we're at heat number 14 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's just day one. We've got 9 days of competition. We'll be rounding things out over a week from now with our podium finishes across all 4 divisions for the under 16 boys and girls and the under 18 boys and girls. But right now we're focusing on the under 18 girls here at Punta Rocas in Peru. It is a beautiful location to be at for this week. These surfers also have some world-class quality waves that they get to ride. And it's so fun to call the action. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined by Peruvian legend, world champion Sofia Milanovic.
She was ripping. Like, I saw one wave that I was like mind blown by her surfing.
Yeah, just incredible. And the quality of wave that these surfers get to compete on this week at Punta Rocas is so special as well.
Yeah, I think the waves are getting a lot better than this morning. There's more size to it. There's more walls. I think the tide is perfect for it. So we're going to see some really good scores.
17 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock. Each of these heats today are going to run with 20 minutes. And there has been a change to typical ISA formats where we're only going to be running 1 round of repechage for this year's World Junior Surfing Championships rather than the typical repechage all the way through to the finals. That's because there's over 400 kids in the draw and it's a lot of surfing to get done just to be able to make it to our final stages of things. And so it's, really speaks to the growth and to the competitiveness out in the lineup. Laura Mandelli now from Brazil up and riding on her opening wave. Nice drawn out wrap back into the section to start. Quick snap and finds that lip line. Great bit of variety connected for those first 3 turns. And she'll put on that finishing touch as well.
Good surfing from the Brazilian to start the heat. And we see color blue.
Erica Berra from Costa Rica. She comes in from deep behind the section, out into that open face, just hugging that little white water and waiting for this wave to stand up also to give her something a little bit more dynamic, but really nice surfing as she comes through the inside section, just wrapping it back, staying nice in control.
Girls are really active, getting lots of waves in the first minutes of the heat, and we see more waves. It's getting really consistent. You can see the swell.
Your size on the way. We're looking at it, growing throughout this afternoon and into tomorrow as well. And our surfer in the green jersey, maybe having a look here from Belgium. Tora just goes down on the takeoff, unfortunately.
That wave kind of looked it was going to have a good wall to it, but unfortunately she falls off in the takeoff. There's a set coming at the back.
She'll likely be able to grab first priority again, as Laura and Erica will have longer paddles to get back into position. Nice looking set of lines approaching the islands in the background as well. And just to the right hand side of the screen, you can see the under 16 boys division is underway at El Bosque, which is the second podium. Surfers throughout the week. Sofia, they'll be rotating back and forth between the 2 podiums, really forcing everyone to be, showcasing how well-rounded their surfing is and their knowledge of learning 2 different breaks, especially if they're not from Peru.
Exactly. The best surfer is the one that adapts the better, so I think it's going to be a good challenge for them through this week. I saw a couple of really good waves actually in El Bosque this morning, and I think there's good waves there.
Some great scores have been dropping. You can make sure to and an on-fire Mirai Ikeda.
Thank you so much. On Fire is right in 8.67, the highest single wave score of the event so far. Talk to me about how you're feeling with that one.
My feel is really good, but I had happening before the heat. I didn't know cancel heat 12, so I don't have so much time. A little bit nervous, but I'm so happy. Yeah, now.
Wow, that is a mix-up almost that could have been dangerous, but good job on pulling it together and getting out there and putting on a phenomenal performance. You know, the waves are looking really fun, and you read them so well. How do those conditions feel under your feet?
Yeah, then now this morning was a little bit slow, but now wave is consistencies, so much fun. Yeah.
Well, this is, you're the second surfer that I've spoken to today from Team Japan as well. Team Japan is on fire at the moment. How are you feeling overall as a team?
Yeah, of course. Japan team is now fire now. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow also. Yeah.
Well, keep the energy going. We love to see it and love.
Thanks so much. Very impressive performance from Mirai, especially considering the mix-up just before her heat.
She's amazing surfer. I think we're gonna hear a lot about that name, Mirai Keida from Japan. And I think this was just the first heat. I think she's gonna showcase more high scores in the later heats, and yeah, it's so good to watch.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance. Walked away with a couple of 8s, so into that 16-point heat total. And that'll be the heat total, to beat throughout today. We've had a couple of other 7s. Laura Mandelli now has dropped one in for Team Brazil, a 7.33 on the board. We also saw 2 of the USA surfers in Avery and Linnea drop 7s earlier on today. And with Mirai now getting into the 8s, we know that wave quality's there and the surfing as well.
Nice bottom turn, nice hack into the power source. Wow, that was the money turn. Great surfing from the Brazilian. Lots of power, lots of commitment. Also variety of maneuvers. That's what the judges want to see. This is a different angle from it. Wow. Nice first turn to set up 3-3.
Yeah, really well connected as we see a little fish jump out of the water. Taking a look at the replay here.
This is the 5, I think. This is the first wave. Wow. She throws a lot of water. She's a powerful surfer. Solid surfing.
So a 5.83 to back up her 7.33, which was the opening ride for Laura. Erica now with a couple of 3s on the board. She's in a decent position for that second place spot at the moment, while Tora is really looking to get her campaign going. A 0.33 on the board so far, chasing down that heat total of a 6, or that single score of a 6.83 to gain that second place position. Team Australia with the little sun protection down there. Just getting ready for a very big week. And they've got a really stacked team on their women's side specifically that will be pretty, have a good likelihood of walking away with those podium finishes, if not the gold medal, based on their well-rounded surfing on the rail, but also the air game that they bring in.
Yeah, girls right now are so progressive in their surfing. It's crazy. It's so good to watch, and I'm sure the Australians have that ingredient too. The Peruvian girls are ripping too. Like, it's the generation right now at the moment of young girls in Peru is amazing. You'll watch them. They're really good.
It's so exciting. Have you seen, the changes throughout your career to now, the opportunities for the surfers here in Peru, specifically for the girls, to have access to better equipment,
more access? I think like surfing being an Olympic sport now, it just changes everything. So from a young age, they're like training, they have the right equipment, they have everything needed, to become the best they can. So it's great to see that.
It's going to be very exciting to see how all of that work behind the scenes comes into fruition this week as well, with such a big event, the World Championships, in front of these surfers this week. Nine minutes on the clock, just over halfway through. And the Costa Ricans getting ready for the next round. Erica Berra currently out in the lineup for Team Costa Rica. She's got those couple of threes on the board. And their team, it's been exciting to watch the Costa Rican team continue to develop through the years with some really, you know, small surfers, some young ages coming in to fill in some of those divisions. Michaela that we just saw on screen, she's only 12 years old. She's been competing for at least 2 to 3 years here for the ISA World Juniors, you know, since she was 9 or 10 years old. We got a 13-year-old in the under 16 girls division as well in Lucia. So they've got that real youth crew that they've been investing in, the same surfers from a very young age that, you know, may be challenging for them to walk away, say, a medalist when they're surfing against girls that are, you know, 3 years older than them at least in their own division. But when you think towards the next, you know, few years, they're going to be those surfers. And this is a great opportunity to just kind of let some of those jitters out, get that first wave under her feet.
Yes, how you said, it's really good that they're competing from a young age because they're getting the experience. They're going to be like, when they are like 15 or 16, they're going to be, had so many ISAs already surfed. They're going to feel less nervous and more in touch with how you compete here.
Yeah, just feeling
this kind of events.
Totally, that comfort level, arriving, traveling far away from home, surfing a lot of heats that these events entail. Swedish team down there, they're stoked. They've got Nina Linder, who's going to be coming up in the next heat for Team Sweden. So we'll see her paddling out in the green jersey. And a 1.93 drops in for the first of Tora. So she's going to be keeping that score in her top 2 at the moment. Born in Belgium. She gets the surf and the snow, very, very cool lifestyle. And she says if she doesn't have time to study and there are no waves, we can find her on her surf skate, outdoors when the weather is good, indoors practicing her surf moves when the weather is messy. And I've seen quite a few of the surfers, just of the bios that I've looked through today at isasurf.org. For those of you tuning in, make sure that you're following along with those to get to know so many more of these surfers. A lot of these, as we take a look now at Erica Berra, with a nice hook under the lip, does well to navigate that opening section with Tora just in front of her, and now sets it up for a clean finish.
Nice left for color blue, Erica Berra from Costa Rica. Going on a left. We haven't seen that many lefts today, but I think they have a lot of potential if you pick right.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Avery for Team USA had a 7 off of a left earlier today. So there's definitely some good scoring potential as we take a look now at Laura. Big wraparound for that first section. Really driving through with some power in the second and linking it together.
Of extension, she uses her body properly. She's doing really good in this heat, and she's right now in the lead with a 7.33 and a 5.83. I think she's sitting really comfortable in the lead right now when there's 4 minutes to go.
These 20-minute heats go by so quickly. Thinking through, you know, getting the right waves, having good heat strategy, making the most of a few opportunities as we take another look at this left.
Here comes color blue in this replay. Waiting for the replay for that last wave of red. Setting for this turn. That was a nice turn, nice wrap up. She's happy about that.
So scores to drop for last of red. It's a 4.13 on the board, though, for last of blue, which does increase the requirement. Laura's looking to potentially improve her leading position, sorry, if that score comes in higher than her 5.83. She was part of the gold medal winning team for Team Brazil back in 2023 for the World Junior Championships, where she placed 13th overall in her age division. And, you know, you kind of think, okay, 13th in a contest when you're looking, you know, getting yourself in top 30 is impressive, top 20 is impressive, into the top 10 conversation. It's very well done for an event with such magnitude.
Of course, and you're surfing so many heats and there's so much going on, you know, you need a lot of like talent for sure, but I think you also need a lot of like, you know, like you have to be physically
very
ready for
fit.
it,
Yeah,
you know?
totally. Yeah, these surfers have to be, at this stage, you know, of competitive surfing, you don't have to just be the best surfer in the water, but you've got to be very well trained on land as well.
There's a lot of heats. Here comes a really good wave at the back.
Green is on the paddle back out. Not sure where blue is sitting, but she's, you know, not on the outside section. So Laura has a look at that, decides not to go. We'll see if this next wave is anything worth it, or she knows that she's already sitting in that, you know, decent leading position. You were mentioning earlier kind of a smart strategy when it comes to having decent scores on the board already is not to take off on any wave that won't offer you an improvement to those scores.
Exactly.
So Laura's definitely improve on the 5.83, but in that same kind of category. And now she might be in for a nice victory lap with the final minute on the clock. As we can see that wave just kind of crumbling. She's going to duck dive under it.
That left looked really good. I don't know if she's going to have the time to get another one. We'll see.
Having a look at this one, maybe that wave just behind. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. And kind of getting a feel for things here this morning. You know, this is my first time here in Peru. I'm absolutely loving it so far. It's been really fun to be here with my husband and my little baby and just get to experience some stuff, but also to get to know this wave a little bit better at Punta Rocas. And at juniors, it's so often that there's just a ton of waves caught in every heat. Into the section to start things off with, drives back after that first turn. Now just some setup turns here, just milking it, trying to stay in the power section as she comes through to the inside. Looking very comfortable, like you said, a really tall surfer, using that length to her advantage. Big smile on her face as she's looking just to finish themselves into a position to get another ride. And a well-executed opening heat for Laura.
Well done, Laura. She had a really good heat. She's happy about it. It's always good to have a good result in your first heat. I think it gives you confidence, you know, you start good, the event. I think it's important for your mind.
Couldn't agree more. Well, that will finish out.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
have been on fire and have been improving throughout day one of competition. Low tide is pretty much right now, 11:30 a.m. And we've seen the shape improve. We've also seen an uptick in the swell, which we were expecting for opening day of competition. Means that it's going to be getting bigger through tomorrow as well. And that's exciting, knowing the quality of surfing that we have. 424 of the best surfers in the world in the junior categories, Sophia.
Yes, there's so many participants and there's so many waves. So that combination, I think we're going to see some really good scores. We're going to see some really good surfing. We've already seen some amazing scores. The Japanese heat was impressive, and I think that's just the start of what we're going to see the whole event.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane way to start things off. Avery and Linnea. We saw Laura from that last heat for Team Brazil also drop in a 7. So some big scoring potential out there. As we take a look at what Osha Green got up to during the commercial break, this was a 6.17, Sophia.
Wow, she's a great surfer. Beautiful style of Osha Green from Canada, starting really well this heat.
Yeah, she's been a part of Team Canada for a number of years now. She's such a sweet face to see around the contest side, and she's actually going double between the two divisions this week. She'll be surfing the under-18s and the under-16s, so she's going to have a lot of heats to get through. I'm sure has been, you know, working hard behind the scenes from a, like you were mentioning in that last heat, just the physical fitness perspective of surfing just in your own division is tough enough. But we've got a lot of surfers this year that will be competing between both divisions as a younger surfer that's surfing up into the under-18s as well. And that's a lot of time in the water. It's a lot of paddling time, you know, especially to break like this where it's Nina Linder from Sweden goes down on the takeoff. Absolutely charged it.
Yeah, that was a bigger wave.
Leah Miller from New Zealand also in the water from Piha. And Ines Martin Kramna from the Czech Republic in the white jersey. Osha opens up with that 6.17, so great way for her to put her foot down in this heat.
I really like her style. She has a really smooth style. Lots of flow on her backside. We're going to see the replay soon, probably. But that's a really good start for her from the Canadian.
Seems like that wind might be backing off just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure it's backed off.
Yeah, it's starting to look, you know, not quite glassy, but definitely not as bumpy on the face of the waves as what we were seeing about an hour ago. We've got no waves written yet for red or for white. So we're just in the first 5 minutes of this heat still. 20 minutes on the clock. Red's now putting herself in position. No priority established either between red and white yet until they catch a wave, but they do automatically then have priority over the rest of the field. As we take a look at Leah. Oh, driving through that first turn. Great setup. Looking for that second. Now she's just going to stay in this little power section and decide to kick out, actually. Noting that wave didn't have anything else to offer.
Here comes a big set at the back. No one has priority at the moment. I see. Here comes green. No.
So
white, I mean.
White now up and riding on her opening ride. Ines. That will now leave Osha Green with first priority. And with each surfer having caught a wave, now that priority rotation will kick into play. .5 minutes, and another great heat we got to witness in the last one was from the Brazilian Lara Mandelli. She's down on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you. Happy for past my heat here. The wave is really good, but it's really hard at the same time. And to stay here with my team, Team Brazil, is amazing. My best friend in competing in the other podium now, and I stay here kind of nervous, but I'm really happy for able to show myself here. This wave is really amazing. I love Punta Rocas, and I can say hi for my family, stay in Brazil, watching me now, and yeah.
Well, you just came in telling me, oh, it was really hot, I'm a bit tired, it was exhausting, but you have so much energy here now. It's just beaming. I think everyone at home can feel such good energy from you. So, you know, how are you going to keep that up throughout the rest of this event?
I go to the water really warm because one heat is really intense. I don't know, and I stay really hot here because I stay wetsuit, but I'm really happy for watching my first wave and the other waves too. And yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, I can feel that, and it's great to see. So congratulations, we're happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Laura. She is just a ray of sunshine, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really happy about her heat. You can feel the vibe. She's really excited about the whole experience of competing for Brazil here in the ISA World Junior. And what
and for her to be able to bring that energy along with the rest of Team Brazil and encourage her teammates. She said her best friend was competing at the other podium today. So, you know, kind of like trying to play focus on your own game while also carrying the weight on your shoulders of your teammates. You've done that for many years for the ISAs.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, it's amazing to be competing with your team because you feel like, you know, they're backing you up, they're cheering you on, but also there's that extra pressure, you know. But it's a privilege anyway. Even if you have the pressure, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to represent your country in such a big event.
Yeah, definitely. You know, thinking through your 2 ISA gold medals, one from 2004 where you were, you know, in the prime of your career, had won also that year the ASP World Championship, so it was really like this incredible opportunity for you where you would have been one of the front runners really in that event. Then coming back in 2019, later in your career, with the hopes of qualifying for the Olympic Games in Tokyo, you walked away victorious. Nice clean face on this one. Into that first turn. Whoa, dynamic on the second. Unfortunately, just slips off and comes undone. It was looking to be a really nice wave and nice score. But I'd love to know how you were feeling coming into that 2019 run to the gold medal, because it would have been very different from your experience in 2004, I would guess.
Yes, for sure. In 2019, I just came from not...
Nice opening turn for Leia. Sets it up for the second. Beautiful style. I am really loving that from her first wave into the second. Even though that first wave was just a 317, you could already see that style coming out in her. And now getting the opportunity to really connect things together is looking really nice. This wave is going to give her one more opportunity to just tag it and finish on the inside section.
Beautiful to the Olympics. So I knew that Japan, you know, I had to do good surfing.
Yeah,
you know?
to surf in the Miyazaki World Surfing Games.
Yeah, exactly. And a couple of weeks before going there, I had the news that I was gonna become a mom. So I think I just carried that energy, that good vibe, you know, to the event. And yeah, I don't know, everything. I was like connected. I don't know.
Just tapped in and it all was just happening.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like something bigger was going on and helping me, you know, through that event. Like, I mean, all of them were there, you know, like Steph and Carissa and all of the Tatiana and all of the girls. I haven't competed with them in years, so.
Yeah, the field that you had to go against were, you know, the world champions of this current generation, who are so difficult to take out wins from. Between Carissa and Steph, the number of world titles that those two hold on to. So to think of having surfers like that and other championship tour surfers that are still currently in that CT experience is an incredibly impressive performance from you to be able to walk away, you know, victorious at the end of that.
Yeah, that was really magical. And actually my leash broke in the final too, so there was a lot of elements that made it like just magical.
Yeah. That's so cool to hear and reflect on. And I think, you know, for so many surfers, undeniable, and it's almost like everyone else can just appreciate that it's just happening for that.
That's the beauty of the sport of surfing, you know, like in a way you are connected to the nature that day. Like if you are connected to the nature, the wave somehow like gets to you, you know.
Yeah.
And, like it's crazy. That's the beautiful thing about it.
It's actually really similar to Rachel Tilley's run to her 3rd WSL World title that she just had in El Salvador at Sunzal, which is a break that, you know, every ISA competitor knows very well, where she was in the finals format and had to win 6 heats in a row from round for heat 1 up until the final round. And you just, like, in watching her make it through those first couple heats, it was like suddenly something different is happening today for her in comparison to every other woman in that field. And that's like, it would have been shocking to not see her win that world title.
Yeah, that's incredible to watch. Yeah, I saw Rachel, and that was magical. She was in sync, totally in sync.
Totally in sync with nature that day, as you're saying. As we see Osha Green, nice up.
She's really looking really comfortable in this wave. Ocean Green, surfing really smoothly, fluid. I think that showing some patience in this wave of Punta Rocas is really important. You really need to wait for the section, time it right. Don't get too antsy, because sometimes the wave doesn't really run, you know,
Yeah.
It's not like a...
It's not a fast wave.
It's not like a fast wave. You kind of have to stay close to the power source. And
6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. A 4.77's dropped in for Osha, and she's going to swing on this one. Just utilizing the opportunity to stay away from the pack. Throws it up into the lip. Right in front of the rock as well.
That's the rock I was telling you about before.
The one rock that gets exposed.
Yeah.
That was a decent effort from Osha. Thankfully, just fell far enough away from that rock to not collide with it. And it's got some decent...
Yeah.
Are those barnacles? Are they mussels? Is it something that's growing on them?
Yeah, it's like kind of like mussels.
Yeah.
It's called pico de loro.
Pico de loro.
Pico de loro. In English, it would be like the parrot, you know, like the mouth of the parrot that goes like this.
Yes, like the beak.
Yeah, like the beak.
Okay.
So you don't want to fall there, you know.
You do not want to fall in the beak of the parrot.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
for sure. You know, hearing a couple of those surfers, Mirai and Laura in the last one, noting that there was one heat that was skipped. So heat 12 of the round was skipped, just kind of last minute, announced to everyone. But quick turnaround then for heat 11 into heat 13, because one of the surfers was sick, unfortunately had to pull out of heat 12. And thinking through, when you're surfing at a beach break or something, and okay, you got less time, you're paddle out, maybe you're not able to paddle out at that 5-minute mark, you're paddling out 2 minutes before your heat starts, or a minute, you got a quick paddle out and you can run across the sand really easily. At a location like this, it's totally different. You got to really time your walk out on the rocks before you even hit the lineup.
Of course, you have to be on time. You need, you have to take advantage of the time to paddle out, because if not, you're not going to be in the right spot when the horn starts.
At the moment, we have surfer in white with first priority. A 2.5 dropped in for last of white. As we take a look, though, at Nina on the inside section. She's just looking to really kick off that campaign for Team Sweden and get herself a better score on the board, as we see Osha now up and riding on the outside. And really, if there's like a rock, I know there's a rock at a spot called Seal Point in South Africa. It's in Cape St. Francis, and it's called full stop, which in South Africa, a period like at the end of a sentence, they call it a full stop, because you're like, okay, it's the end of it. At full stop at Seals, it's like if you hit that, you come to a full stop.
Yeah.
If you don't want to collide with it.
Exactly. You don't want to get to a full stop.
Does this rock have a name, or is it just you just know there's there's just this one?
Here comes red in a wave. First nice turn.
Beautiful opening wrap from Leia. Sets herself up on the second. Maintaining a lot of control. Groove on a 3.17. Already has that 5.33 on the board. And it's looking really, really good for the Kiwi team.
That was a nice last turn for her. She looked pumped by the end. Looking at her team and say, yeah, I have this.
Seen some incredible female surfers come out of New Zealand in the past. Paige Harrop, who had such a long run on the championship tour and is just still such an incredible competitor. Ella Williams, who made it into the Olympics, Tokyo 2020, alongside yourself, Sophia.
Yeah, I know Paige. I'm a really good friend of Paige. I used to compete with her on tour for many years, and yeah, she's a great surfer. Great, great surfer. And Ella, I've seen her surfing too, and she's actually qualified for the Olympics twice, right?
No, Safi Vet.
Oh, Safi, yes.
Yeah, Safi Vetti, she qualified for Tahiti. So it was Ella Williams for Tokyo, Safi for Tahiti, both with kind of a good chance at qualifying, but a second chance behind Paige, who's really been this, she's had the the most substantial career out of any female surfer, and has just fallen shy of that Olympic qualification.
And she's always been so close.
It's literally by like one heat.
So close. Yeah. You know, she should be proud of what she's done for New Zealand surfing.
Yeah, she's just an amazing human being and has really set a great trajectory forward, I think, for this next generation of Kiwi surfers specifically. Noting that, you know, a lot of the times for them to really have a competitive career outside of New Zealand, they've got to travel to Australia pretty often, which is not that far, but it's still, you know, a 4-hour-ish plane ride, and looking at, you know, maybe moving and living in a different part of the world for a little while. A lot of those Kiwi surfers move to the Gold Coast in Australia, where they can compete in more of the QS, the like Australasia QS region out of there.
Of course.
But that means leaving home and, you know, disconnecting from that opportunity to just be sleeping in your own bed.
Yeah, totally.
So for Paige, she's really kind of a 0.33 that she's been holding on to. She's now improved with a 5.07 for that last wave. Really sharp surfing from the young surfer out of Piha. And Osha Green holding on to that leading position at the moment as we're down to just 35 seconds remaining on the clock. 6.17 and a 4.77 for the Canadian. Still some time and a set approaching. We'll see in the next 30 seconds. Will Ines have an opportunity? She's sitting with first priority, representing the Czech Republic, and she's got a good-looking wave approaching. She's going to put herself into position here. Looking for the takeoff. She's got the time. Hands have left the rail. Buzzer hasn't sounded yet. She is chasing a 7.9 to take that second place advancement, though, to avoid the repecharge round. And unfortunately, with this kind of wave quality, it's just not quite going to be there. But great to see the surfer who was born in the Canary Islands in Fuerteventura, who represents the Czech Republic, just with that one final opportunity, and Osha Green. Well, the Tofino local with the victory for Osha. We'll catch up with her in a few minutes down on the beach. Before we do that, we'll go to a quick break, and when we return, more action here for the under-18 girls at the World Junior Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. Power to change the world, and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We got three great surfers in the lineup representing Australia, Italy, and Puerto Rico. Ziggy McKenzie, known as Ziggy Aloha, Costanza de Lisi, and Maya Kuzmovic. Just three surfers. Top two will be advancing through in the main round. Bottom surfer will have the opportunity to surf through the one repecharge round that will be running for this year's ISA World Juniors. And with 18 minutes on the clock, no waves ridden yet. We'll see if anyone has a look at this one, as they're just looking for their positioning in the lineup. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside world champion and Peruvian legend Sofia Milanovic to call the action. And Sofia, it looks like a cleanup set coming through for the start of this.
Yeah, that's a big set. In these first minutes of the heat, we see color red turning around and going in this wave.
All right, looking to just get her campaign started. Whitewater takeoff, but has a lot of speed. As she's coming through into this section, she's going to look for one big turn. She hits it and rides out clean. That was a hammer section.
Wow, that was a critical move. She risked a lot in that last move.
So much risk on the line. And I like that she just eyed up something completely different from what we've seen in, you know, any of the previous heats we've called so far.
Yeah, for sure. I think judges are going to like that. For 1 second, I thought she was not, she fall, but she was there the whole time.
Yeah, she fully disappeared. The water covered her up, and it didn't look like she had any question. So a nice start for Ziggy McKenzie. 17 years old from the Gold Coast. Loves surfing Lakey Peak rights. Spending a little bit of time away from home on the road. As we take another look at this one. So kind of, you know, unsuspecting when she took off.
Yeah. I think she kind of saw the double up maybe, like the wall. And then she keeps going. Wow. That was a full-on like leap line turn.
That was so sick. I'm so curious to see where the judges go with something like that.
Yeah, that was really progressive and really fun to watch.
Really different from what we've seen in the surfing so far today. Judges drop in a 7-point ride, so one turn.
Wow.
Biggest score I think we've seen for an actual single maneuver.
Yes. It carried a lot of risk, that move.
Up and riding once again. Nice opening turn, sets it up for the second one. And she'll just kick out quickly. Score now being dropped.
It's a big wave.
Yeah, it was an overhead section.
Yes.
And now when you're talking about risk, you know, can you explain that a little bit for our audience tuning in when it comes to what the judges are looking for and the risk on the line?
Yeah, like judges want to see risk. This means like they want to see you doing like a critical move in a critical section of the wave. And I think that's exactly what Ziggy did there. That was amazing surfer. She looked in control the whole time.
Taking a look now at this second wave. Score to drop.
This wave didn't really offer that section. But she already started really well with that 7-point ride in just one move.
Decent size set approaching. Maya for Team Puerto Rico, sitting on the inside position. No priority established yet, though, between Maya or Costanza.
This is a nice looking wave.
Beautiful wave for the opener of the Puerto Rican now. Sets herself up with a long, drawn-out bottom turn into that opening snap. Cuts it short to set herself up for this next section and drives through, hoping to stay close to the pocket. Frothy section in front of her. She's going to kick out, maintain that control while she has it. And that will leave Costanza out the back.
Nice first wave by Constanza. No, by Mia Kuzmovic from Puerto Rico. Still plenty of time, 13 minutes on the clock.
So we now have a score to drop in for each. Maya and for Ziggy. Ziggy with a 3 and a 3.4 now for her second two scores to back up her 7-point ride. We get a 0.5 on the board for Costanza with a couple of decent turns connected together. We got 13 minutes remaining on the clock, and as we wait for the next set, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
So much, you guys. Osha, congratulations on a great heat win there. Tell me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. The waves were kind of a bit slow for my heat, but I was able to find a few, so I'm happy.
And, you know, here with Team Canada, something that's awesome about the ISAs is you get to come and be a part of that bigger team. How's that team camaraderie?
It's awesome. It's definitely my favorite part about this event is just the whole team. Everybody's so nice and everybody's been ripping, so it's just so fun.
And AJ here, the cameraman, and I both have our bets on what your medium is, but we want you to talk about it a bit.
Yeah, I like to draw when I'm not surfing. I usually just use pencils and try to do
That's what I guess.
realistic drawings, but yeah, some of them are bad, but some of them I like.
No, they sound amazing, and I'm sure your team would back you up on that. Well, congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thank you.
Oh, well, well done, Rachel, winning another competition. Guessing the pencil. And that's cool. I love hearing, you know, more about what these surfers are interested in behind the scenes, especially when they're just out there absolutely ripping it up in their heats. You find out, okay, behind the scenes, you know, what are you doing when you're not riding waves? I'm terrible at art.
Me
just
too.
is not something that I connect with in any way.
I think my 5-year-old son draws better than I do, for sure.
I would count on it for myself as well.
Wow. That was a nice first turn. Wow.
So much flow.
Wow. That. I really like how she surfed that wave.
Wow, Ziggy McKenzie on fire. A 6.83. So that's a good conversation point, actually. You know, we got 10.5 minutes on the clock. Probably not going to be another wave ridden out of this little one that's coming through. And the difference between the type of waves and the type of surfing that we saw for Ziggy's 7 in comparison to her 6.83 is pretty wild.
Yes, exactly. Like, I think she had like more risk in that 7. That's why she got paid more for it. But that 6.83 was beautiful surfing, but not that much risk on it. So I think judges want to see that risk, want to see that commitment, want to see that critical sections. And I think it couldn't get more critical than that move.
Yeah. And it just shows the fact that there are, you know, multiple roads to getting a score. That there are those opportunities where a wave gives one big critical section. If you hit it on that single maneuver, you're going to get well rewarded. Or if those kind of waves aren't available, trying to find a way to maybe sometimes manufacture a score. Not even, you know, she wasn't manufacturing anything about that 6.83. It was beautiful surfing on a nice wave. But the type of wave required her to add a lot more to her surfing.
Exactly.
In order to get a score that was going to be decent.
Exactly. And she did it really well. I thought she was going to get a little bit more than 6.
It's the kind of surfing, again, that makes me want to paddle out.
Yes,
and
exactly.
go, oh, this looks really fun today.
Yes.
I'd love to be out there. 9 minutes on the clock. We got a little look for Maya. She's currently sitting in second priority with a 4-point ride on the board. So we were waiting for that score to know where her first wave was going to drop in. That's a nice way to kick things off. The Italian, Costanza, looking for a 3.51 to take the advancing position.
There is 8 minutes on the clock, and we have the Australian sitting in first place with a 7 and a 6.83. And then we have the Puerto Rican in second place with a 4, and she doesn't have a second wave yet. And we have Constanza Lisi from Italy with just a 0.5 on the board. She doesn't need much. She needs a 3.51, but Mia doesn't have a second wave, so let's see what happens.
Costanza sitting in first priority. Decides not to go on that one. It's going to open up the door now for Mia. Sets herself up for this opening turn. Really powerful way to start off. A second score on the board. It's going to make it much more complicated now for the Italian. Her requirement will be significantly higher than that 3.51, but she will still be sitting with priority. Costanza is 18 years old. She's from Rome. Same as Leonardo Fioravanti, Italian, you know, I mean, he is the legend, the iconic Italian surfer when it comes to what he's achieved within his surfing career.
Such an amazing surfer. She's won also the IS
competitor on the men's championship tour for the WSL. Also born in Rome.
Such an amazing surfer, Leonardo.
So Costanza with, you know, a great figure to be looking up to within the Italian surfing conversation. Paddling out for what looks like a decent-sized wave. She's the current junior Italian champion. And she's got a great opportunity in front of her now. This wave could really make a difference for her. Still 6.5 minutes, so there's going to be plenty of time for her to get another wave. She's going to need to surf this well and smart. Chasing a 7.9 to advance, which could come from the single wave. It could also come from building on a couple of more dynamic as she comes through the inside section, and she's doing everything she needed to on this wave to put her right back in that conversation and battle for that second place position.
That was a beautiful wave by the Italian color blue, Constanza. She surfed it really well. The timing in her surfing was really good, waiting for the sections. And the wave was beautiful. The shape of the wave was really nice. It offered a lot of sections. So let's see what the judges think. And I think she's back on the hit.
Yeah, and either way, it's going to chip away at her requirement, right? The 7.9 is a big score.
Exactly. They know they're back on. The Italian is back on, so the Puerto Rican needs to improve that second wave just for her to feel more comfortable in that second place.
Yeah. Maya for Puerto Rico, a 4.4 came through for her second wave, specifically as that score. So she's sitting in the 8-point range for her heat total. But it's going to be very interesting to see, coming down to the final 5 minutes, how tight the battle gets for that second place position. For Ziggy Aloha out in the lineup, she's already sitting in a good position with her scores. And if she plays the patient game on another big wave in a critical section, we'll likely see her go into the excellent range if her wave selection pans out with it. So it's going to be a challenging one to maybe steal away that leading position from her. As we now see Costanza on the paddle back out, whips into this one quickly. And it's not going to amount to much. She's got a 4.43 though on the board now, so she's right there in the conversation with the Puerto Rican.
She doesn't need much at all. I think she has the time.
A 3.97 is the requirement.
So we'll see. This heat is going to go down to the buzzer.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love the fact that she was in priority, Costanza, and she was able to use that priority on great wave selection.
That was a really good wave. Like, it offered so much.
Making. Paddle now out the back for Ziggy. Oh, and she'll just take a dive on the takeoff. There are some fish out there. There's quite a few dolphins. You know, you could come into contact with one of those.
Maybe.
Take a little dive.
Did she lose priority with that? Yeah. Now priority goes to Mia from Puerto Rico.
All right. 3 minutes remaining. And Mia now with first priority. A little bit of space between the two of them.
She's just making sure that Constanza is...
You know, are you trying to get closer to literally sit on Constanza?
Yeah, maybe not sit like right there into her, but,
yeah,
you know, a little bit, don't go too far from her, you know, because here she comes. Mia, that was a nice wave.
Yeah, really nice, beautiful wrap to start off the opening section. You can see a little bit of frustration coming out of that second turn.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going to improve on that second wave. We'll see what the judges think. But now there's 2 minutes on the clock, and Ziggy has first priority.
Oh, great looking turn from Costanza. Is she going to hold on to it? She falls. We don't know what happened on the rest of that wave, but that little arc that we just caught a picture of looked beautiful.
Let's see. Let's see what the judge...
Which is going to work in her favor. But a 3.97 may have needed to finish off that maneuver, even if she'd had something on earlier in that wave.
Yeah, for sure.
Ziggy's in a great position now, just freed up. She's got a couple decent scores on the board. She's going to paddle and put herself in a position. Deciding not to take off on this one, but this next wave behind it. Although you can really see that taper on the wall of that wave. With some decent potential right there if she was already up and riding.
Yeah, of course.
All right, down to the final minute. Every heat at ISAs is always down to the wire. 20 minutes on the clock. You know, these girls have lucked into having a 3-person heat right now instead of a 4-person heat, where in this division, just due to the number of surfers, there's, you know, kind of half and half between 4- and 3-person heats, which also means that there's space. If you aren't sure yet if it's, you know, the space that you want to be trying to enter into, there is space available in these events. You know, you've got to qualify for your national team. There's only 3 spots per gender per division. So you've got to be good enough to make it into those 3 spots. But given the gaps in the draw, there are teams that have come without all of those spots filled. So definitely the opportunity to continue growing. If you're tuning in from around the world, you're, you know, anywhere from 3, 4 years old as a little grommet that's just learning how to surf like your kid, Sophia. Or, you know, 15, 16 years old, there's opportunity for you to be competing here one day.
Exactly. And what an experience for them.
Well, this was a great way to kick things off for Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie for Team Australia. A 7 and a 6.83 with the victory. It's going to be the Puerto Rican able to hold on to that, keeping things interesting. More action to come, more great waves like this 7-point ride from Ziggy when we return.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from it. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Surfer, I'm Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas here in Peru. Every heat has shown us a glimpse at the future of our sport, and we're loving every second of it. In the water right now, you've got Aisha Rato representing Brazil, Lucia Christie from Costa Rica, and Hanasuri Jabrik from Indonesia. So, has to be related to Tipi Jabrik, correct?
Yeah. A lot of heritage in that last name there. You're talking about one of the OGs when it comes to professional surfing in Indonesia. TP has a lot to do with the success of a lot of young Indonesian surfers coming up. Same thing with Rizal Tanjung, so they give back to the community big time. Won the gold medal as a team overall a few years ago at home, too, with Ryan Kainalo taking away the win in the boys U18 as well, Chris.
Yeah, and for Hanasuri Jabrik, 17 years old, born in Bali, surfs Perurinen. Chile Surfboards, Roxy, FCS. She's won the Rip Curl Grom Search, among other victories. She likes surfing, art, etc. Her home break would have to be in Legian and Canggu. So we know that she is ready to rip on a powerful right-hander. That's what Canggu is all about.
Yep.
So I feel like her home break has set her up nicely for what she's facing here at Punta Rocas in Peru. 17:34 to go, no waves ridden yet. We've seen some high heat totals throughout the day so far. It's pretty astounding that it's only day one and we're already seeing these type of performances.
Oh, it's pretty outstanding that it's 12:22 local time. We're in heat 17 of the opening round, and there are 32 of them in this opening round. We're only going to go till heat 27. So a lot of people tend to forget how good and how big the coastline is, too. A lot of quality waves. As you know, we've gone to Saquarema multiple times, but Fernando Noronha in the northeast, you have the south in Florianopolis. They have a multitude of different waves to really choose from, Chris.
Underrated for wave quality.
Oh, and a surf trip, I'd even say, too.
So 16:43 to go. No priority yet. All four surfers caught off guard by that last set. Kind of steamrolled over all three of them. And now they're putting themselves in what they hope to be the appropriate position. Rights and lefts all day long. Nice and glassy conditions right now, which is a good sign when you're already kind of past midday. If it's still glassy at midday, that's a telling sign of things to come for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep.
There you see the namesake of this break, the Rocky Point. So it's looking like pretty low tide. A cool aspect of this break that you don't see on camera is there is actually a beach break that you can just nice and easily walk out on. So unlike some of the other Rocky Points around the world, clean entry and exit out of the water on a nice sand bottom beach break.
Your feet will thank you.
Yeah,
for that
it's going to be a
too.
long paddle. You're going to have to work for it, but you'll be hyped not to have to go across these rocks. This is a strange situation. For the second, maybe third time in a row, all three surfers are getting pounded by every set that has come through, and it looks like it's getting bigger. I mean, we haven't seen waves breaking out this far yet.
And one of the main things that they teach you when you're starting to surf is you want to be where the white waters are. That means where most of the waves are breaking, sorry. But as you can see right here, there's just too much white water. So the tide has obviously dropped. I think the size is still increasing out there right now, but it's really broken out a lot more in this heat. I do feel like they got caught off guard, though, maybe paddled a bit too far inside, and all of a sudden there was one of those cleanup sets right here. But just under 15 minutes, this plays into everybody else's strengths, though. If nobody's able to get a wave, you get off to a quick start, and now all of a sudden you're in the driver's seat right here. But, you know, three surfers from different parts of the world. You have the Costa Rican out there, Christy, from Tamarindo, only 13 years of age. She's been surfing since she was very young. Say between the Pacific and the Atlantic, we tend to have more long period swells here in the Pacific side of things. In the Atlantic, you're tend to having, you know, a lot more wind swell. So this plays into the surfers in blue and green strength right here, where you can wait for waves a bit more.
Well, Aisha's from one of my favorite little towns in Brazil, Búzios.
Ooh.
But she surfs all over. Rio, Bahia Formosa. I mean, the accolades are listed on her bio. I mean, surfs in seven titles that she has. She's a skater. And just already a very accomplished surfer. Unfortunately, right now, I mean, we're almost halfway through this heat. No one's ridden a wave. Everyone's just gotten pounded by the last couple sets. And now I think we saw Lucia Christie from the Punta Nation of Costa Rica turn around on a medium kind of insider. And now we're going to see Aisha Hato involved on her backhand. Good section.
Wow.
Bam! Nails it, throwing tons of spray into the sky. Comes around it again, sliding that tail through that second turn. So a good series of backside hooks there, Harato. And goes for the finish. Sort of rode out.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
I don't think she's going to get full credit for the last maneuver, but the first three looked great.
Yeah, and their coach, their head coach, Paulo Mora, you see him out in the water all the time. Guy still catches 1,000 waves. He's in incredible shape, and he makes sure to be out there with a lot of the young surfers from his team, too, just to make sure that, you know, they get humbled every now and then. They're also staying in place when it comes to being in shape. And you talk about a very well-trained team, too, with Brazil. A lot of Olympic support from them. And, of course, some of the greatest surfers ever to come out from that nation have done well here at the ISA World Juniors in the past. Felipe Toledo winning here back in 2011, the Boise 16. You mentioned Medina. But on the women's side, Tainá Henkel, she's been an Olympian. You have Luana Silva now. And, of course, Tati Weston-Webb, multi-time ISA World Champion, too.
Yeah, where are they now? Top of the world.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the pathway to greatness. The ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 12 minutes ago, judges have some work to do now. Lucia Christie comes through with a 2-point ride. She's 13 years old, born in Tamarindo, surfs Playa Negra on a Lost Driver 3.0. She is sponsored by Witches Rock Surf Camp. Arguably one of the most, if not the most famous break in Costa Rica.
Definitely one of the coolest backdrops in the history of surfing, too.
For sure. Well, Lucia finished second place in the Costa Rica National Championships in 2023. And she was the Pacifico Costa Rica champion in 2023. She's a surfer right now. Started off as a nightmare, however, with about a 25-wave set that just steamrolled our entire field. But things have calmed down a little bit now. Rado comes through with a 6.67. And Christie starts off with a 2-point ride. Still waiting to see Jabrick. And right there, like on demand. Jabrick, just a little trouble getting around that section. The wave looked like it was flattening out in front of her, so I don't think that's too big of a deal. And she does still have 10 minutes and 45 seconds left.
She does, and what a lot of times happens when you get caught inside by a set like that, too, you get gassed.
You get
easily.
rattled.
Yeah, and, you know, there's times where you just got to take a moment to yourself, breathe a little bit, make sure you're in the right spot, and going on an insider that might double up right here, Chris.
10:20 And there we see Jabrick, big snap, frees the fins, just can't come down with it. Like she was flying down the line. She's checking her foot right there. There are pockets of urchins out here, so nothing's going to come easy here at Punta Rocas.
And it's shallower than expected, too.
Yeah, there's going to be a long path.
It's right here, this wave, in comparison to a lot of others where, you know, most people would truly consider it a point break. This point break has multiple different sections where you can take off, and there are boils in the middle of the wave, too. So it is hard to time things that way every now and then, but most importantly, just making sure that you're not getting ahead of yourself to a section that is eventually going to come down on you. So in a case like this, rather be there just a bit too early than too late. And we have seen indications of that earlier on today, Chris. So more waves coming through, and it's just been nonstop all day right here at Punta Rocas. Talk about one of the most consistent breaks on the Pacific side of things, and you know, truly Peru, a great destination for surfing, and this place to me is one of the best places to have a surf trip too, and such a big coastline as well.
Over 3,000 kilometers of coastline. Nooks and crannies everywhere, point breaks.
And we're just outside of the city to the south. You go just north, you go in the city, you go north to where Luca's from, to where Catalina and Sol Aguirre are from. There's plenty of waves over there, closer to Ecuador. And of course, heading towards south, toward Chile, there's plenty of waves down there. Now, Chicama.
To the south. I was surprised when you land in Lima, just talking to some of our Peruvian friends down here. I'm like, oh, how far is Chicama? They're like, 8-hour drive. Oh, what about those waves to the north? 8-hour drive. So Peruvian surfers are not scared to get in the car and hit the road. See some frustration there for Lucia Christie. Just kind of got caught by that white water. And I feel like this has been a frustrating heat for all three of these surfers in the lineup, because you know, again, when you spend your first 8.5, 9 minutes getting ragdolled and duck diving over and over, it's really hard to reset no matter what level you're at in your competitive surfing journey. So I give a lot of credit to all three of these girls for gathering themselves, getting back total. And we see Aisha, well, late to the party.
She's already got the 6 though, so she's, you know, sitting good right here. 7 minutes on the clock. She's already doing well, but seems like right here, Jabrick and Christie, they want to get things going on the last back end of the heat.
We got 7 minutes left while these surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the boardwalk with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Ziggy, congratulations. Into another ISA, coming off a gold medal, the U16s last year, into the U18s this year. How is that division bump feeling out there?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. It's nice to be somewhere different. El Salvador was amazing, but the waves here pretty suit where I live, and I'm excited to get some reps out there and excited to hopefully back myself and back up what we did last year. So yeah.
Yeah, well, Team Australia getting that gold medal last year and feeling so much energy already, you know, coming off of your heat win there. I saw you guys all do your big chant, and, you know, it's great to see that energy that you guys bring. Tell me about what it's like in the house and the team camaraderie.
Yeah, no, we've got an amazing team this year, and everyone gets along so well, and it's really, so the team camaraderie and everything is amazing, and can't wait to keep pushing each other and ourselves.
Wow, that is so well said. Well, we're so excited to see you surfing out there and ripping and into another heat.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you. An inspiring performance there. That's the type of surfing that makes you want to surf better when you watch it. Ziggy on a roll already here on day one. And the pace has been set. You know, I feel like if you're in the situation, dropping 7s and 8s already on day one, you kind of just put yourself right at the elite of this 57-nation field.
Well, and I'd agree with her, too. I do think that they've fielded one of the best teams I've ever seen for Australia. Really young team. Ocean Lancaster, Sammy Lowe on there. You have Isla Huppets, of course, Mila Coco Brown on the team, too. And Ziggy was able to win the U16s last year over at La Bocana, so you know, they're obviously looking for gold to repeat as world champions as teams, but overall, I feel like they could get 4 individual gold medals too, Chris. They're looking strong so far today.
Where we kind of weed out, you know, the teams that maybe just they don't have as many surfers involved, or they're just kind of starting their competitive journey.
Yep.
But the good news is, I mean, we're capturing all the action. So we'll have an incredible highlights package at the end of today after a long day of surfing.
Well, you know what makes this event so different too? You have to surf at 2 different podiums most of the time as well. So can you make those adjustments, you know, within the same day or within, you know, a day or two in between events? And, you know, I feel like that's why this
is looking like a complete different ocean than we saw
right
at the
now.
Beginning of this heat.
Yeah.
One thing about Punta Rocas that we learned quickly is that this place is super consistent. So you will get opportunities throughout your 20-minute heats. It seems like each set, 4 to 6 waves per set. I mean, that's a telling number in itself. A lot of breaks around the world. I mean, you're lucky if you get a 2 or 3 wave set, but here, I mean, 4 or 6 waves, it's very common.
At the very least, like the one at the beginning of the heat where it was just nonstop, they got...
That was a 25 wave set.
Yeah.
I like the size that we have today, too.
That's kind of perfect, huh?
It's like, you know, a foot or 2 overhead on the bigger sets. And I would say entry level for most of the surfers in this field because it's a pretty friendly wave. It does have push and punch to it. See Aisha now, 3rd turn. Nicely done there. Watch out for the boils. Unfriendly boils through the inside section. So solid surfing here where your surfer representing that power pack Team Brazil.
Got to flow.
Yeah, all the way through to the inside. Job well done for Aisha Rato, backing up a 6.67. That 0.17, delete. Things out of here.
Nothing crazy, but just very well done.
Just
from
solid.
Start to finish. She made sure to tick the boxes, get her backup score, and especially at a crucial point of the heat. Yeah, she does have the best score of the heat, but that's not guaranteeing, you know, that she's moving through at the moment. She just has the low backup, and everybody else with at least something in the 3s. And important wave here for Jabrick now. Sudi up and riding. Ooh.
That wave did her no favors.
Oh, she'll move up in a second at least, though.
Yeah. She only needed that 0.60. That was a quick one for the judges. 1.9, so she does move in a second. It's a precarious second place position, though, because Christie's out the back. Most likely with priority, needing a 3.31. Here comes a set, just in time for the end of the heat. 1:30 left.
Yeah, she needs to paddle towards the shoulder, though. If not, she's going to get caught inside by this thing again. She might go on the first one of the set, too, Chris. It seems like this wave has potential to double up. And, yeah, she's committing to it. Here she goes.
Kind of caught behind this section. And now she has a little bit of room to work. The 3.31 is no easy score to get. I mean, you got to make that pretty obvious to the judges. And she just got a little late, caught behind, so missed all the critical sections of that wave. So most likely won't be the score she needs. 50 seconds left. Ooh, and Jabrick now looking like she had some flow on the outside. She comes to this inside section. Nice carving cut back there. Cool style, lots of flow. Delhard board is suiting her skill set nicely. So with 28 seconds left, I think that could have been a solid defense of her second place position.
Yeah, that was good surfing by Sudi. Really smart. Didn't want to leave things here. She's going to get a victory lap in. Wow.
Big snap there. Well, that's the turn of the heat so far.
Good timing.
Ooh, I like that second one, too. It's not easy to do critical snaps on kind of a flatter face wave and a chop hop. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Aisha Rato. Big fan of the chop hop over here.
We need to, like, make sure that the chop hop is just gone in
No,
the history.
you stop it. She's having fun.
She is.
That was
cool,
That was a celebratory chop hop.
You could just see the happiness right there in that last maneuver. But good surfing, though.
That first snap was big. I mean, she could potentially improve on that 5.67.
Yep, I agree.
Second place will be Sudi Jabrick, Lucia Christie. And the Puerto Vida Nation of Costa Rica sent to the elimination round. That's it for round 1, heat 17. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with girls under 18, round 1, heat 18. Don't go anywhere.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago. but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas here in Peru. Chris Cote with Mitchell Sesses. Expect more of that. We've got three talented surfers in the lineup, starting with Michaela Castro, representing Costa Rica. We've seen Michaela in various ISA competitions in the past. Always a pleasure to watch her surf. That wave got kind of weird, so she just opted to ditch the board and get out of it. She'll be going up against Maria Cesar from Brazil and Lydia Keto from Indonesia. So I like when you have kind of like back-to-back teammates, because that means that, let's say for Team Indonesia, Keto was in the channel watching her teammate out there.
Little insight.
Yeah, gives you, it's just, hey, this is surfing. I mean,
Middle of the round right now, so a lot of those top seeds will be surfing in these heats. And as you said, Brazil, well, they've been doing very well. And, Maria Cesar from the northeast of Brazil, from the state of Bahia, surfs a lot of good waves up there, some heavy waves. And, wow, already with the 7 on the board. But Castro, the surfer out of Costa Rica, to me, she has one of the best hair games in ISA Juniors history. I mean, you see that throw coming from a mile away. You recognize the style, you know that Michaela Castro's in the event. And Lydia Kato from Indonesia. And a little battle here for priority, Chris. So let's see who's able to recover positioning. And this is the 7. So haven't seen this wave from the surfer out of Brazil. Maria. Get a wrap to start things off. In the pocket, much more power. Kind of a tail slider right there on the second one. Just as good on rail for the third, and just keeping that board in the water the entire time. Good amount of speed and flow, and a strong finish too for the surfer. It's only 17 years of age, competing in her first ISA junior event. Then Kato dropped a 5.5 right here on the outside. Swooping roundhouse. Nothing crazy, but then got to work here on the inside section, and just well done. You talk about managing speed and flow and making sure that you're using the whitewater part of the water with some good waves to open up.
And the judges are working on it. Cesar comes through with a 7-point ride. As we see now, Castro.
Ooh.
Couple big turns through the midsection of this wave. Right under the lip and rides out clean. So a 3-turn hammer there for Michaela Castro. Kato comes through at a 5.5. Good start for all 3 of our surfers. Now we got a heat on our hands.
Well, there's a significant, obvious difference in size and power between Castro and the other 2 surfers that are older. They're in the proper division.
But not speed.
No, and I'd say enthusiasm too. I mean, Castro just goes out there every single time, and she truly tries. She wears her heart on her sleeve, man, and she's always surfing up a division. She's still, got a few more years in the U16s if she decides to, keep on this route right here. But the fact that she's been doing it for this long, like, she never gets bummed on herself on her performances. Like, this is really cool to see, and it's, one of the best parts of the event right here, that people go out there and there's times where you can't fill the entire team. You got to have people to surf in both divisions. And sometimes it's a task. You want to be focusing on one rather than the other, but she's been able to accomplish it a few times and drops a 4 in the process right here, Chris.
Yeah, so big numbers already coming through. And you like to see these heats evenly matched. And so far, I mean, everyone has risen to the occasion. A lot of times in the past, you're at the World Surfing Games level, and meaning they're just starting their competitive path. But so far, I mean, everybody's prepared. Everybody's putting their best foot forward down here in Peru. And I know it's early, but I feel like we're in the midst of seeing the best ever ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have fielded their best teams ever, too.
I mean, I know it's superlative. I know it's only day one. But just when you see the highlights today, you might get the same feeling.
Yeah, and people that have done well regionally on the Pro Junior level, Kato, she's made a few semifinals over there in the Asia region of the Pro Juniors. Third in Japan, third in Bali. You know, she loves to surf halfways, and it's not her first event competing in an ISA format either. And, you know, a big takeaway for me, having competed here at this event and covered so many so far, and everybody, if you don't know these people and they come from a place where you eventually want to visit, get their number, get their info. Eventually, you're going to make it over to where they're from.
And we got a priority situation there. Cesar needed to give way to Kato. Flying down the line, big section in front of her. She gets around it. Beautiful, stylish carving snap off the top. So they've kind of flattening out through this inside. She's going to stick with it, seeing that there could be a little power surge. Good decision making there. Nice critical section on the inside.
Nice.
That was smart, solid, steady surfing. It looked like she had that big long wall out the back, like it almost was about to close out, but she had the vantage point with that high line to think, kind of like set the table.
Yeah.
And then just nice, slicey, clean surfing all the way through. She's on my list. I'm a fan. I love her style, the speed, the flow down the line. Fun surfer to watch.
Well, there was a while where I was kind of questioning whether or not that was the right decision to make with priority. It worked out in Cesar's favor almost even too, but could not have surfed it much better than what Kato did right there. Excellent flow, and here's Cesar now with priority on the outside, Chris. Just the one turn to start things off. Let's see if she's able to make it up on the inside.
A little stuck on the turn there, but now she gets involved. Nicely placed snap comes around the section. Potent surfing from Maria Cesar. And yes, that is worthy of a little bit of a celebration. That snap right there in the middle, quick, sparky, you can tell. The spray, the fins, that's the type of turn you don't want to see when you're a competitor and you're looking back in and you see fins and spray out the back. You think, oh no, that's going to be a big score.
I like the Rip Curl wetsuit too. She's going for the Wilco style kind of thing. That print's nice. It's cool to see, you know, the expressions of themselves and their equipment as well. Never against a good piece of art, Chris, especially on the surfboard or the wetsuit.
For Maria Cesar's last wave, she started off strong with a 7, and she has just evaporated that 0.60. That score's out. So with 10.5 left, had a paddle there, but it's a no-go situation. So while our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down the glass. Rachel Tillich.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm here with Aisha, who just won that last heat representing Team Brazil. We also will have this interview translated. So my first question is to ask, this isn't the first time we've seen you in an ISA. We watched you compete in El Salvador last year. You've come back winning this first heat. How does it feel to be back?
Que você já teve a experiência de competir, né, o Júnior ano passado em El Salvador. E já saiu na frente aqui na primeira bateria, super bem. E como é que você está se sentindo de estar aqui no Peru e competindo de novo o ISA Júnior?
Estou muito feliz. Primeiramente, tenho que agradecer a Deus, né? Tá a terceira vez no ISA, muito gratificante. Tive a experiência em El Salvador.
So she's really happy. That's the third time on Junior, and she's happy with the team. She's happy with her performance and confident also.
Well, you're surfing very confident. You look great. Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to everyone supporting in Brazil?
Que você está feliz, está confiante. Se você gostaria de falar alguma coisa em português para a galera que está te escutando no Brasil, te vendo no Brasil.
Claro, claro, valeu, gente. Vamos em busca aí desse título e vamos com tudo. Bora, Brasil!
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Aisha. Throw it back to you guys.
absolute ripper right there. Remember that name, because I think she's going to go deep into this contest. And credit to the coach. The Brazilian surf team coach was also on hand at the ISA Parasurfing World Championships, taking care of their parasurfing team. They did really well in Oceanside, California, just a month or so ago. But it's one of the hardest working women in surfing.
They got a good team. Shout out to, Teco Padarats, too. And everybody from ISAsurf, they've done amazing things. Superpower that a lot of people thought they were going to become, a decade and a half ago.
Well, I think they identified, I don't want to say their weak point, but they just didn't have enough women coming up through the ranks.
Yeah.
And
good point.
You can tell that the work they've done in, identifying great female talent from around Brazil and fostering that talent. And, now we have multiple female surfers on the championship tour, multiple Olympians. We've got, they have so many, 1 or 2 women.
Yeah.
And not too long ago.
Yeah. There were times at juniors, I remember, they'd show up with 6 people on the team total. Yeah. And for a country that big, that should not be happening. And I think they've done a full 180. And it's nice to see them get to the point that, once again, I think a lot of people expected them to. I knew that they had the capability of doing that. And once again, they have the waves, too.
Yeah, and they're on, they have to be considered medal threats.
100%. Every time.
Anywhere they go, but especially this year.
And in every discipline.
Juniors, yeah.
The SUP, longboard, the paras, they do it all. And, Brazil is such a competitive country, too. They're a sport-based country. When it comes to the Olympics, when it comes to just sports in general, Ayrton Senna in Formula 1, was big standout in the late 80s, early 90s. And so far, I think when it comes to surfing, they've really,
dominant.
Truly become the dominant nation in surfing, at least in the last 15 years.
6 minutes left here, and Maria Cesar continuing that tradition with a pair of 7s, 14-point total, one of the highest of the day. Kato comes through with an 11.30 total. That's respectable. Anytime you can get in the double digits, your likelihood of staying in the main round rises that much more. Castro's still in it. Needs a 6.97, which is a pretty solid number. She's probably going to want to get rid of both of those scores, which is going to be a heavy ask with only 5.5 left. But this is Punta Rocas. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and I saw some more waves on the horizon, too, so it's truly nonstop out there. This is such a fun location. It's just incredible to have such a high-performance wave that you come here on a free surfing trip right now, which, is probably still going to be the case for a lot of these kids in the event. You're going to surf your brains out. You're going to have the best of times while doing it, too.
All right, Kato launches into this one. Nice 2-stage roundhouse cutback. Classic surfing maneuver. I love to see the kids paying tribute to the fundamentals. So 3 stylish, silky smooth roundhouses for Kato.
Probably won't change things, but still nice.
It was just elegant, graceful, powerful all the way through.
Trying to think, Tom Curran won ISA Juniors back in his day. Kelly Slater also ISA gold medalist. But did Chris Brown wraparound win too? I'm trying to think. I know he was on a team. I just don't remember if he won or not, though.
Probably. He won everything back in the day.
That's true.
Wow, nice snapping turn there for Castro. She is just so fun to watch surf. Unpredictable, speedy. It just gets caught up right there. The opening turn was great. We'll see if it betters a 3.40. Just get, you can't not cheer for her, right? I mean, we saw her. She competed at the World Surfing Games level not too long ago in El Salvador. I think that was probably our first look at Michaela Castro, but you could tell that surfing an event like that, of that magnitude, gave her a lot of confidence because she's definitely not backing down right now.
Look at her. I mean, she's going 0 to 100 at any given moment. Good enthusiasm right there. That's what you want on your team. That's what a true leader does. Inspire, that motivation in everybody, and it's cool to see her be able to do this at such a young age. And another thing that I really want to mention too, Chris, I've, been, luckily in the ISA family for about 15 years now as a competitor and, working on this side of things too, but they have done amazing things for Latin America. Costa Rica, Peru, Panama, Brazil. And I think as of late, especially, there's been, a big increase of surfers because of the ISA World Juniors and the ISA World Surfing Games. So, the past 18 years, there's been a lot of events over here in this part of the world, and I think a lot of it has to do with the development of a lot of surfing nations. I think CRC, Costa Rica, has a lot to do with that. I think Peru has a lot to do with that. But once again, I think Brazil has really been at the forefront, and luckily for us, we've been able to go to a lot of these different locations and experience and exchange cultures with a lot of these different people that we get to interact with every event.
Yeah, this is a great job, right?
Not to say that the food hasn't been amazing either, because Peru probably has one of the best cuisines in the world.
Ready for it.
Mic drop.
2 minutes left here. This is round 1, heat 18 of the girls under 18 division. That means all surfers in this division are 18 or under. And it depends kind of when your birthday is as well. So the majority, I'd say, of this field, 17, 18. But we've got surfers 12, 13, 14 years old surfing up a division. Be like a boxer fighting up in their weight class, but this kid's 12. Caesar now with a 14-point total. In command of this heat. That was a sick snap with a little flare.
She's shredding right now.
Yeah, she's going above and beyond.
Those sharp eyes are looking good. A lot of people in the sharp eyes at this event.
Ooh, Castro looking for a 6.97.
Oh.
No, that's a good way to dodge. You want to run your fellow competitor over.
I mean, you got to make sure that the person's not in the way, and I don't think Cesar was in any way right there, but Castro's got to kind of force the issue a little bit more. That's eventually going to come with more maturity right there, but you have unconditional right away when you're on the wave, so if you see the section, somebody's underneath you, you better make sure to blast that thing, because you might not get that section back later on in the heat.
I didn't even think about that.
Simple as that. And I know it sucks, but it's the right thing to do. It's the respectful thing to do.
You see Castro on the inside, late drop there. 5 seconds left. Flowing through to the inside. Nice mechanics on that backside snap. Yeah, I like that. Never give up. All the way through to the end. Cato's on this one.
Whoa.
Going vertical on her forehand. So just another great heat in the books, but give it up to Maria Cesar. So she did improve on that 7-point ride. So pairs a 7-2-3 with. We're going to lose Michaela Castro to the elimination round. She'll have one more opportunity to get herself back into the main event. So as we flip the page, we're going to get one more look at the lineup here. And that's that big snap that got us so fired up.
Yeah, so this is where we caught up to her right here on the inside. I mean, she pulls that. She's dropping a major.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. The ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Cote with Mitchell Salazar. Big heat in the lineup. Some friendly fire here with two surfers representing Team New Zealand in the opening round. So we'll see if teamwork can make the dream work. So far, so good for Lola Grube.
Ooh.
Some fiery snaps.
Wow.
In great sections offered all the way down the line there. That's going to be a big number to start for Lola.
Well, siblings
So we
out
got,
there.
yes, I don't know if I've ever seen this. Both sisters from the same team.
At the beginning of the event,
At the beginning of the event, yeah.
You see that later
We've
on.
seen
but
the Etchabari sisters go head-to-head a few times, which is always fun. So maybe now we'll see a new sibling rivalry developing. I doubt they'll try to go into any teamwork, teammanship coming on. So we've got surfers from Lithuania, Greece, and New Zealand in this heat. Charlotte Moschopoulos and Uda Staskavicete.
Yeah.
Trying.
Couple hard
I tried
ones.
to try on that one.
You got to lean into, you know, the European heritage right there, Mr. Cote.
Yeah.
But Charlotte Moschopoulos at San Clemente, see her quite a bit. She's only 11, by the way, competing here in the U18s.
Oh, flying down the line. Big snap to start this wave. It's a wild ride, but she's maintaining great control here. That back arm guiding her through these turns.
What?
Another huge snap there. Fins free. Rides out clean. That was great surfing for Charlotte.
That was the kick out, too.
Yeah, that was strong right there. So for Charlotte Moschopoulos, she's going to be on the board in a big way there.
Yeah, big separation in size, obviously, between, you know, the people that are already, you know, in the upper teens right here in this division. But for an 11-year-old, that's got to feel real good kicking out of that wave that way. Starting off on your feet with the complete, you know, first priority and see how well she's been able to use it in past events. Here she goes. So
It's a
quick
no-go.
one.
Happens to the best of us. Just simple slip off the wax. 16:57 to go here. Lola comes through with a 7-point ride. Chloe comes through with the 5.33. Team New Zealand out front. So Goda just a .20, waiting for that score for Charlotte Moschopoulos to come in.
Probably one of the most underrated countries to go on a surf trip as well. Both islands, incredible waves, a lot of point breaks, some incredible beach breaks too. Piha hosted ISA World Juniors back in 2010. Medina, Tyler Wright winning the event over there. Matt Banting also a champion in the U16s. So they've always been, you know, podium threats for sure. Look at Charlotte dropping the score too, Chris. Early stages of this heat.
Yeah, nicely done for 3.77. I feel like New Zealand, I might just be making this up. North Island for lefts, South Island for rights?
Depending
I've
on who
never
you
actually
ask,
been
yeah.
to the South Island.
Yeah.
So all I know is North Island, you want to go left.
You just go to Raglan the entire time, huh?
Oh, here we go. Charlotte streaking down the line. Great carving turn there. Just laying back, finishing that snapping cut back.
So represents her father's Greek heritage, growing up in San Clemente though, and as a lot of us that live in Southern California know that they could probably have 5 different teams of a board riders club, depending on, you know, a given day, but they are very talented and cool to see the 11-year-old doing well here.
Well, the judges have some catching up to do. While they do that, let's go down to the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Maria, congratulations. A couple of 7s under your belt there. You looked phenomenal. Tell me how you're feeling.
Well, I'm feeling really good. It's pretty good to come back here to Peru. I really like Punta Rocas. And, well, I'm really stoked to pass my first heat. I just want to enjoy this moment with all my friends and my team. So, yeah, I'm really happy.
In her strategy that you were able to use in your heat?
Yeah, you know, Team Brazil is like a family, so I just want to enjoy this moment with my friends. And, well, and I'm really happy, all this motivation. So, yeah, let's go to the next and maybe to get a
gold medal, you know. Well, I love that. I love that confidence, and that's a great goal to have being here. So congratulations, and we'll, I'm sure, see you in the next one.
Thank you so much. Valeu, vamos com tudo, Brasil.
Back to you guys.
Good energy.
The joy of surfing. I mean, that was a feel-good moment there. Yeah, that ways. Doing it in the water, coming to the beach. I mean, just showcasing that beautiful smile and spreading the joy of surfing around the world. To all of our viewers out there, thank you for tuning in. We are live from Punta Rocas.
And these aren't careers that last very long. So, might as well enjoy every second of it. Inside, outside of the water, don't matter. So, the more you make the most of it, I think the more joy you're going to have later. And the people are super cool right here. What else could you ask for, Chris?
Living the dream. 13 minutes left at the moment. Chloe Grab in top spot with the 5.33 and a 2.50. Sister Lola Grab in second with a 7, trying to back things up here, and she will. Super clean style. Good looking wave through this mid portion. This thing's going to stand up for her. She gets around the section, nails it.
Solid.
I like that she's not doing too much, right? It's all the appropriate level. A wild exit there for Lola.
Damage was done before that, though.
Yeah, I think she rode out of that last turn, too. She'll get credit for that.
I mean, I think in the opening round, they're probably going to be more lenient towards completions rather than not, unless it's, like, super evident that, you know, they didn't fully ride out.
So good start to this wave. You can tell. I mean, both these sisters have the solid fundamentals. They have the enthusiasm. They know where to put their board on the wave. So they've been putting in work. I mean, you can see how solid they are on their feet as well. There's no nerves. And we get to see a sisterly paddle battle here.
Yeah, and both of them very intelligent, too. They got the first 2 waves of the heat back-to-back. They've already backed up their best scores, the 5.33 for Chloe, the 7 for Lola. Chance that Lola gets something close to her 7 on this last ride, too. So you're going to make things really difficult for both the surfer in white and green right here. A lot of time, though.
I got a stat that's going to blow your mind here, Mitch.
Tell me.
Lola's only 14. Chloe, 17 years old. I mean, same can be said for Chloe. Both these sisters are
talented.
They're going off.
Yeah.
We love to see.
Right here, Chris. Pacific Ocean on display with the desert in the background and the houses on the beach.
Super interesting, cool landscape.
That's kind of by where we're staying at over there. Just further to the south. Ooh, I saw a little left break right there.
Oh, no, that's a secret.
Oh.
I don't actually know.
That's the wave we're surfing.
I'm discovering this place just like a lot of the competitors are.
Man, it's just so cool, though. Just a nice area, waves everywhere, very consistent. Water never tends to get too cold either. I mean, most of the year, a full suit at the most. And then on the warmer days, I've seen people, you know, with trunks and a top so far. Short sleeve spring.
I brought a short arm full. I thought that was the appropriate suit.
You're going to be great in that.
Water temp's about 66, 68,
Yeah, I'd
67.
say mid to upper 60s. And it probably doesn't get below 58, 59 on the coldest days. So at the most, I'd say, like, if you do get on the colder side, you're probably wearing a 4.3.
And this is kind of this area, San Bartolo's in the distance there. And then Punta Rocas, 9.5 to go here. I mean, we're only 45 minutes away from Lima, so this would probably be considered kind of where people from Lima would have their beach houses or, you know, come for those staycations, if you will. We see a lot of really cool places to stay, and I like it. It's kind of low key.
Yeah.
You know, last night we went to a restaurant. There was just nothing in the front, and then a little door, you open it up, and it was like an oasis. So this place is holding, and you know, some of our crew, avid skimboarders, championship skimboarders. So anybody out there watching from Peru in this area, you got the skim spot for us, let us know in the DMs.
What I'd like to know, where's the closest slab?
Whoa.
We need to get barreled.
I mean, I bet anywhere within a half hour there's a slab.
Pico Alto's 10 minutes away.
Like that. It seems like that type of place. Now, at the right tide, the right swell,
this could be a slab.
Rocas becomes a slab.
Yeah.
seen some videos and photos of this place like firing on all cylinders, looking gnarly.
And the freeway's literally, what, 4 blocks past where we're from. So everything's super close by. Just beautiful place. There's a nice mall that's about a 3-minute drive from here too. A little different restaurants. People live a simple life here, Chris. Surf, eat, good food. Don't need much else, really. I believe Lima, the city in the world that has the most Michelin star restaurants too.
One of them for sure.
Ceviche is obviously amazing. That's probably like the dish that most people know, but trying to think of, there's another Peruvian dish, lomo saltado. Yeah, it's a pork loin that's like kind of salted. Oh, it's amazing too.
I'm in. I have to extend my trip. Just move here. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left. Graub sisters in control. Charlotte Mashopoulos representing Team Greece. Steady. 3.77 and a 3. She needs a 6.06 to get back into one of those top 2 spots. Goda from Lithuania with a .20. She needs to get her campaign started. But again, I mean, regardless if you're getting big numbers or not, you're gaining experience, which is just, you can't put a price tag on that.
Yep. Goda's last year in this division. She's 18 now. Favorite surf break in Sri Lanka. Does ride Dylan Longbottom shapes. So on some really good boards and equipment. A country that you wouldn't necessarily associate with surfing either, but last few years they've made larger impact at World Surfing Games and at World Juniors. Here goes Chloe now, looking to improve on the 4.5.
Yeah, Chloe cranks that one around. I like the little whip. You know, watch her back leg when she goes into those turns. Even though it's relatively flat on the face, she has a way of making those kind of backside. It's almost like half a cut back, and then she kicks that back leg out. Added flair. I know the judges appreciate that, and it just feels good as a surfer to whip into a backside turn like that.
More intensity for sure. I've seen a couple surfers from New Zealand on the championship tour in the past 2. Paige Shareb, of course, Ricardo Christie back in the day, and just looking at, you know, the heat total of Lola so far, this is her 7, so the first wave of the heat took her a little while to make it to the open face, but once she did, Chris, as you said, good intensity by both her and Chloe. I love that turn in particular, the tail slide, but dude, she gets the lip and they're spray to the skies every time. And the backup right here, good little double up on the inside. Bottom turns well, brings it back all the way with the roundhouse cutback. You know, gets a little slow right here in this mid part of the wave, but I'm telling you, when she gets the right section, especially with that extension of that last turn, and as you said, I think they did deem this last turn complete. Was in front of the white water before she kind of kicked out that way. Good surfing right there. And then Chloe, well, she has the 5.33, she has the 4.5. Seems like both of those sisters using that torque to their benefit right here on the back end.
Yeah, strong, goofy footers. Graub sisters have come to compete. We have 4 minutes, 57 seconds left.
Can I say something?
Please.
So this spot, the right is better than the left. But I am amazed that we haven't seen more people at least try to look for the left, because there are options down there, especially if you're in 3rd or 4th priority. I'd be hunting at that thing a lot more.
Look, it's a spear tip right here, a perfect peak. Yeah, it would be cool to see Lola or Chloe just, you know, give us a taste of their forehand and rip into one of these lefts.
Now with the low tide, it might be more difficult though, because it tends to shift more towards the right.
Well, they're going to stick to their strengths, and that's why we're not coaches, Mitch. This is Chloe just activating all her powers on her backhand. Quick stall there to just get things back under control. She's on her like 8th turn right now, having a field day out here at Punta Rocas.
They're surfing well. I mean, that's selling it short right here, but they have surfed a great heat, smart one by both Lola and Chloe. Lola's only caught 2 waves, and she's in the lead right here, but Chloe now on her 5th with this last one. I feel like it's a chance she does improve on the 4.5, but there's just something about this wave, this location, that I feel is perfect for ISA World Juniors. The consistency of the break, the fact that you can split the peak if you want to. You have options to choose from, both right and the left, but seems like on the paddle back out, we've seen a ton of different numbers really pop up and people just turn and burn and go on ones that don't seem like too much, and then all of a sudden they double up. End up being some of the best scores we've seen all day, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, both these sisters have experience, but Lola actually, for 3 years in a row, surfed her way onto the New Zealand junior national team. So she competed the ISA juniors in Brazil and in El Salvador, so 2023 and 2024. As we see now, Goda, her backhand there, just trying to get things rolling. But it's great to see, you know, Goda coming through for Team Lithuania, proudly representing her home nation.
Staskeviciute there.
Nicely done, Mitchell.
I think that is the correct pronouncement. I'm hoping it is.
Well, it was a valiant effort. So
Charlotte.
2 minutes, 12 seconds left. I mean, Charlotte's been super impressive in this heat. Rad style. Nice and fast down the line. She's picking great waves, too.
I mean, for an 11-year-old?
Come on, that is great surfing for any age.
She'd be winning most U12s, especially in these waves. She charges. But, you know, Team Greece, they've improved a lot recently, too. They're scouting more surfers. I feel like they've definitely benefited over the globalization of surfing now, and considering too that for World Surfing Games, you know, there are regional qualifiers or qualifiers from certain regions that do get up into the Olympics. I'd put their chances of eventually having somebody, you know, in LA 28 pretty high. You know, you talk about France always doing well, but they got surfers that are probably coming up on the CT, so that tier A probably going to them. You got to watch out for these newer, younger teams that have this new blood coming up, and all of a sudden you underestimate somebody, they're blasting.
50 seconds left. Watch out. Flying down the line. Lola Grab comes around the section. Nails it. I mean, they're just like, their mechanics are so strong.
Yep. And they never rush anything.
Yeah, it's just like the patience. Into the windup. There's that little kick out that we like.
Ooh.
Big snapping finish there. 27 seconds left. Yeah, you did a great job.
Won't change anything, but just still really good surfing, though. 3 waves, and she demolished all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do if you have one of your teammates in your heat. Get that early start, back each other up, go wave for wave, and this is not necessarily where you want to be at the end of the heat, in the boneyard section, Punta Rocas.
A little bit of bragging rights against older sister, too. Hey, remember that time we surfed in ISA Juniors and opening round and I got you in that one? I know we both made it, but, like, who won the heat?
No one's a better rival than your own brother or sister.
Yeah, you know better than everybody, too. It's fun.
Well, this is not fun. You see her, she's flipped her board over, making sure to save her fins.
Yep.
It's kind of like a boiling cauldron of 2-inch deep water right there. Get around it, get over to that sand bottom beach break to exit the lineup.
Good surfing, though. Great heat by both the group sisters and Genesimaskopoulos and Goda.
This is a skill in itself right here. She's paddling this board upside down. That's
I
not
know.
an easy thing to do. Well, we're going to continue on in the girls under 18, round 1. Coming up next, we got Heat 20. Congrats to Lola Grab and Chloe Grab making it through. Stick around. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're located in Punta Roca in Peru, and there's an incredible high-performance infrastructure set up here to cater towards Peruvian surfers, the next generation, the current generation, and those with, hopeful dreams of being a gold medalist this week, of being a future Olympic gold medalist as well. As we take a look now at Celia Magras from Switzerland, up and riding, beautiful opening turn. Great style as she comes through with that second and lining it up with the pocket. Unfortunately, just kind of skids out. Can't keep her weight in the right place over those fins as her foot slips off the board. But a nice opener for Celia nonetheless. It's just a 3.5. She'll build from that. She's in the lineup up against Mila Coco Brown from Australia and Marshanda Nikijulu from Switzerland. So two Swiss surfers up against one of the more well-known surfers in the world on the women's side of things in Mila Coco Brown.
Exactly, she's an amazing surfer, Mila. I'm sure we're gonna see her in action really soon. And that last wave was a beautiful wave. It lined up all the way to the inside.
Yeah, that was just absolutely gorgeous surfing from our young competitor of Celia. Make sure to join us online at ISAsurfing on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Check it, basically any social channel, you'll find ISA Surfing. And it's a great way to track through what's happening at the event. We're covering what we can with the broadcast, but there's so much going on behind the scenes. All the teams, all those moments in between things. We've got a great team working behind the scenes, capturing as much footage and getting that out on the social media aspect of things throughout the week to make sure that everyone gets really that feeling of what it's like to be here on the ground, because we can only capture so much here.
Exactly. So if you want to see all the behind the scenes, go to the social media.
And follow these Groms. They are Groms still. This is a juniors event. It's the under 18s and the under 16s. We've got some very frothy Groms that are competing, and kids are really good at social media these days as well. They're a lot better than the rest of us. And I'm sure there's lots of great content to be checking in with, or with the national surfing federations and their social media pages as well. Just to be able to see, get some highlights clips, get some little behind the scenes content of everything. As we take a look at this set, Sophia, the swell is pumping now.
Wow, that was, I think, one of the biggest sets of the day. I think all the girls got it in the head.
They've been completely wiped out. Unfortunately, just stuck in the wrong positions. And we knew that the swell was going to be increasing through the day. I didn't expect it to be as big as it is now. From when we showed up this morning. And we know that it's on the rise even more for tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow is going to be the biggest day, I think, from the contest. So there's going to be some really nice waves. You already can see the nice waves here. When it gets a little bit bigger, it's more consistent, more sizey, a lot more water too. And I think the girls are getting caught in the inside.
We got a little bit of paddling to get through. 20 minutes on the clock, 15 minutes remaining currently. So 5 minutes of this has been spent kind of paddling and repositioning for red and for blue. We did see that first wave of green for Celia. So that's, nice for her to have that smaller score on the board, and at least to have something to speak for the first 5 minutes of the heat, where the other two surfers in the lineup just have, maybe more noodle arms than what they started with.
Exactly.
And
20 minutes goes super fast.
it goes so fast. And now it's a reset, you know, for both Milla and for Marchanda. They've got a 14-minute heat now in front of them.
Nice wave coming here. We see Blue in a good position. Let's see if she takes off.
All right, Marchanda with great positioning on takeoff. Nice looking pocket up in front of her. Just kind of check turn with that speed to start. Wraps it around on that first opening turn, really driving through the second. And well worth the wait for her, finding a wave with a nice pocket to it, nice section up in front. And she's gonna look to put on that finishing section as well. Great start for the young Swiss competitor.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Marchanda from Swiss. She got one turn that was super nice, throwing a lot of water.
Just 15 years old, she was born in Basel in Switzerland. Her mother is Swiss, but her father is Indonesian. And she started competing in Bali in 2021 after moving there back in 2013. So she spends most of her time living in Indonesia now and just has fallen in love with competitive surfing. And we see that with a lot of surfers, you know, especially with the conversation of the Olympics that was introduced. Sophia, I'm sure you would have seen it more, you know, in that run up to Tokyo specifically, where we saw a lot of surfers choosing which country they were going to represent if they had some kind of national tie, family heritage to a nation, whether they were born there or not, whether or not, you know, they were living in that country, to be able to represent a different nation potentially from where they're living, but with the opportunity to open more doors for them in their competitive careers.
Of course, there's a lot of opportunity there. So I see a lot of surfers going for alternative, you know, background, you know.
Scores in a 6.33 for the opener of Marchanda. Great way to kick things off. Milla Brown now thought she was maybe going to have a look there. She's just paddling over. She had a great run at the World Surfing Games. Unfortunately, had to pull out. This was just a couple months ago in El Salvador. Had to pull out after the semifinals when she had a small injury to her knee. I believe it was to her MCL. And so that was really unfortunate because she was on a good run and, you know, looked like she could be a favorite potentially to take out a victory and be crowned a World Surfing Games gold medalist. Thankfully, she's back here wearing the jersey. The knee is doing good. She's just recently taken out another Pro Junior win. You know, she's had a lot of time wearing a jersey competitively lately and kind of nursing that knee injury as well.
She's an amazing surfer. I've seen her and she's so progressive.
Yeah, she's a really incredible rail surfer as well as an aerialist. And it's awesome to see so many more girls pushing the standards within their progressive surfing. Marchanda up and riding again, making it look really fun out there. She's going to be backing up her 6.33. It's a smaller size wave. 2-turn combination will get the job done.
Seems like she has like a little bit of a bigger equipment.
Well, 11 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got scores to drop through, but as we wait for those, let's check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Lola, congratulations on a great heat. Something that really stood out to me in your heat is your wave selection. You caught the least amount of waves out of everybody, but you had a 7, a 6, and threw away a 5 something. Your throwaway would have still helped you win the heat. So talk to me about that strategy and that confidence.
Yeah, thank you. I was just like looking for ones that had like the long wall so I could just get some snaps in. And yeah, and I found them. So yeah, that was really good to get.
Well, you looked really comfortable out there. Talk to me about getting, you know, in and amongst all of the crowd that has been, and just getting comfortable and being able to identify what those great waves are.
Yeah, well, in the free surfs, I haven't caught really much waves because there's been so many people out and it's been like really crowded. So yeah, I was so happy to get these uncrowded waves and it's pumping, so yeah.
And a little bit difficult, you were in a heat with your teammate. Both of you guys went 1 and 2. Did you guys have a strategy going into that heat together?
Well, not really. She's my sister, so I surf against it all the time at home and stuff. So it kind of just felt like we were at home, just like, yeah, surfing.
Well, that's perfect. You guys both got the job done and into the next heat, so congratulations for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you guys, I'm going to now bring us over to Charlotte, who is surfing for Team Greece. Congratulations, Charlotte. Tell me, how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
So 11 years old, you're the youngest, one of the youngest, if not the youngest of the event, surfing for Team Greece, who you guys used to only have one representative year on year, now has a team of 8 competitors. How does it feel to be competing here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Games?
It feels amazing to compete as the youngest. I have a dream of being a professional surfer on tour. Yeah, it feels really nice to be here. I love Punta Rocas. It's a really nice breaking left. I loved it a lot. Happy to be here in Peru.
Well, and this was the under-18 division. You also have the under-16 division that you'll be competing in. Did you learn anything out in that heat that you're going to take to your next heat?
Yeah, I learned that the waves stand up really fast, and sometimes they can come unexpectedly, and there's like a lot of sets coming in at the same time. Yeah, and the waves are pretty powerful, so yeah, I learned a lot from that heat.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you compete in your next heat. Congratulations, and we're so happy to see you here and working towards that dream.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. That was a great interview. Loved hearing from, one of the 2 sisters from the Grove family, Lola taking the win, but also Charlotte. That's so cute, and she is absolutely ripping already with big goals ahead of her. And I love her takeaway from the heat as well. Learned a lot more about the waves out here. She's going to be looking sharp in her under-16s division.
Yeah, she has a great attitude. I liked how she talked, how she was talking about the waves and they were powerful, but she has her gold clear, that's for sure.
8 members now for Team Greece, which is amazing. It used to be just Matteo Christodoulou for Team Greece between the World Surfing Games as a little Grom competing, across multiple divisions like that and the World Junior Championships. So it's so cool to see that that team has continued to grow and, have more investment from surfers around the world who aren't necessarily growing up in Greece, but have that family heritage. And Matteo actually lives in Peru, or he spent a lot of time here in Peru with a Greek family on one side and a Peruvian family on the other side. So that's been really cool to see his dynamic kind of develop through, and now to see Charlotte continuing on in that conversation for Team Greece. Out in the lineup, we've got a 4.67 to back up the 6.33 for Marshanda Nikujulu out of Team Switzerland. So it's the 2 Swiss surfers currently sitting in the commanding position. Mila Coco Brown, we still haven't seen an actual wave ridden yet.
Yeah, and there's not that much time left. I'm sure she knows that she just needs 2 waves. Let's see how she handles that pressure, because I do think she's starting to feel it. There's not that much time left.
Yeah, with such a short amount of time, you'd have to be feeling it. Regardless of, kind of any success along the way to an event like this.
She just lost priority too, paddling into that wave, so that makes things a little bit harder too.
She's repositioning herself now to the inside, as we can see the crew down there. The Panama surf team. Can't hear their cheers and their chant, but it's got to be something pretty cool.
Here comes Mila paddling hard into this one.
All right, Mila on the way, needing to make the drop. Does that with ease, even though it was a challenging section, but the wave shuts down in front of her, and this is not going according to plan, I would say, for Team Australia. As we take a look now at Celia. Unleashing that opening turn, beautiful style. She connects with the second. So she's gonna be building on that 3.5 that she dropped for her first wave. 16-year-old surfer, Celia is from St. Barth in the French Caribbean. She represents Switzerland, but is now based in Biarritz, where she trains and studies. And this is her 4th selection for the national team. So, a surfer that's started to really find her rhythm here at the World Junior Championships. 2.77 on the board. So requirements now still in the single score range of 5.77 for Mila Coco Brown for the Australian in order to get the advancing position to avoid repechage. However, the great thing is that for this opening round of competition, there is an opportunity for another chance for any surfers that aren't in those top 2 positions. So 3rd and 4th place surfers will be heading into repechage. As we take a look at the opening turn for Marchanda.
Yeah, bummer she fall in that wave because it looked like a really nice wave.
She'll just have to shake that one off. In a great position with that 6.33 and that 4.67 on the board.
There's just 4 minutes and Mila needs a 5.77. I'm sure she's feeling those nerves right now. Here comes a wave, but she can get that easily in one wave, so I think she's gonna look for just one good one, right? That's what I would do.
Yeah,
just 3 minutes
at this
to
stage. Yeah, you can definitely feel it for Team Australia right now. Few nerves. Mila just has that 0.5, which she only took off on around 6 minutes on the clock. We're now down to about 3.5 minutes remaining. Mila just recently got the cover of Tracks magazine this last month, which is a famous Australian surfing magazine. And it's always an awesome thing to see a woman get the cover of a surf magazine. So that's really cool for Mila. But now the pressure is on. She's not thinking about all of these other things that she has achieved in this year of surfing alone. She's currently thinking about the fact that she needs a 5.77.
Exactly.
She's only got 3 minutes to get it.
The good thing is that she has priority, so if an opportunity comes, I'm sure she's going to take it. We'll see, though, if that opportunity comes.
Yeah, it's looking really flat now. And again, remember the start of this heat, Sophia? 5 minutes of no one catching a wave, except for that small score that was on the board, the 3.5 for Celia, which currently is really helping her campaign.
Yeah.
It's great that she took off on that wave as the other 2 surfers, Marchanda and Mila, got cleaned up by that massive set.
Yeah, I think that set kind of like threw everything off for Mila. So there's just 2 minutes remaining, and she needs a 5.77.
All right, she's gonna have a look at
around.
Maybe deciding not to go on that one.
That's not really a big score for her. I think she can get that easily.
Yeah, I think the basics within her surfing are so clean that just getting a wave with an open face should give her the opportunity to get a score like that.
This is it. This is it.
So here we go. Chasing out a 5.77 for Mila Coco Brown. Her first real wave of this heat. Couple quick turns. And she's going to need this wave to stand up, really give her something to work with on the inside. She's putting a lot of power and a lot of speed into each of these turns. She finds the finishing section. However, that explosiveness, that kind of, you know, difference maker of a major maneuver felt lacking. What are your thoughts, Sophia?
I'm not a judge, but I don't think she's going to get the score. I think also because judges know how good she surfs. So if they give her like a 5.77 when she actually, you know, releases on her surfing in later heats, then, you know.
Where she could be getting 10s
exactly.
on the right wave with the right surfing.
For sure. So I don't know. I think the wave was not the best either. There was not critical parts to it. There was not really good sections. But let's see, you know. We'll see what the judges think and we'll know.
Well, down to the final minute, and surfer in the blue jersey, currently heat leader, she's holding on to priority. Now for Celia, she's going to be wanting to find herself another opportunity to increase her score line and to be able to put a little bit more pressure on. All right, scores are in. It's a 5.33 for Mila Coco Brown, so it falls short of the requirement, but she's now got 30 seconds to stand up on a wave. She needs less than a 1-point ride.
Oh my God, this is
nerve-wracking. Wild. This is like one of the things that's so stressful, but also is the best thing about competitive surfing, is it's like so much of it is dependent on the ocean.
I think she's gonna do it.
And what it gives her, is she gonna be able to paddle into that? She can't catch the wave. 10 seconds remaining.
Wow,
this is a crazy way to finish, coming that close. I appreciate the judges' score for the 5.83. Sophia, you know, I think you broke that down really well. But now to come within inches of advancement in the top 2 positions, Mila Coco Brand's not going to get there. But Marshanda, incredible performance for the Indonesian Swiss surfer out in the lineup with that 6.33, that 4.67. Her surfing did the talking.
Yeah, that was a great hit for the color blue. She surfed really well. She was really active. I think that having like a bigger board sometimes for these kind of conditions can help you. Just depends how comfortable you feel riding bigger boards.
Yeah, true. It tends to really smooth out things, huh?
And just you are able to get more waves, especially in a 4-man heat. I think like getting waves is really important. I think when you surf like man to man, woman to woman, you have to be more picky with your waves.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break. It's the Swiss surfers taking out Mila Coco Brown, Marshanda and Celia advancing through, Mila heading into the repechage.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the action. We're here at Punta Rocas in Peru. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm sitting next to Peruvian surfer, legend, world champion, Olympian, and Sofia Milanovic. And now mom, you've got your kids in the water. I know your older son, he's a pretty avid surfer at this stage already.
Yeah, he loves surfing, especially in summer when the water is warmer.
Doesn't need to wear such thick neoprene as just a little grommet. 18 minutes on the clock. And out in the lineup, we've got the girls under 18s division. A lot of these girls have been surfing since they were just tiny little ones. And now they're competing on a world stage. Amy Godson up and riding for Barbados with a couple great carves to start things off. In the water up against Panama's Belin Elizondo in the blue and France's Lily Hirigoyen. Just 3 surfers in the water. Top 2 will be advancing through into the main round. Bottom surfer will be heading to the repechage round. We do only have one repechage round in competition for this year's ISA World Surfing Games due to the fact that there's over 400 kids in the competition. We got a lot of heats to get through. So it's going to give everyone a little bit more, you know, of an opportunity to really surf down to the wire in each heat beyond the opening round from round 2 in the open sides, but it does give everybody in this opening round the chance to battle back into the main round in just that one repechage. We've seen that swell continue to increase throughout competition today. Started out, you know, pretty fun, but sleepy in those early heats. There was very few waves ridden. Wave selection was pretty important, and you could really tell the difference between a wave that hugged the rocks and ran in comparison to something that had a little bit more water on it. And now, as the afternoon, you know, that tide dropped out through the middle of the day, it's starting to increase again now. That tide's starting to fill in. That swell is also filling in with the tide.
Yes, for sure the swell is building. You can tell there's a lot of sets now. It's really consistent. And sometimes you can even get them on the head, like happened in that last hit. So you need to be really cautious about that.
Yeah, here we can see blue and red on the paddle, out a little bit deeper because there's a decent sized set approaching. And it looks like it is definitely going to break before it hits them as well. So for all those surfers that are, you know, coming up through the afternoon, we're going to be running through heat number 27 specifically today. We're currently in heat number 21. There's something, you know, really to pay attention to. There's definitely some great scoring potential on the smaller sized waves that have great shape, but then there's also the risk of getting caught on the inside and wasting some time in a 20-minute heat like this.
Exactly. For sure, the bigger waves from the back are not really the best waves, but still, you know, you can get them on the head, and that you have to be really quick, you know, kind of like see the sets from the back and start paddling to the side so it doesn't get in the head, because if not, it's going to take a lot of time out of you.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to make it to the shoulders instead of really just paddling straight through from the top.
This is a nice wave.
Yeah, this is going to have some potential for sure. So at the moment, no priority established between red and blue. Surfer in green has that single score of a 2.17. And we'll see if anyone's able to swing around into this one. Blue's going to be a little bit too deep. It's going to open the door for red. Lily for Team France. And she just falls on the takeoff, or doesn't fall, she just gets bumped straight off her board.
So much power in the whitewash, so it's really hard to get on the whitewash. From here, it doesn't look like as big, but when you're out there, like, it's a lot of water coming at you.
Yeah, there is a lot of water moving out there today. It doesn't seem like the current is really crazy, as we're kind of seeing everyone's able to sort of stay in the zone. We'll see if anyone's able to get into this wave. And here we go with a takeoff for blue. Boleyn, again, just caught in that power section. Green now with an opportunity on the paddle for Amy. And she's made the takeoff. Great work now to build on the 2.17 that she opened up with for Barbados. Sets up that first opening turn, looking down the line to drive a little bit wider as the birds fly past. Now starting to just get a little bit more comfortable as she comes through to the inside section here. She's done a great job to navigate, you know, the changing of positions, all of that going through, and able to solidify herself with a second score on the board. So some scores to drop through now for Amy. And Sophia, it's been really cool to be here in Peru, specifically to see more about the culture and more about this history of surfing here and this history of wave riding. You have brought in with you into the booth here a little miniature Caballito de Totora. Can you explain it to us?
Yes, this is like an old riding wave artifact that used to be ridden by the Mochicas, that it's an old culture here in Peru. And they say it's the first, how do you say, artifact to ride waves. So, yeah, it's beautiful. They used to go fishing here and catch waves on the way in.
It's amazing. And they would use a paddle, like sitting, kneeling in it with a paddle. Is that right?
Yeah,
so then,
with a paddle.
Yeah. And so they'd go out and go fishing, but then also on the way back in, end up riding waves with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's cool to have a little miniature one. We've got some really huge ones around the set with us. It actually kind of smells like hay in here.
I've surfed it a couple times, and it's really fun. It's really hard. Like, I got gnarly wipeouts. But by the end, I was able to stand up, and it's amazing.
And how heavy is it when there's, you know, an actual full-size one out in the water? Are you needing help to get it out the back?
Yeah. Not to go out the back, like, but for sure to bring it to the beach and like put it in the ocean. It's really heavy.
Yeah, it's so cool. There's great kind of demonstrations that are happening around the contest site this week. Part of the opening ceremonies yesterday, and I just noticed before we were coming into the booth that there was actually a ceremony taking place as they were making new ones down on, or just here on the contest site. So for anyone that's around the contest site this week, you can see more of the indigenous culture here and go have a chat to learn more about the Caballitos Totora. Maybe there will be one or two around that people can have a try on.
Maybe, yeah. There's some really nice things there in that shop. I went there before, and Lots of culture.
Yeah, amazing little setup here on the beach. Well, we're down to 11 minutes remaining in the current heat in the water. As we wait for more waves to be ridden, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Marshanda, a big heat win there, not just for you, but for Switzerland as well, with both you and your teammate getting 13th. Tell me how you're feeling.
Actually, I'm feeling really good right now because I was so nervous, but I was having a lot of fun.
Well, a big heat win as well against Mila Coco Brown and Team Australia being in that heat. When you're talking about having those nerves paddling out, how do you manage those?
Honestly, I just try calming myself down. I pray before I go surf.
Well, you looked like you had great composure out there and you got the job done. Is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone watching, both in Switzerland and Indonesia where you live?
Yeah, to my mom and my dad. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. I saw all your chats, but I'm sorry I couldn't reply to them. I was really busy.
Yeah, busy getting ready for a heat and winning. So congratulations, and I'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Congratulations, Team Switzerland. 2 surfers advancing through in the main round. That's going to be great for those points as well. And with the surfing that we saw from both of them, really dynamic, sharp, on rail. Marshanda walking away with the victory, but for both her and Celia, her teammate, was really impressive.
They surfed really well, really well. Beautiful style, especially Marshanda. She surfed amazing.
Well, we're down to 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. You can see another big set has rolled through. As we can see the sort of triangle there of white water from where that wave started breaking at the peak all the way out the back, and then how much bigger that wave would have been than this little one on the inside right here. Amy Godson still sitting in that leading position in the green jersey, a 3.57 and a 2.17. And other than that, just 2 takeoff scores for Lily and for Boleyn. You know, anything in that kind of 1 point range or less than 1 point is a slip on the takeoff. But if the hands leave the rail, if they're able to get to their feet, no matter how long it's for, and their hands are off the rail, then a score gets put down. If the hands don't leave the rail and you're stuck riding in a prone position, then it's a non-scoring wave. And you can see everyone just trying to, kind of reset here as we come down to 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, there's not that much time left. The best wave yet is a 3.57 by Amy Godson. So I think it's still open, this heat. There's still plenty of time. Anything can happen. We have with priority number 1, Belén Elizondo from Panama. And then we have Lily Irigoyen from France with priority number 2.
Big takeoff here for Boleyn. And this is going to be an important moment. Just kind of nursing through that first turn, setting it up as she bounces off the foam. Puts a little more commitment into that second one, and then just has that speed she can't really carry through for the finish.
Yeah, unfortunately, she fails on that last turn. But still, it's good to put some scores on the board. There's not much time left, so I think it's just important to start getting some waves.
Yeah, just start finding some consistency. Boleyn is 17 years old. She grew up in a little town called Santa Catalina, which is about 6 hours away from Panama City. It's well known for surfing and for fishing specifically. And this is her very first time competing outside of her country, outside of Panama. She's really excited for the opportunity. And it's so cool to see the new faces that come into these events.
Santa Catalina has really good waves.
Have you surfed there?
I've never surfed there, but I've always heard about the Santa Catalina wave. So one time I'm sure I'm going to go test it.
Great place to be growing up for Boleyn. We're still waiting for that last score to drop through. She only needs a 0.78 to move herself into that second place position, and also wouldn't need anything substantial to move up into the lead. If she gets anything above a 5.74, she could be into that leading conversation. And there it is a 3.43, so that puts her right there with the opportunity to steal away the win.
Yes, for sure, with just 6 minutes remaining. I think Lily Irigoyen is starting to feel the nerves now. I'm sure she saw what happened to Mila in the last heat. So she knows she needs to start getting active. She just needs a 2.67, and there's 5 minutes, 5 minutes and a half left.
Yeah, still a very small requirement, but it could end up being 2 scores that she needs if Boleyn's able to find herself with a backup. And Boleyn now getting busy on the inside. You can see her with the paddle. So she's going to be up and riding. And as we see that little change of camera direction, we're able to take a look at this first turn, locks into a second. This is the sort of rhythm that she's been hoping for this entire heat, and that's going to put a lot more pressure now onto Lily, getting that advancing position for Team France. So looking to back up that 3.43 now for Boleyn, and it's a 2.77, takes her into the leading position.
So now Lily needs a 4.74. There's 5 minutes remaining. I am sure Lily is capable of getting that in one wave, but I'm sure she's already feeling the nerves.
Yeah, and this is a big one for her as well, representing France. She's only 15 years old, competing up into the under 18s division. And for her, you know, saying that one of her biggest achievements, her biggest surfing achievement is being chosen for the France team. There's a lot of weight that comes with being a French surfer. There's, you know, Olympic medalists. There are world champions in the conversation. There is so much history to competitive surfing specifically for the French committee that making the team is a very, very tough ask.
It's for sure one of the strongest teams in surfing.
Amy now up and riding. Big opening turn, sets herself up here through the inside, just kind of hanging on to this wave. You can see that it does have a lot of power. There's a lot of water moving. She's looking for any opportunity to just increase that score as much as she can. And she's doing a great job navigating this wave all the way to the inside. Just picking off that little corner.
I feel that staying active is really important right now, because the 20 minutes go so fast, especially if you get like a set on the head. Like that takes like 5 minutes to go back out. So here comes some waves for Red.
Yeah, really to find and have the time to get 2 good waves with how much bigger the surf is now, how much like more the swell has increased, is a tough ask in 20 minutes.
Yeah. 20 minutes for Punta Rocas, you have to be really on it. Here she comes. This is a nice wave.
All right, Lily with a chance. Just 15 years old, setting herself up with a great looking snap. So nice style. It's great to get to see her surfing as well. You know, when we get to see these Groms take off on a wave, find that open face, really get to know their style, what their approach is to wave riding.
That wave just offered her like one section and then it kind of closed out on her. There's 2 minutes and a half to go. I think she can still get that second score to improve her campaign, but we'll see if she has the time. And also I think the other girls have priority over her, so let's see what happens.
And we have seen a change in the situation with Amy. She's moved back into the leading position, dropped to 2.97 to take first away from Boleyn. So that's still staying really close. Lily now with her first big score to drop in. We'll see where it is, and there it is, a 4.33, so well rewarded for the critical nature of that first turn. Now she's only chasing a 1.87. She does have a full 2 minutes on the clock, and in comparison to what we saw in that last heat with Mila Brown for Australia, where she got a score very close, needed less than a 1, but she had about 30 seconds left on the clock at that stage, and there just wasn't a wave she could even paddle into physically. Boleyn moving herself, probably looking for where Lily is sitting in the water as well and wanting to get close to her. As we see Amy just paddle past.
Wow, these last 2 heats have been nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and there you can see Boleyn is just like taking a beeline to try and get to Lily. Lily now, oh my God. She needed to stand up and at least get like a part of a maneuver, I would think to get close to a 2 instead of it just being a 1.
Yeah, you cannot get a closeout. You have to get at least like a little bit of a wall on it.
Yeah. Wow, this is so nerve-wracking. 1 minute remaining on the clock. And Amy's just in her own world. She's paddling out to the horizon because she can see another massive set is coming. May or may not have time for that to get all the way to her. But 50 seconds can feel actually like quite a long time in some of these scenarios.
And we see Belen going straight to Lily.
Yeah.
Make sure she doesn't get anything.
Exactly. For Belen right now, 50 seconds feels like forever. And for Lily, she's like, only 50 seconds on the clock. There's not enough time for anything. And Belen's just going to sit right on top of her. Great strategy from her there, just applying as much pressure as she possibly can. She also has priority. She's going to have to turn and go on this wave.
She has to.
She has to keep Lily off of it. And there we go. Now up and riding, so it's going to leave Lily if she can find another wave. But a great opportunity for Belen. Quick snap.
Nice.
Tags the finishing section as well. I like the style of that little ride out too.
Yeah.
And she's going to close the door. Very well surfed heat from Belen Elizondo on the finish for Team Panama. Lily, unfortunately, just gets shut down on the finish. That one turn was really nice. I think her surfing is right there with, you know, the top of the pack. It's just going to be some of that decision-making in the heats.
Exactly. The good thing is that she still has a Reparage, so she needs to keep her head up, learn from the mistakes, and go for the next one.
All right. Amy Godson with the win for Barbados. Belen Elizondo for Panama in second, and France going down into the elimination round, Reparage round coming up. And we've got more action when we return. Heat number 22, round 1 for the girls under 18s up next.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
And we're back. 18 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Heat number 22 for round 1 of our girls under 18s division, surfing here at Punta Rocas today, which is our main podium. El Bosque is the second podium. The under 16 boys have been competing there throughout this morning and into the afternoon. And we've already got first wave on the board. It's just a 2.33 for Teresa Pereira from Team Portugal. She was able to get her campaign underway, Sofia.
Yeah, that was a quick wave. Not that much wall on it. We see a really nice wave here at the back. We see Green paddling for it.
Surfer in green, Yang Suchi up and riding for Team China. The youngest Olympian surfer at just 15 years old, competed in Tahiti. And it's this type of surfing that earned her the qualification for that event. Goes in for a heavy section right on the rocks to finish. And wow, I haven't gotten to witness her surfing about a year maybe, and I'm so excited to see her out here in live action right now.
Wow, she looked good on that wave. Even if the wave didn't really help her and she fall, you could just see like the speed she was carrying, how in control she was with her body and her surfboard, and I think we're going to see some good things from the Chinese, Siki Young.
Yeah, she is an amazing competitor and such a natural talent. You know, kind of came into that scene really young, started surfing, competing when she was like in that kind of 8 to 10-year-old range, and showed up on the, you know, world stage competing at the World Surfing Games. I believe before she ever competed in the World Junior Championships, it was the World Surfing Games that her Chinese team brought her over for. And all the effort, you know, that they put in behind the scenes with the training, with the coaches that they brought into things, has made an unlikely person an Olympic surfer. And young Suchi is just an absolutely incredible competitor. She's really just, you know, a great force to watch. As we take a look now at the Peruvian, Valentina Escudero. Incredible performance so far on this wave, linking it together on the inside. Loving her composure. She just milks her way through each turn. Sets herself up here for a nice finish. The local surfer will have the fans on the beach cheering for her, not just her team, but the whole of Peru backing her in competition this week.
Great surfing from Valentina in her first wave. She surfed that wave so well, beautiful style, timing the sections really good. Good bottom turns, good up the top turns. So we'll see what the judges think, but I really like that wave.
Yeah, I loved the look of that. Great wave selection. This heat just getting underway a bit quicker than what we've seen from the last two. As we see Aneta go down for Team Poland. Let's take a look at this opening ride for Suchi.
Look how she's driving through that section. Go straight to that turn. Another good turn. And she totally attacks that last section. Unfortunately, she falls off, but you can just see the speed in her surfing. And then you see Valentina in this wave. Going back to the power source. Eyeing that good section right here. This is the money turn. Doing a really nice turn, throwing lots of water. Going straight to that third turn with lots of control. Lots of patience in her moves.
That's a great way to describe it. Very patient. And you were explaining, you know, a couple heats ago, the need at Punta Rocas specifically to really be a patient surfer, not to rush things.
Exactly. You're going to rush things here. You have to wait for the right section and be precise.
And you can see that from the Peruvian surfer in Valentina dropping a 6-point ride to start things off.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really good start for her. That's going to give her a lot of confidence. And you can hear all the Peruvian team cheering for her. Everybody loved that wave of Valentina Escudero.
"14 minutes on the clock. Valentina sitting in that leading position. And a nice looking wave coming.
That wave looks really beautiful. Let's see who can get to it.
I know when there's a good wave coming because Sophia starts pointing at the screen. The excitement starts coming out.
Well, sometimes I
yeah, it's
sometimes
great.
I think it's good and then it gets a little bit weird, but
unfortunately. Oh man, she just goes down for Suchi on that opening turn.
I just get excited, you know, when I see good waves. I'm like
I think it's the best thing too. It's so awesome as surfers, like to just feel that excitement, like we're kids ourselves when we see a good wave coming.
Totally.
It's like,
you're like, I want to be there.
Yeah, I would like to be there right now. If we could only snap our fingers. But instead, we get to sit here, we get to talk about it, we get to watch the world's best juniors, which is just always such a great privilege.
So good to watch good surfing.
Yeah, it's so awesome to watch good surfing. And incredible also to just to see the talent levels continue to rise every year that this event comes back. And a lot of it is the same competitors. You know, there's a lot of really young kids like Suchi who started competing here at, 10, 11 years old, maybe younger, and then weren't putting together great performances, but they were just learning about what competitive surfing was, learning to, watch some of their heroes, and now they're the surfers that are really taking control out in the lineup. As we take a look at Teresa from Team Portugal, couple, kind of slower turns here through the outside section. Does well to just match the pace of this wave, and now finds that opportunity to really light it up. Takes that board vertical, that was really impressive that she was able to hold that together and connect for 2 more turns afterward.
That was a really nice turn, the one she did before. Throwing a lot of commitment to that turn. She knew she didn't really have that much before that turn, so she knew she had to really go for it.
Chasing down a 3.68 to take herself into the advancing position. This is one of the kind of fewer 4-person heats that we have called today. There's been a lot of 3-woman heats. And now we've got 4 in the lineup. As we got a paddle here for Anita from Poland. Setting herself up on rail for that first opening hook. And just staying kind of low and compressed to manage the power of this wave. Setting herself here for a nice little whip on the inside section. And the wave's going to give her that chance to start going a little more vertical with her surfing. Chasing down to 5.84. We've got 11 minutes remaining on the clock. At the moment, it's Team China sitting in the lead with Peru in second. And that last heat was another great one to witness. We'll go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. It was great to witness Amy representing Team Barbados taking that win out. Congratulations. I can see the relief on your face. Your team here has huge smiles. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
Feeling great, really happy, proud to be representing Barbados right now. Yeah.
And finding your footing out there, heat 1 of the event can always be a nerve-wracking one. So how did you manage that?
Definitely tricky out there, but just got to keep positive and try to get a couple good ones, yeah.
Yeah, well, we can feel that positivity. Team Barbados bringing a lot for you. How is it being a part of the team here at ISA?
It's awesome, a lot of support and love, and can't wait to see what happens next.
And is there anything you'd like to say back to everyone?
Thank you for everyone that got us here, and shout out to everyone back home. Love y'all.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Amy, taking out a victory in a really tight, very tight battle in that last one.
Yeah, that last heat, she did a great job to manage to get the win. She served really well. And I see there's some waves coming.
9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Decent sized wave approaching now. Teresa has found herself now in the leading position with a 5.07 Sophia that she dropped for her last wave. So that's really set her up in a great position.
5.07, so she goes to the lead. Now Valentina needs a 0.37 with 9 minutes to go. And Anita needs a 4.05. Let's see who has priority. Priority 1 is Siki Young. Priority 2 is Valentina. So the heat is still wide open.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I mean, those top 3 surfers all have a 5 to 6 point ride. It's just Anita that's, kind of sitting in that 2-point range at the moment. You can see that set just sort of cleared everyone out. They're a little bit out of position for this next wave.
Sometimes there's some little runners too, from a little bit more in the inside and open, more wide.
Yeah, did you like the look of that little
yeah,
right that
I like that. I would have probably taken that, but I mean, it's so different to see it from here than to be in the ocean,
yeah. Here we go. This is going to have some opportunity for
this
sure.
This is really similar to that last wave, I think.
Red now with a paddle, and it's actually going to be deeper on the inside. Green now up and riding for Suchi.
Wow.
Oh, just knifes it through that first turn. Sets herself up with a, incredible performance so far. Feeling like a little bit wild as she's just managing those first 2 turns, but now starts to smooth it out as she comes through to the inside. Great combination of major maneuvers to end with, and goes for big finish.
Wow, wow. That was really good surfing from Siki Young. I really like how she's just so committed to each turn. Sometimes even she's too critical and she falls.
Yeah.
But when she can really be able to hold those turns, they look amazing. So powerful, so committed, so critical. Wow, she's really good surfer.
And just puts so much power into every single turn that she has.
Exactly. She doesn't hesitate.
Wow, that was such an awesome wave to watch. We've got another score to drop. And it's going to take her into the lead. That's without a doubt because she's only chasing a 2.23. The question there is sort of by how much? Where will the judges go with it in comparison to what we've already seen in those 5-point rides and that 6 on the board? As we take a look now at Teresa, as she goes down on her first opening turn. And it's a 9.17 on the board for China's Yang Suqi, with an incredible performance and easily the best wave of the day.
That was incredible surfing from Siki Young. From one move to the other without any doubt in each move. I think that's what the judges want to see. They want to see commitment. They want you to attack the critical parts of the wave, and that's exactly what she did. She really pushes through her turns. Wow. Engaging the rail, throwing lots of water, doing some good bottom turns. And also mixing her maneuvers.
Yeah, a lot of variety thrown in.
This turn is amazing. I really like this turn. Wow.
Yeah, that third one. Those first two, like, she's got so much power. She's pushing so hard that it looked like kind of wild. And then from here, you just see that flow start to connect together. The fact that she was able to sync together those last 3 turns.
Exactly. And even that last turn,
yeah,
I would have probably maybe just like, going straight, just to like,
just straighten out to make sure that you didn't risk the rest of the wave.
Exactly, but she didn't. She just went for it again. And
Valentina now up and riding on a challenging takeoff behind the section. Now getting into that open face. Nice first turn. We'll see what this wave has to offer for her. And you can really see the shape of these waves is coming alive on the inside.
Yeah, that last section is coming alive for sure. That was a good wave from Valentina. She doesn't need much. She needs a 1.4. I think she's going to get that score.
1.4 requirement. It's a 3.83 on the board to back up the 6-point ride. And that does now put bigger requirements on the rest of the field. Now we're starting to kind of see the division come throughout this heat. So we've got surfer in green, Yang Suqi, currently sitting in that leading position with a 9.17 and a 5.17 to back it up. She's on a 14-point heat total. Valentina for Peru sitting with a 6 and a 3.83, and then a 4.77 requirement for Teresa in the blue for Portugal, and a 7.5 requirement on the board now for surfer in white out of Poland, Aneta.
There's just 4 minutes remaining on this heat. Priority number 1 is with Anita. Priority number 2 is with the Portuguese. And she needs a 4.77, Teresa, to go into that second place.
A lot of these surfers are kind of well-rounded with other sports as well, with other things kind of in their athletic background. For Teresa, she was a competitive in the jiu-jitsu field from age 7 to 12. Started competing as a surfer at age 14, although she was already starting to surf from age 9. So kind of went through, that jiu-jitsu realm for a while, and then found that she was doing really well in her personal surfing and started to wear a jersey around 14 years old. She's now 18 and absolutely loves surfing at lowers. She's a great surfer out of Porto in Portugal. And she'll be competing in her last year here for the junior side of things for the World Junior Surfing Championships, with her sights set on qualifying for the team for World Surfing Games. And Portugal's had a really awesome run lately, with their women's surfers specifically. Teresa Bonvolo with, multiple Olympics, as well as her championship tour experience from this last year. And then, of course, we've got Yolanda Hopkins, who has just qualified to be a rookie on tour for the WSL Championship Tour, a surfer that we've just been waiting and hoping for that qualification to land with for so long. because she's someone who, like Su Shi in the water right now for Team China, just charges pretty much harder than anyone.
Yeah, she's a charger for sure. She has so much passion in her surfing. Her surfing is really raw, you know, it's really good to watch. I really love her. I really love her surfing, Yolanda. I admire her a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree
She's a
more.
warrior.
She fully is. It's going to be so exciting for her. So it's a great crew that's kind of flying the flag now for Portuguese women. As we take a look at the Polish surfer in Anita. She'll just come unstuck there. She's just 15 years old, competing for the under 16s and the under 18s. As we see Teresa now up and riding for Portugal. Nice quick hook. Driving into the section. And just has that rock right in front of her. She's going to have to dodge. Trying to put a little bit more into this wave. Chasing only a 4.77, which is not a big score. We'll see if anyone's able to get into this one. Both green and red just paddling over the shoulder.
With 1 minute, I think they're a little bit safe on that first and second spot. She needs a 4.77, Teresa, in the last wave. I honestly don't think she's going to get it, but let's see what the judges think.
Well, scores are in. There it is, a 2.00. So that wasn't going to do it for her. Still has another minute remaining, but would need a wave with, you know, at least the opportunity for one good dynamic turn or two connected together. And at the moment, all eyes are on Team China, and specifically on Suchi Young in the green jersey, who started out with that 5.17, then found a 1.2, just a quick in and out, and then played the patient game to take off on an absolute gem of a wave and surf her heart out to a 9.17.
That's the biggest score of the day, right?
Oh yeah, biggest score of the day for sure. We've had some 8s. We saw Mirai Ikeda for Team Japan with a couple 8s, so she had the most consistent heat overall with heat total getting into that 16-point range with 2 8s. But for single score, that was an incredible performance from Sushi.
Really good hit. I could tell since the first wave that Siki is looking really good.
She's tapped in.
Yeah.
This is going to be exciting. This is definitely...
I think there's a lot of girls that are surfing really well, but for sure she's one of my favorites.
Yeah, she's going to be one to keep an eye on come finals day, without a doubt. So impressive surfing out in the lineup. That will finish us off for heat number 22 of the day, as we see surfer in green Suchi Young from Team China on her way in. Valentina Escudero also advancing through for the Peruvian contingency. Portugal and Poland relegated to the repechage round. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more action.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Back. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas here in Peru.
Let's go.
The waves have been non-stop. I'm Chris Cote.
Mitchell Salazar?
That's right. Excited to bring you more action. This opening round of the under-18 girls has been incredible. Siki Yang in that last heat coming through with a 9-point ride, a 9+ ride.
Yep.
Absolutely ripping. And guess what? You're going to see more of that because we got another international super heat hitting the water as we speak. 4 surfers enter. 2 surfers will stay in the main round. 2 surfers will head to the elimination round. You got Victoria Munoz from Argentina, Lula Escudero from Portugal, Jin Shuhan from China, and Emma Rodolfini from Poland. And here is Shuhan. Some nice carving snaps to start. Gets right involved in the lip. Makes it a little dramatic, but regains composure. Solid surfing so far from Jin. That was nice.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about their improvements year in and year out. Obviously, a lot of support behind them too, but it is just very impressive the way that they have truly not only improved, gotten off to quick starts in the majority of the heats they're surfing now. I mean, they want to have the lead, control it from the get-go, and you know, the only wave ridden so far in the first 3.5 minutes. So not only am I impressed, I think that, you know, this should be a warning sign to every other team now looking at the Chinese surfing team and saying, they're threats. These people are here to win heats.
Well coached and well trained physically and mentally. You know, you don't see the Chinese surfers we have in the draw panicking. You don't see them stressing. They go out there and they do business, like we saw Yang in that last heat. And I think we're going to see it right here from Jin Shuhan. And there you go, 4A3 to start. And here we go, Victoria Munoz from Argentina. Comes around a big section, hammers it. Nice ride out there. Only 1 turn available, but if there's only an option for 1, make it a big one, and that's what Munoz did on that last wave. So I'm sure she's going to get rewarded for that 1 big turn there. And then we're going to go to Emma Rodolfini from Team Poland. Nice carve there, staying in the pocket, plenty of speed down the line. Big section coming at her. And, oh, it is so hard to stay on your feet when the whitewater comes at your heels like that.
Yeah.
I like the effort. Good turn to start that wave, so she'll get a little bit of a redemptive score. Not going to be as big, obviously, if she would have ridden out. But a 2.33, not a bad start.
Yeah, in cases like that, I mean, I think the key is to keep your nose as straight as possible towards the beach. You don't want to be at an angle. You want to be well balanced. And you know, unfortunately, it's incomplete at the end, but she did have to the turn at the start. And how good are the waves right now? I mean, we talk of being consistent out there, but boy, it's glassed off. 2:33 p.m. right now, local time here in Lima, and just talk about how good it's been all day. I mean, look at this. A-frame peaks, the left really not being used as much. Most people going right, but it is super fun out there at the moment, Chris, and just really stoked to see everybody have a chance. And a couple good scores to start things off for both Shuhan and Munoz. Vicky, U16s a few years ago, back in 2023. She got 5th place in Brazil, so now in the U18s, 17 years of age at Miramar in Argentina. Good surfing, and once again, they have another strong team. They're actually one of the top-seeded teams in the top 10.
Always come correct. It's 14 minutes left. Rodolfini from Poland comes through with a 2.33. Let me tell you a little bit about this young surfer. 15 years old, born in Rome. Lives in Rome, goes to high school, and she does classical studies like Old Greek and Old Latin.
Wow.
In her free time, she goes skating with her friends in the Spot Skate Park, which is in Ostia, near Rome. She speaks Italian, English, Polish, and a little bit of Spanish. She's your skateboarding bowl Italian vice champion for 2021. So a ripping skater and obviously a ripping surfer. We saw what she did in that first wave. She is the Polish National Open champ, the Italian champ for the under-16s, and she got 7th at the Tenerife under-14 event. So accolades in surfing and skateboarding. She's on a red surfboard built in Italy.
That's cool. Italian through and through. I like it. This is the second podium, by the way, right here. El Bosque. Really nice area, as you can see. That pool in the background looks very inviting with the heat we have this afternoon, Chris.
Well, we got 12 minutes, 50 seconds left in our heat on podium 1. While we wait for the surfers to activate on the next set, let's go down the glass. Si-Chi Yang standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Si-Chi, incredible performance. A 917, the highest single wave score of this whole event thus far. Incredible. Talk to me about that wave.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel hair wave is very good. It's my first time come pre. It's wave and everything is so good.
You're looking really strong. You've had strong performances here at the ISA previously. What are you hoping to achieve this event?
We're happy come here, and this is my 第三次吧, second or third time. Yeah, it's very happy.
Well, you look happy and you're surfing even better, so we're so happy to see it. Thank you for the awesome performance for us to watch, and we'll see you in the next one.
In Chinese.
Yep, go ahead.
非常开心能来到这里参加世青赛，然后呢，这里的浪非常好，然后我希望就是有更多的人可以来这儿冲这里的浪，然后呢，这里的吃也很好吃，然后呢，我也希望有很多国外的人可以到我们的中国去wave pool， 就是浪池参加去试一下。
Well, thank you very much. I'll send it back to you guys.
There's a reason why Si-Chi Yang is an international superstar. She rules. And speaking of ruling, Jin Shuhan got the memo. Get out there and attack. Starting with a 483, this wave has provided. And she has matched this wave perfectly. Speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line. And she's got a front row seat now to Victoria Munoz, representing Argentina. Crazy little weird boil coming up the wave right underneath her fins as she went into that bottom turn. So ripping her way down the line. Good inside section work with. Crowd goes wild, so a strong contingent of Argentina fans on the beach right now. Something tells me that's probably the majority of her team.
Yeah.
Hooting and hollering, and they should be, because she just cracked the seat wide open. Watch out. We got Escudero representing Portugal, or excuse me, Rodolfini representing Poland in a big way. Some massive turns, pushing hard on the rail of that board. Emma is shredding. This is a surfer representing Poland.
Yep.
Love to see that.
And now Escudero might be having a look at this one right here. And she's going on the backhand. Good looking wave.
Big snap to start there. That was pure power and pretty big mistake there.
Man,
for
Lua.
Yeah.
She was on her way on that wave too. First turn was really sharp, and fortunately for her, this paddle back out slowly. She's gonna try to get a rebate wave, but that's not gonna happen. What an exchange, Chris, and great heat right here. We got just a few left before we finish the day, but I mean, talk about a competitive one. Escudero was on her way to a great score. I feel like both Munoz and Shuhan are gonna get pretty decent waves right here. And with 9 minutes on the clock, this is a competitive heat. I mean, Rodolfini rips too.
Yeah.
You can just see the skate influence going rail to rail the entire time. A lot of flow.
Going
I love
fast
what I'm seeing.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the judges have something to chew on for sure. I mean, that was a solid three-wave exchange. I mean, Jin was flying down the line.
Yeah, she was.
Bunch of just big, potent, sharp, snappy turns.
And that CI looks great under
Yeah,
her
it looks
feet, too.
perfect. I mean, you can tell when a surfer is connecting with their board.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty much seeing that with all the surfers in the lineup right now. That mistake from Escudero, hopefully she can just kind of have the wherewithal to just get rid of that memory, because we have all four surfers now waiting for scores.
Yeah, and the Portuguese surfers have a lot of experience with priority. I mean, they implement it in a lot of their amateur events, but they have a real strong professional league, the male league over in Portugal. So, you know, they're no stranger to competition in big stages like this, and they do it quite often. But this is a different animal. You have your team pride on the line. You want to do well not only individually, but because of your team too. So right here, don't underestimate any opponent because this is a tough heat. And look at the score for Shuhan right here, coming through her best.
Yeah, we got a 5-1-0 and a 4-8-3.
And waiting on the one for Munoz, which is going to be an impactful score too.
Well, I think what the judges are saying with the 5-1-0 and the 4-8-3 is they just want to see maybe a little bit more risk. So 2 solid scores coming through there. Now we see Escudero, 5-2-3 and a 2-3-3, weaving her way down the line, staying tight in the pocket, opting out of that one. So Lua, representing Portugal, she lives in Ericeira. Her favorite wave is Coxos. She's on a Semente, 5-8. We're representing Portugal, and her hobbies, I like this, just having fun with friends. It's a great hobby to have. She did get 3rd place at the La Torche WSL Pro Junior. And she says in her bio, she is super excited to be part of the Portuguese team. And if you make it onto the Portuguese junior national team, you've done something pretty massive. That is not an easy team to get yourself on at any level, at any age. So you've already accomplished a lot just by being named to the national team.
Well, there's been a lot of big names that have gone on to do incredible things, you know, that have come through their junior programs, obviously at the World Surfing Games too. Talking about Yo-Yo Hopkins, of course. I think the person right now that's right behind her has to be Kika Veselko, who her brother is right here too, Jaime. He's going to be competing, you know, for the men. And overall, I think they're very well organized. And that's something that goes a really long way, especially during those final days. You have to manage everybody, including the people that have already bowed out, and you need to make sure that they're here to support the rest of the team too. So from my understanding, I always felt like having a good support crew, even if they were out of the event, you want to get everybody involved still. And I feel that that's what the Portuguese Federation does really well.
Yeah, and I think the coaches down here have a pretty tough job. I mean, you're talking about managing up to 12 teenagers in a foreign land. It'd be like herding cats on Mars. You know, you really got to be on top of it. But, you know, we also have a high level of professionalism, even all the way down to the 11 and 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it, they're here for a reason. So maybe I take it back a little bit. The coaches don't have that hard of a job because these surfers are pretty disciplined from what I've seen. We do have over 450 of them. So, yeah, there's, you know, going to be a few wild ones in the bunch. Yeah. That's why we love surfing. 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. Munoz comes through in a big way with a 7.87. So the judges appreciating the speed, the power, the flow, the maneuvers, the progressive elements that Victoria Munoz provided for them. She is now in the lead with an 11.84. Jin Shuhan drops to 2nd with a 9.93. Scudero right there in the mix with an 8.90. And don't discount Emma. She's still in the realm of possibility here. Here's a replay at that last wave from Victoria Munoz.
Yeah, and this is what we didn't see from the outside. A big crack on the open face and a lot of whitewater right here on the open face, but she does so well to manage the speed and use it to her advantage in the pocket right there with that one big carve. And this is where we caught up. So she had already done a combination on the outside. Took her a while to get back to the open face, but once she did, she engages the rails once again. And you talk about somebody that comes from, you know, poor waves most of the time in Argentina. What, you'd be saying 30, 40 days out of the year are probably in the excellent range, you know, thinking about how good it gets over there. This is really a quality moment for them, just coming here, having this as a surf trip, really. These are some of the best waves they surfed all year long, so to be able to do it in the heat, your motivation is sky high, and really good surfing here from Vicky. 7.67 on this one for the surfer who got 5th a few years ago in the girls U16, now competing in the U18.
And you can tell, I mean, she's already improved, like, from the couple years back. She's amazing.
Yep.
That wave was incredible.
And long, too.
She mixed it up, too. Those first 2 turns, you know, vertical snap, tail sliding carve. And then this one from Shuhan, I mean, give her the speed award. She's going way faster than anyone else in the water right now.
Yeah, and she truly digs into the rails, too. So really solid surfing. And do want to point out, the 5.23 from Escudero was the wave that she fell on. So they really appreciated that first turn. I mean, she completes the rest of the wave. Chance we're seeing something in the excellent range, but overall, close heat for second, right, Chris? 9.93, 8.9. And Riddle Feeney right here with first priority, she's needing close to a 6. So it ain't over till it's over. 3 minutes on the clock.
Well, this is one of those heats where, you know, I've seen these names before, wasn't super familiar, and now that I've seen some of the surfing, this is one of the heats of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, all 4 surfers in this heat.
They're involved.
Heavily involved in this one, and I'm not giving anybody the edge right now with 2 minutes and 48 seconds. You know, that 7.67, the highest single wave score of this heat, of course, looming large in the scoreline for Team Argentina's Victoria Munoz. But here we go. Emma Rodolfini. Good carving turn there. Right back to the power source. Good bottom turn. I like where she's positioning herself on the wave, staying in the most potent and powerful spot. Flattens out a little bit, but she could have a section to work with. Here comes the skateboarder in her, hunting a ramp. She's going to fight it all the way through. And you just want that wave to provide her something. All that speed kind of got washed away as that wave flattened out. But nice turns on the outside. Looking for a 5.83. Could have made it close.
Yeah, it could be. And used priority right here. So understood the situation with time winding down and got on the wave. Let's see if it's, you know, something that at least improves on the 4. That would help her out. But gonna come shy, Chris, a mid-3. So she's still gonna be needing that 5.83 at the moment. And a minute 45, this is where even Munoz is in danger still. 4.17 as the backup. You've surfed a great heat already with only 2 waves ridden. But both Shuhan and Escudero, you know, they're threats at the moment. The one thing that is saving Vicky right now, she has first priority. And Shuhan going left for the first time this heat.
Well, showing us that she's as adept on her backhand as she is on her forehand. Nice slicey turns. Just wave pretty flat on the face. And I mean, not easy to generate points when the wave is flattening out like that. So she's looking to get rid of a 4.83. Not sure that's going to do it. The judges want to see impact. They want to see you do your turns in the most critical part of the wave, and that wave just didn't offer her much. See now, Escudero. Nice opening carve and just a slip.
Wow, and that was a gift too, because Vicky had a higher priority than her, so she let her go. And that might have been her last chance right here. She was on her way. That first swooping carve was just beautiful. You're thinking she completes that wave. There's a chance, even if there's nothing super critical, that she's getting close to the 5 that she needs. And right now, you got to hustle for anything that breaks. 30 seconds on the clock. Anything that's out there that's moving, you got to be on. And she's had chances is the thing, too.
Well, we've had memorable moments from every surfer in this heat. 17 seconds left. There is a chance that this set sneaks through in time. As we see now, Rodolfini, good for a good inside section.
Might have been too small of a wave.
Yeah, it's not going to happen there. And that's going to be it for girls under 18 round 1, heat 23. Unofficially, Victoria Munoz gets the win for Team Argentina. Jin Shuhan for Team China comes through in second. Lu Escudero third. Emma Rodolfini currently in 4th. We'll see if that last wave did anything to switch those standings up. 3rd and 4th place surfers now heading into the elimination round. 1st and 2nd place surfers stay here in the main round. And what a performance from Victoria Munoz.
Yeah, great surfing right here by the Argentinian. Moving through now in the U18s, looking for a medal this year.
Well, that was radical. And guess what? You get more. We're going to continue on here in the girls under 18 round 1, heat 24 coming up next. Quick break, but right after these brief messages, you're going to see more great surfing, so stay tuned.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and so far so good. Day one has been spectacular. We've seen some huge performances from these under 18 women here on podium 1, and you're going to see more of that. We got Haley Godson. You got Chano Anuk and Lucia Rodriguez, and here is Lucia right now up and at it for Team Panama. A little insider rider. We've seen some points earned on this inside section. It can get pretty wily in there. It can be shallow, a little dangerous, but I haven't seen any surfers back down from that challenge on the inside.
Well, it's like Fernando said, don't be scared.
Be
scared and still do it. So
I'm gonna get a shirt that says that.
That's kind of been the theme of the event so far, at least by today's standards. And Panamanian out there on the CI surfboard. A lot of surfers in this event, either on CIs or on sharp eyes. So doing good work right here with the juniors. And Chanel Anouk out there from France, one of the top seeded teams. Boy, and talk about being well organized. They're definitely one of the best out there when it comes to that. Very well prepared. They've had multiple Olympians. They've had our current Olympic gold medalist on the men's side too, Kali Voss, who, you know, coming originally from Tahiti, now represents France. And speaking of Anouk, here she goes.
Great looking wave. Well, maybe it didn't look that good to her because you can kind of tell that she wanted out. Yeah, it's flattened out in front of her. So that's probably a pretty good decision there. Anouk Chanel, 16 years old. Her favorite surf break is Anchor Point.
Ooh, Morocco.
She is your Grom Search 2025 international finalist. She loves music, and she is already an awesome representative for Team France. Just 16 years old, already has a pretty solid resume.
That's cool too, because Grom Search finals this year were at home for her in France in Biarritz, so pretty big deal to do it right there.
Well, 16 minutes 41 seconds to go. First indicators come through. Nothing much, a 2-1-0 for Lucia Rodriguez. Other than that, a little bit of a slow start for these three athletes in the lineup, but we know 16 minutes when you're an under 18 surfer and you have a lot of energy and you're excited and, you know, have basically the country on your back, you're going to catch a lot of waves. So you're going to, we're going to see more surfing, no doubt, here in this round one,
wave.
Heat 24.
Oh, she was just under it. Oh man, that was a good wave too.
But do you flip it on this insider?
Well, Blue's going to let it go too, and that wave had a lot of potential, so just a bit far inside, all three of them. Still lots of time, just under 16 minutes. And, you know, we talked about the Bayesian invasion years ago. Shay Allen, you have the Burke brothers, both Josh and Jacob. Father Allen, longtime pro back in the late 80s and the 90s. Chelsea Tuak has been around long time too. But Haley Godson, 16 years of age. Favorite beach is Brandon's. Great left over there on one of the sides of the islands. But it's a small island, and for how small it is, they have an infinite number of waves, and depending on the swell, the direction, the time of the year, you can go to one side of the island and score. The next day you could go to the other side of the island and score too. So they have plenty of chances over there when it comes to surfing good waves. And that's why a lot of them tend to stay at home. Same thing as the Hawaiian surfers, because no need to leave, Chris, you know? They got it good over there in the Caribbean.
Well, that's where Kelly Slater's favorite wave is.
Mm-hmm.
So Haley Godson surfing on the team with her sister Amy. Haley, 16 years old. She's riding a chemistry board.
Ooh, Jason Bennett.
Yeah, her sponsors include Irie One. She is your Barbados national champion for the under-18 girls in 2023. She likes to surf, skate, and take photos. She says, I just love to surf and go on adventures. Let's have some fun.
It sounds kind of like what we're
Great
doing right now.
attitude. So cool how many of these surfers in this draw have, this wide array of hobbies and interests. But I'm seeing a lot of artists. And I think art and surfing obviously go hand in hand, photography, filmmaking, playing music. You could probably make the coolest art installation and have a band form by putting these 450 surfers together and just utilizing their talents. I mean, we could build the most radical city, international city right here on the sand.
We could probably make a documentary
Oh,
about
yeah.
everybody too. Take a lot of time, but it would be cool to see all 400 of those films and eventually get, them to speak about their experience right here and how cool it is to compete at the ISA Juniors. Wow. Look at all that white water up and down the coastline. That shows you break, 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 break.
Just nooks and crannies everywhere.
And for all different types of boards and equipment too. I could bring my foil here and have like the best of times.
Yeah, could. Apparently Chicama is one of the best foil waves in the world.
It
you
is
can
the
ride
longest
for
wave,
You can
yeah.
ride for what, 3 kilometers or something?
I think by then my
Probably
legs
longer
would just
on a
be
foil.
done.
So Anouk, deep bottom turn. Nice carving, cutbacks, almost gets upended there, but maintains, gathers her composure back. I like that she's kind of just throwing it all out there, all the way wrapping it back into the white water, which would kind of be the most critical part, the danger zone of the wave, but she maintained her composure and rode out clean. 12:54 to go. Judges are going to throw the score out there for 3-5. She'll make her way back in the lineup. Let's make our way down to the glass. So we've got Rachel Tilley standing by.
Thank you so much, you guys. Victoria, congratulations. Surfing for Team Argentina, getting that heat win in, your first heat of the event. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel really good. The waves are really good. I really, no. I love these waves. These rides are perfect. The team is really nice, and I'm really happy.
Well, just note that Team Argentina's behind the camera right now, making her giggle. Talking about Team Argentina, tell me about what an honor it is to be able to represent your country.
Thank you. The team is really good. It's incredible how make me feel and how we are. It's the team out in. Oh, sorry. Estoy muy feliz porque el team está afuera alentando. Me siento muy contenta. Es increíble la sensación de poder estar acá compitiendo y tener a mi gente acá afuera. Y se escuchan los gritos desde la ola, así que es muy bueno.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Gracias y gracias a todos los que apoyan y miran el evento.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Get any of that?
I love that the team was trolling her behind the camera. I mean, that shows you, right? When we saw her on those waves, we're thinking, this is a grown-up out there doing big stuff in the lineup, surfing super strong. And then they come to the beach, and you remember quickly that
They're
these are Groms, and Groms will be Groms, and I appreciate that. You got to mess with your teammates, right?
Well, you got to have fun.
Exactly.
I mean, the main reason you come here is to compete and do well and focus on that. But outside of that, enjoy every single moment of it.
Yeah,
and
make your friends laugh, even when they're getting a post-heat interview.
I mean, why stress out on the things that are out of your control? Just actually go with the flow. And, speaking of going with the flow, big shout out to our Water Patrol. Also, one of the few events worldwide, my first ever experience seeing a caddy at an ISA World Junior Championship too. Kind of goes to show you how long the paddle out can be right here. You want an extra board in the channel if you have backup.
Well, good looking wave here. It is sheet glass out there. It's beautiful conditions right now into the afternoon. It's just about 3 o'clock. We got 10 minutes, 12 seconds left. Anouk in the lead. Lucia Rodriguez representing Panama. She's 17 years old. Her favorite break is Playa Vanau.
Yeah, good wave.
She's riding a C12 Pro Channel Islands.
2-point pro.
Yeah. And She's under the leading surf coaching squad. Sushi Express Panama. That sounds like a sponsor I could get behind.
Yeah.
And the Sandbar Gastropub. Fu Wax Costa Rica. Bioderma Panama. And she is the national champion of Panama. And she's currently ranked 3rd in the Panamanian Surf Association ranking. So that tells me 3rd overall.
Yeah, and Diego Naranjo, their coach this year, Agustin Cedeño, longtime ISA member, has been one of the assistant coaches for a while too, so he's here supporting the team. Here goes, ooh, the beige and real quick one right there for Haley.
Happens.
Panama, talk about an underrated place with waves too. They actually hosted ISA Juniors back in 2012 at Venao, and then they've done other events at the Santa Catalina. I know the Pasa games have been there.
A lot of videos filmed.
And that's on the other side.
In and around Panama.
Yeah. You're talking about Rocas.
What? I'm not mentioning names. 8:45. It is a pretty famous break.
Yeah. Heavy break, too.
Oh.
Not everybody can surf there.
I will be honest with you. I tried to paddle out there, and I didn't make it out. And I've been surfing for a while. And it's literally 4 or 5 meters.
Right, it's not that far. Yeah. But it's a short break,
It will
though.
pound you.
Yeah.
Like you got a Panamanian pounding down there.
The crazy thing about that country is that it's so small, but it takes you a long time to get from one side to the very next.
Yeah, I mean, it's small but mighty. They have a big coastline there.
Yeah.
And they can enjoy both oceans.
A lot of mountains. They have everything in that beautiful country right there. Same thing as here.
8 minutes left. Team France feeling pretty good, although this one is yet to be kind of kicked open. 3.5 for the high mark. And just when I said it's sheet glass, I mean, you see the texture coming off the side. But what's cool about these rocks and how the bathymetry have formed is where the waves are actually breaking, it's pretty smooth. It's way smoother at the peak than it is over there in the channel.
Right. Actually, something I hadn't noted until right now, you're actually really spot on with that, Chris. I think it has to do with how shallow it is, too, majority of the time. But yeah, talk about just perfect waves out there. Consistency, glassy. Boy, and you're a junior under the age of 18. You show up and see these waves, and it's like you're painting your canvas out there in your mind.
It has a lower trestles feel. You know, it has just a playful element to it while being powerful enough to push you, you know, and get you going fast.
Stadium-like atmosphere, too.
Totally. And, you know, I would appreciate, obviously, to see all these surfers tested in giant waves, but what I love for day one is that it's right at that perfect size. Foot overhead. I mean, dream scenario for not just junior surfers, but for anyone on day one of a surf contest or a surf trip. You know, it's the ideal size to learn this wave a little bit. You know, you're not dealing with a fear element because it's not death-defying out here. It looks super playful and fun. So it's great to start the event with a day like this that's been really consistent. I mean, these rides have been providing all day long since dawn. So I think you couldn't have dialed up a better scenario for day one. As we see now, Godson stuck behind a little bit there, trying to fight her way around this white water. She's going to get to the clean face. Okay, nice snap there. So good combo, comes off the bottom. Just nice, solid, fundamental surfing. So a couple turns under her belt. She's got a .50 and a .30. One of those scores is out of here.
Well, I wouldn't be too comfortable if I'm either Rodriguez or Anouk right now either. And as you pointed out, their heat totals are pretty low at the moment. So you get something in the twos, you're only needing another 2 to move up in a second right now. And that's a possibility right here with just under 6 minutes on the clock.
Well, look now, I mean, just as you said that, Haley drops a 173. Now she only needs a 3. We see she has the skills. She just has been a little bit out of position to maximize the scoring potential of the wave she's ridden.
She's been a little late on a few of the waves she selected too. So right now, I'd be thinking to myself, just get on the right wave, open face, make sure you're not pushing too hard, but pushing just hard enough to get the 3 that you're needing, because if they don't get a wave, they're not going to improve. The requirement's still going to be the same. So just try to surf for the score that you need at the moment. That being said, though, there are waves moving through, and we do have Rodriguez and Shanoa, closer to the outside.
Yeah, priority just handed to Lucia in the top priority spot, Chanot in the second priority spot. And what these surfers are seeing is a large LED display with priority listed out there, and what they're hearing from our technical beach announcers, the best in the business. They're hearing exactly what their wants and needs are. They're hearing how much time they have left, and they're hearing who's in priority. So technical beach announcers basically just give just the information. Yeah. You know, they're not selling products. They're not, you know, being too descriptive of what's happening in the lineup. And their voices are carrying out to where these surfers are. This is Lucia Rodriguez, Team Panama. That wave got really weird. Just flattened out, closed out, and flattened out.
Yeah.
A double.
Which is pretty odd, given that you don't see many closeouts right here. She just was a bit unlucky right there, but wasn't looking to improve a whole lot. Just a 2.1 as her backup at the moment, and you know, under 4 minutes, possibility that she might do it, maybe not. And if she doesn't, I mean, Haley's still with a good chance right here, needing a 3, and multiple lines coming through on the outside right here, Chris. So really game time right here if you're Haley at the moment, and even Chanot. I mean, my goal, my task would still be to improve on the 3.5. You have low heat total at the moment. You're coming from one of the best ranked teams out there. You should be improving on the 3.5 if you get the chance.
Yeah, everyone in this heat's still in a precarious position. Yeah. Nobody's really broke on through to the other side, as the doors would say it. But with 3 minutes left, say Chanot isn't the best spot right now. She's in top priority. She's got a 4.5 and a 3.5. And it looks like this set's going to roll through in time with just inside of 3 minutes to go. Oh, a beauty for Chanot Anouk. Comes around a big section, flirting with disaster up in the white water, but cranks it off the bottom again. There's a nice looking turn with a little airdrop. So some drama added thanks to that wave. And good way to regain control after that last high-speed hit. So that wave, I feel, is going to move that 3.5 over and raise the stakes on the 4.5.
Could be her best wave. Yeah, I agree. I think this is either her best wave or right around the 4.5 that she already has. Well surfed.
Nice line, right? Yeah. You know, the flow was all there on that wave.
100%.
And I like that little cheeky airdrop that she got off the little boil.
It makes things more critical, too, and exciting, doesn't it?
It's cool. I like it.
Adds an element of surprise as well.
It's like ollieing off a curb.
Definitely not something that your coach would instruct you to do, though. They'd be like, hey, you know, get into it early and don't leave it up to chance.
This is why I'd be a bad coach. I'd say, if you see a boil, ollie off it. Do something, make it look cool.
You're thinking like our colleague Mike Morrissey back in the day. Here we go. Godson using priority, needs a 3, Chris.
All right, starts off with a swooping carve. She's got to hope this wave forms up better down the line. And this is a similar look we saw earlier, but there could be an impactful section here on the inside. Building speed, another snap there, just looking for a 3. I would say she's pretty close to that number by now, but it's going to be right on the edge.
I think she gets one more section. It's closer to the 3 that she needs. The one issue right there is that bend just...
It wasn't obvious, was it?
No, and it didn't work out in her favor either. I mean, there are comparable scores, though. The 2s of Lucia, and there's a score for Haley. Not enough, but now needs a 2.51, Chris, so possible in 50 seconds to do it.
Chanot Anouk now for Team France. Answered with a 5.27, so as expected, does improve over that 4.5. And this one could be better as well. Cool looking style. There you go. That's the type of turn that gets the attention of the judges. Fading back into the whitewater, so mixing up her maneuvers, hammers the end section. That was a well-surfed wave for Chanot, and right in time. Just 20 seconds left, so I like when you see a surfer just shuffle those numbers over. I feel like that's going to be right in line with that 5.27, so she could have extended her lead there. Again, good, clean flow all the way from the beginning to the end of that wave. Nothing forced.
Right.
And she really used those sections well.
And
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I mean, it gets close to 11 points now, 5.57 at the end, so meat and potatoes kind of surfing, very basic but well done.
That's a
Gets her the win.
momentum building wave.
And it's a big win for Team France too. They needed that right now.
Well, Lucia Rodriguez hangs on to that second place position. Haley Godson kept it interesting there. And we're going to take a quick break, but guess what? We'll be back with more. We're going to run all the way through to the afternoon here today. So your girls, under 18, round 1, Heat 24 is done. Stay tuned for Heat 25. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and safe to say we've been blown away by the performances we've seen here on opening day, day 1 of 50. I think we have 450 plus surfers, and every surfer has to get an equal opportunity in the lineup. So 2 podiums running right now. If you want to see results from podium 2, check out isasurf.org. All the results are on there. You can also take a deep dive into some of the bios for our teams by clicking on the team button on top of that website. And then you click on a flag of your choice. Get to learn more about the future of surfing, which has been on display all day long. So our women's under 18 division, we've already seen scores in a couple of 9s, some high 8s. We've got a 57s. So a lot of opportunity out in the lineup, and 3 great surfers have taken to the water. We've got Opal Dowdy, Leah Name, Kiliani Flores, Venezuela, Israel, and Hawaii represented in this 3 surfer heat. So you'll notice if you're relatively new to watching surf competition, some heats have 4 surfers, some have 3. The rules don't change. It's just when you find yourself in a 3 surfer heat, percentages are a little bit higher that you can advance through. Obviously, it's tougher when you have 4 surfers in the water.
Oh, 100%.
Your 3rd place surfer in this case would go to the elimination round 1st and 2nd. As always, we'll stay here in the main round. So scores are the same, judging's all the same. It's just 1 less name in the lineup.
And Opal Dowdy, 15 years old. She is a member of the FBI from the Big Island. Yeah, I knew you were going to get that eventually. Casey Brown, Tori Meister, the great Brody Sayola, Hiki Minimission, Tonino Benson, a lot of those members.
Shane Dorian.
Yeah, of course, Shane Backdorian. But 15 years of age, loves to dive, loves to hula, jiu-jitsu. She does everything, and Pine Tree's her favorite wave, and just talking about a beautiful place over there, Kailua Kona, where she is from, one of the most underrated places in the state of Hawaii, and I'd say some great waves on offer, too, when it gets good as well.
And what a raw part of the earth, you know, you have volcanoes, you've got just, it's you can snowboard there.
Yeah, you can.
It's pretty wild.
Rains a lot, though, and Hilo on the other side of the island is, I'd probably say, one of the windiest and rainiest parts of the world. Still very beautiful, though, and to me, I think the Big Island, Hawaii itself is a place that has a lot of history, too. A lot of natural history as well, and go there. Volcano's still active, by the way.
Yeah, I
So-
saw just the other day it was ripping. It was going off, launching lava 40, 50 feet in the air.
How crazy is that, though? That, you know, you can just drive up, see that,
Yeah.
and you can just be down at the ocean.
Yeah,
like, in
you
a matter
talk
of
about
hours.
raw power.
Energy.
So Kellyanne Flores, representing Venezuela, 17 years old. She likes to surf at Surfer Beach.
Whoa.
Here you see Dowdy flying down the line on this wave. Has to roll down the windows a little bit, but regains control and gets right back to work. Board looks like it suits her nicely.
Yep, that's
nice
Kazuma.
and just lively under her feet. Kazuma shapes really great boards. And this one looks like a gem for Dowdy.
Surfer from Israel out there in the blue, Leah. Still waiting on her to catch her opening ride too. Scores in for Dowdy. A decent one to start things off, going really fast down the line too. So 4 points, well earned right there for the surfer representing Hawaii in the red jersey. Talk about them having a good team once again. Definitely contenders in my opinion. And
oh yeah,
it's really nice to see a lot of those ex-pros that do a lot for the community being right here with the team and mentoring a lot of the newer generations too. Talking about the great Sebastian Zietz and Jason Shibata.
Well, I mean, if there was a coaching division, those two guys would definitely make finals day.
There's a lot of good surfers that are coaches nowadays, though. I know Miguel Tudelo's been driving
finalist.
The Japanese team around, showing them the.
Oh no!
Was there contact made?
I'm not sure. Luckily, we've got some individuals above us that have their eyes on the action. I mean, we do too, but they're really honing in on what just happened there. So you saw Leah Naim on the inside and Kellyanne Flores dropping in and having to go around her. 13:22 to go, so we'll see if anything comes up with that situation there. While we wait, let's go down to Rachel Tilley with the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you so much, Anu. Congratulations on that heat win. Representing Team France, talk to me about how you found the waves out there.
So stuck to win this heat. The waves were really good, even if it was a little bit small and gentle. But yes, I've just make my surf, just to show my surf. Good sensation for sure. And yes, just having fun. And now stay focused on what next. And yes, very good.
Perfect. And you have Team France to help you prepare for what's next. How is the camaraderie between all of you and your team?
Really good sensation. We have a very good cohesion team, and everyone is supporting each other. And I think that's what makes strength for everyone. And so France, all is possible, I think.
Well, would you like to say a message in French?
Bleu, blanc, rouge, oscillant.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
She never stopped smiling.
That was cool. Yeah, I mean, you could feel when a surfer gets on a roll, you know, and that was a relatively slow heat for all three surfers involved, but then things started to ramp up at the end. And here's what just went down. So, yeah, that's really close to call there.
Well, here's the thing. Even if it's non-intentional, if you do interfere in that way, the surfer who was up and riding does have unconditional right of way. So usually,
was there clean open face on the other side?
Was there potential, or did she force it? You got to ask yourself all these questions, and most of them are hypothetical. But you point out something really important. Was she far enough to get, you know, really to the open face of the wave?
Wow. Okay, we'll get back to that because Opal Dowdy now just fell from the sky, slingshotted down the face of that wave, and he just completely dissipated beneath her. So, you know, hopefully it's nice and clean, but this is telling a different story here. So Leah Naim getting on the jet ski, and, you know, we don't want to ever make any guesses as to what happened, but we do know once a surfer paddles over and puts themselves in this spot right here, it's probably not a good sign. So we'll just keep you posted.
And it comes down to health and safety at the end. Like, one thing's competing and the other one is making sure that the surfers are okay, and just never want to see this image right here.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell she's definitely laboring to get up on the back of that ski.
Well, just with Jake Cavill right there, one of our great water patrolmen, doing some good work. You can just see by the expression on her face that
she's going through something here.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a bummer.
And that tells us that there was contact. So it didn't look like either one of them obviously wanted something like that to happen. Accidents do occur.
Yeah, and you never want to win or lose a heat that way.
No.
You know, you want to go out there and prove yourself, and you know, there's still 9 minutes and 50. Although I don't know what the exact rule would be once she actually gets on the ski, because if you get on the ski and they do bring you to the beach, I believe at that point the heat is over for you. But yeah, it would be nice to get a good explanation on that.
Well, we're seeing no triangles yet, so there's no interference being called. And, you know, props to Kellyani Flores as well. I mean, that is not an easy situation to be in. A lot of times when you're paddling for a wave, especially for what looked like a closeout right there, you know, your water's going in your eyes, and, you know, she obviously, you don't want to run into somebody in the water. But it does happen. I mean, surfing is not a safe sport. This is,
it's an extreme sport.
One of the most dangerous sports that you can do in the world. So we're inside of 9 minutes now. Of course, we'll just keep you on top of the situation, but we still got some surfing to come. So Kellyani Flores goes upside down into the lip, can't come down with it. That means Opal Dowdy is in the driver's seat with a 4 and a 183. Got 8 minutes and 41 seconds left. And Opal's out the back with priority.
So just got confirmation. Once somebody actually gets on the ski, their heat is over, but they're going to keep the scores that they had up until this point. So given that she only has the 0.23, she can't make it out of this heat anymore, Chris, because Green already has a total that surpasses that. So really unfortunate there for the Israeli surfer in the blue. And as we pointed out before, main thing is always health and safety of the athletes and the surfers, and never want to see that happen. We just hope that she's all right.
And we know how tough these surfers are. I mean, if you get to this level, if you've won a national championship, if you get named to your national team, you know what it's like. Surfing can humble you quickly.
Yeah.
For Leah Name, we will see. She could potentially have the opportunity to surf again in the elimination round. You know, this is only round 1, so we'll see what happens there. 7 minutes, 42 seconds left. Unfortunately for Leah, that is still a bit of a journey to get all the way from the outside to that beach break, but we do have an incredible staff on hand. Our medical team is the best of the best, so she will be well looked after, and you can bet that her team and coaches are all making their way down to the water's edge just to make sure everything's cool. So 7:20 to go. Opal Dowdy, the highest single wave of this score, of this heat, that 4-point ride. So now you see 2 surfers in the lineup. They're still going to be competitive. I mean, you get this kind of open area to work with. You know, now they're going to kind of have the luxury of being able to pick whatever waves they want.
And I should just try to surf 110%. I mean, you're already trying to surf for the victory, but now you should truly be presenting your best surfing. Less pressure. The beach announcer probably informed them of that already. You've made it through due to the heat total surpassing the one of the surfer that's already made their way to the ski. So I'd go out there freely and try to select the best wave that I could, especially if I'm the surfer in red right now. You have unconditional right away with priority. I'm just making sure I get something above double digits with my heat total. Get the confidence going in the opening round.
Yeah, but this is where you can build some momentum. I mean, the waves are pumping.
That might have been a paddle.
Had some opportunity there. So we got priority with Opal Dowdy. Second priority is with Kellyani Flores. So you still got to keep it clean. I mean, you don't want to make any unforced errors here.
Yeah.
Do something wild. But with 6 minutes left, I just want to see more of these 2 surfers because I can tell they have the talent, and you want to see them get the chance to open up on one of these big rights.
So this is a big training center. We're pretty much in that small building to the left right here. You can see the stands right here. It does have that arena type feel. The Pan American Games in Lima in 2027, surfing portion of it will be right here too. So to me, this is a great venue for the national team, obviously, to train, but it's an incredible place to host events too.
It's a world-class wave. I mean, you can imagine if this place was pumping 12 foot and you had, you know, just the best of the best, you would see some incredible surfing.
Pumping when it's huge, because it's pretty much pumping right now. But like,
I mean, it's what? It's proper 6 foot
Yeah.
faces on the set.
Yeah.
So, and this is, from what I'm told, a small day here at Punta Rocas.
They say that though, and this is like the best day ever at like your local break anywhere else in the world.
It's like when you're in Hawaii and they say, it's flat, I'm going to go golf, and you go look at it and you're like, it's a foot overhead.
Best day ever at your beach
Yeah.
break back home. You're like, why am I not surfing all day? What,
Well, that's the days that I actually get to surf, when
Yeah.
it's, quote, flat.
It's so funny though, and especially, you know, let's point it out. They're spoiled here. They got an infinite amount of waves. Most of them are world class.
Why do you think Peruvian surfers are so happy all the time?
And it's super good.
Have you met Sofia Milanovic?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen her not smiling?
Well, even the place that we went and had dinner at last night, like 3 of the guys that work there are world class surfers. They have it so good here that they started their own business. They're like, I got my waves right in front of my house. I don't need to leave where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I mean, why would you? 4 minutes, 20 seconds left. Big set pulsing through here. It looks like you have Kellyanne Flores on the inside. This could be a smart call. Nice and tidy little right. Carves it back. This wave, beautiful and glassy, albeit a little bit flat on the face.
Nice style, though.
Yeah, just cool looking surfer here. Like the way she uses her arms to kind of pivot through those turns. We'll see if Dowdy got involved on that wave that was coming through. It looked like that wave was coming a little bit too wide, and sometimes the bigger ones have the tendency to just flatten out, mush out.
Yeah, and it almost seems like what I've seen off camera so far is that a lot of the wide ones that tend to break further on the inside tend to have a better wall to them too. If you go too deep, it almost seems like you're better positioned for the left, but the ones that are a bit wide to the southern part of the peak tend to be the better ones right here for the rights. Such a fun venue, though. I mean, if this were Southern California right now, there'd be 300 people out there at the moment. Have you ever been to Lowers?
It does have a Lowers feeling, at least this week, with 450 plus of the world's best juniors out there.
You show up.
You're a brave soul if you go out there during one of these practice sessions. Here's your current report. Swell 3 to 5 feet. You know, just mellow wind.
Tide goes negative.
Yeah, the tide's dropping still. So that happened about midday.
Yeah.
But I like this. Water temp 65, air temp 68. To me, that's, you know, short sleeve full suit.
Yep.
Maybe long arm spring material.
Probably gets a bit warmer than that when the sun comes out too. That's a nice day though. And wind, I mean, truly 6 miles per hour or less than that.
There really
throughout
aren't,
the entire day.
You know, there really are not that many venues in the world that can handle an ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're talking about, you know, I would say up to 800 new visitors when you include all the surfers, the coaches, the friends, the family. And we've got plenty of options for places to stay around here, you know.
International
if
airport.
The structure's great. Yeah, we're 45 minutes away from the airport, so we're pretty much downtown.
Well, depending on traffic, but
you enjoyed some of that yesterday. You got that Peruvian rush hour.
No traffic, you're here easily in 45 minutes to an hour, yeah. And a lot of talent has come out of here, too. I mentioned Sofia Milanovic, probably the greatest Peruvian surfer of all time. Luca Messinas has spent a lot of time training right here. Miguel Tudelas from right up the road in Punta Hermosa, where we had dinner last night. You have the Correa brothers from the area, too. So this place in general has produced a ton of talent. And then they go over to Hawaii, to Tahiti, and people ask themselves, why are they so good in heavy water waves? Well, it's because of that, what's on your screen.
They
right
live
there.
it.
Yeah.
They live it. And obviously, you know, you're looking at these, like, this is a long paddle out, so
you gotta get
that helps you on a lot of levels.
Riding a longer board, too, the right fins for the certain occasions, too. But yeah, conditioning tends to be something that you get good at real quick right here because of how long the paddle out is.
1 minute left. Ooh, look at this one. That didn't make sense. Look at this wave. It looks fun. And here we go. It's going to be surfer in
Dowdy.
red. So good decision there, patiently waiting for this wave. Nice open face carve. Straight back into the right water. Regains her composure. Carves back again, just tickling the dragon right there. The whitewater is powerful, but she's maintained all the way through. Now she's got some room to play inside section. Running down the line, that was a nice looking turn.
Yeah.
So this is the exact way you want to finish your heat strong. Casual layback, and she get back on her feet. That was pretty cool. I don't think it was a completion, but still. I don't know if you'd want to have ridden out of that one with those rocks popping up on the inside. 5 seconds left. Will we see one more wave from Keliani Flores? Maybe she'll just ride it in the white water. So an unfortunate situation there with Leah Name having to cut that heat short due to an unknown injury, which we'll keep you up to date on as soon as we get more information. But give it up to Dowdy coming through. That last wave is most likely going to be a solid number. Just her way of building some momentum heading into that next round.
And a nice finisher, too.
Yeah, that's a feel-good finish.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And good momentum builder for the Hawaiian team as well. They're looking good and solid so far throughout day one.
100%. Well, we got more surfing to come. We're going to flip the booths, Sophia and Shannon, and bring you more action from the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. It's opening day here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas in Peru, on the outskirts of Lima. And we've seen some insane surfing on our opening day of competition as the swell has started to peak through the afternoon. It's going to grow in size tomorrow as well, and we're going to see some more exceptional surfing to finish out. We just have 2 heats remaining in competition, 26 now, and 27 coming up for our under 18 girls round 1. Shannon Hughes alongside Sofia Milanovic to call the action, and we've already got some jostling for position at the start of this heat. Already a few minutes down, just 16 and a half remaining, and you can see that pack is sitting very tight on top of each other. So
yeah, that was a good wave. Nobody rode it. But yeah, it's been a great day of competition. Lots of great waves, really good scores. And these last 2 heats are going to be amazing heats too.
yeah, a lot on the line this week. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through in the main round. Bottom 2 surfers will be heading to Reparage. However, for this year's event, it's just a single Reparage round to be surfed. After that, it is going to be going to be elimination heats from there on to the finals, where just the top 2 will be advancing through. So right now, there's some grace in the conversation, but come the end of that Reparage round 1, that is kind of thrown out the door. And it's just going to be the nitty-gritty competitive side of things till our finals day. So we're down to 15 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Out in the lineup, Sofia, we have South Africa, Tahiti, Ecuador, and Ireland, with Lulu Leprant from South Africa, Kayala Zabrowski representing Tahiti, Amber Garcia from Ecuador, and Maria Butler from Ireland. Lulu being a great surfer coming out of KZN, out of KwaZulu-Natal. Has a great right-hand point at home, loves surfing right, so I'm sure we're going to see her really light it up here. And then Kayala Zabrowski. Zabrowski is a name that most of the surfing world is now very familiar with because of Kayala's cousin, Tia. Tia Zabrowski is the youngest ever surfer to qualify for the championship tour at just 14 years old.
So impressive.
So
Her surfing,
impressive.
She's so smooth and her turns are like solid. She's progressive. I'm really amazed by her surfing. I can't believe she's 14.
Yeah, it's so wild as a 14-year-old to find that qualification. And for her, her pathway to that really began at the ISAs. We've been seeing her wearing a jersey at the ISA World Surfing Games in juniors for a number of years now. And like you said, you know, the maturity to her surfing, she's got the progression, she's got the power, the technique, which a lot of young surfers have. But to wrap that together with the flow and the power she already has is insane for a 14-year-old.
It's insane.
Just 14 minutes remaining on the clock. Still no waves ridden in the current heat. And as we wait for the next set, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Opal representing Team Hawaii, getting that heat win in. We've had a couple wins for Hawaii already today, so rounding out the day, how do you feel with that one?
I feel really good. I'm super stoked on the win. All the support on the beach was really helpful to me, like all my team, my coaches. That was really cool. I'm really happy.
Well, we were just talking about how tricky it is out there and finding your positioning. The waves look really beautiful from us and from everyone watching on the broadcast, but actually finding your footing out there, you know, and maybe making mistakes. How do you think on your feet and recompose when you feel like you've made a few mistakes?
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I fell on a few, and then I was just kind of like, gotta keep going, and then I didn't catch a wave for a really long time, and there was like only maybe 2 minutes or less than that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to catch a wave. But it was fine overall. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's just about getting the job done, and that's exactly what you did. So congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. I feel like every surfer needs gritty heat now and then. Get it out of the way early on, and Opal could be looking for some real rhythm come the rest of this event. As we take a look now at Maria with a huge re-entry for her opening ride, and she'll just go down in the whitewater for Team Ireland.
We have 12 minutes on the clock.
She's got a score, so she's got her first score on the board. We've also got scores to drop in for first of red and first of blue. That leaves our surfer in green with first priority and the opportunity to take the pick of the lineup, as she has yet to catch a wave. We will have scores to drop in, though, for Lulu and for Kayala.
You can tell that the tide is a little bit higher now.
Paddle here for Amber Garcia out of Team Ecuador. Sets herself up for a nice big wrap to start. Great looking turn. And she's got even more on offer for this wave. Just wraps it around back into the pocket. Slicing through. And this wave is standing up really nicely for her on the inside section. Times it well for the finish. And she's going to be sitting on a decent score to kick off her campaign.
Nice wave by Ambar Garcia from Ecuador. Going from the top to the bottom, know his moves, know her moves. Finishing well. That's going to be her first wave in this hit. Hit number 26 out of 27 hits.
It's been a big day of competition.
Really long day of competition.
Started off at 7 a.m. It's now 3:40, so we'll be finishing just after 4 o'clock. And we've seen a big kind of variety of conditions, actually. You know, smaller, slower this morning. Still some size on the sets, but maybe like one wave of size or substance in each heat. Now we're seeing a whole lot of waves of substance and size in each heat. Lulu Laprant now up and riding. Great style and technique coming through, and she hooks it under the lip. She'll just go down.
Wow, that was a critical move. Bummer she fall off that last turn. She's paddling hard back to where the waves are breaking. There's still so many waves. Still picking up. I think tomorrow's going to be the bigger day.
Yeah, it does look like the swell is continuing to increase through tomorrow. Then after that, it will taper off, but not too quickly. We should have, today's Saturday, tomorrow Sunday should be the biggest. Monday should still have some size as it tapers off through the middle of the week.
There's always waves in Punta Rocas.
Oh, that's what I've been hearing.
Yeah. That's a good thing. That's what you need for these kind of events with so many participants. So I think it's going to be a great event.
Yeah, is it often that you get kind of days that are only maybe knee to waist high? Or is it typically a little bit bigger than that, like waist to shoulder high?
Yeah, I would say waist to shoulder high. I think like this morning was probably like small Punta Rocas.
Okay.
It's picked up during the day, but in the morning I think it was the smallest it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scores now coming through for that first exchange. A 4.7 is the best of the opening exchange. That goes to Amber Garcia for Team Ecuador in the green. A 3.33 and a 3.17 on the board now for Lulu Laprant. And for Kalea Zabrowski, a 4.5 on the board, chasing down a 0.21 to take the advancing position. Now up and riding again. Quick snap on the inside, and she'll duck out of that wave. Not sure what she was able to get done on the outside. As we can also see Maria Butler on the paddle back. I think she just got caught, unfortunately, on the inside for Maria after that 1 point ride on the left, and is now just going to make her way back into the lineup. You can see that that sweep would be pushing her a little bit farther south. Is that sort of, you know, when you take off on a left and it is a little bit bigger out here, is it easy enough to get back out on the left, or do you tend to get swept down to have to paddle back out for the right?
No, usually you can go back out to the left, but it just takes a while, especially if there's sets.
Yeah.
You just need to duck dive quite a bit. It takes longer than the ride, but still, like, you can make it.
You can still punch it out.
But with 20 minutes, you have to go extra hard.
Such quick heats. But everyone's been training. They've been ready for this. A lot of teams running mock heats before, you know, their teams have traveled all this way.
They are young and ready.
They are young and ready. There's a lot of energy down on the beach this week.
For sure.
Let's take a look at some replays here as we see the last of Kalea.
This is blue. Oh, that was a really nice first turn. Going straight to that second turn, throwing lots of water. Unfortunately, she kind of kicks off after that third turn. But that was a nice wave of blue from Tahiti. Here comes green, the Ecuadorian. Doing a nice wrap up to start that wave. Going back to the power source in that second move. And a third move, throwing some water. finishes well. That was a really nice wave from green, the Ecuadorian.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. She's only 13 years old. Amber from Montanita. She's a really friendly person, loves surfing, and loves surfing beach breaks specifically.
Is there many beach breaks in Montanitas? Montanitas is a point break, right? Or it's...
I have never been there before, actually.
I think it's a point break, like a ride, like a really nice ride.
Keala dropping in another 4 on the board. She got a 4.5 and a 4.47. Now taking her into that leading position for the Tahitian. She's both Brazilian and Tahitian, but was born and raised in Tahiti. The cousin of young Tia Zabrowski, who's just qualified herself for the championship tour. Tia also finding herself with the silver medal last year in the World Junior Championships for the under-18s division, as just, you know, a Grom surfing up the division. Nearly took away that gold medal finish. And so the family, the Zabrowski family, all the cousins getting in the lineup together as well.
That's so great.
And at the finish of this heat, we'll have just one more, and we'll call it an end for competition of our opening day of the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. That last heat of the day for our under-18 girls, we'll have Sol Borelli from Spain, Eva Blackford from England, and Olivia Roel from Uruguay. So just 3 surfers out in the lineup. There you can see the South African team
cheering on.
Cheering on. They've got the Vuvuzela, which if you're at any South African sporting event, you'd be very familiar with the sound of the Vuvuzela.
They always have such a good team, South Africa. It's for sure a force.
Yeah, and thinking of
surfing world.
Totally. Thinking of, you know, the great surfers that have come before, have had great runs here at the ISA events. Rosie Hodge went on to, you know, have a career as a professional surfer, and in media after that. Bianca Batendog, an Olympic silver medalist.
Greg Emsley, too, on the men's side. Great surfer.
Tashman Tasty.
Oh, and Jordy Smith. He's amazing.
Oh, he had such an incredible run this year. It was so exciting to see that South African contingency, you know, kind of be carried by him in the form that he stepped back into this year.
He surfed so well. He was #1 like in the world for a long time last year.
Yeah, he was nearly, you know, walked away finally with that world title that he's been hunting for so long. Now as a dad with a couple of kids, they're living in Jeffreys Bay, which is where I lived for most of my 20s.
Wow,
moved there
you're
when
lucky.
I was 21. I didn't leave until I was about, I think I was 27 or 28, maybe 28 by the time I left. And it was a wonderful world of right-hand point breaks.
I think that's my favorite ride in the world.
It's, I don't see how it couldn't be a favorite if you've been
so
there.
good.
It's so good. An incredibly high quality point break in such a nice little town. A lot of really cool small surf towns in South Africa up and down the coast. A lot of fishing villages that also have, you know, kind of turned into really good surf villages as well, depending on the break that's there. Similar to the area that Lulu grew up in KZN. As we take a look now at Maria with a great looking wave in front of her. Glassy conditions in the afternoon here, and beautiful style from the goofy foot. So she took off on that early left, had the wipeout unfortunately. Now she's made it out to the back and she's looked for another left, favoring it, as I think a lot of goofy foots tend to just be on the hunt for.
Yeah, goofy footers love lefts.
All right, we're down to 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll see where that score falls in for Maria. All right, it's a 2.37, so that does chip away at her requirements. She's sitting in the 4-point range. Now Amber Garcia, who was leading that heat from that 4.17, still holding on to the highest wave of the heat so far, needs just a 1.80 to get the advancing position over Lulu in the red jersey.
She doesn't need much at all. 1.8, that's nothing. But she has priority number 3. I don't think Louise is going to let her get that wave.
Yeah, you're right. And even looking at the priority screen, she has that S next to it. So suspended priority means that she's been swept out of position. That last set just taking her on the head, unfortunately. So we'll see if she's going to be able to get herself in position to stand up on anything at all. And the Tahitian now holding on to that leading position with a couple 4s on the board. Looks like Red's now putting herself onto this wave for Lulu. She'll be looking to improve on the couple of 3s. I love that bottom turn. As she's now setting up onto the inside here. Well paced.
She needs to improve on a 3.1.
Yeah.
1.7.
Hoping this wave will give her a little bit more of a pocket. So far, she hasn't really had that open up. She's doing great to just milk it through to the inside section. And she might have one little opportunity to tag it. That'll be her last wave of the heat so far. And really looking specifically to close the door on Amber Garcia, who's chasing just that 1.8 to take the advancing position. So if there's an improvement on the 3.17, then she'll be making a much more challenging ask on Garcia.
That's going to be a close one. I don't know if she's going to, well, she did. She got a 3.33.
All right, so scores are in. A 3.73 improves on the situation and leaves Amber Garcia chasing down a 2.36 to take that advancing position. As we hear the buzzer sound out, doesn't look like Amber was able to find herself with another ride. And so it may be official that Kalea Zabrowski for Team Tahiti takes away the win, and Lulu Laprant for Team South Africa takes away that second place position. There you can see Amber on the outside section. So she unfortunately wasn't able to get into that last opportunity for the Ecuadorian team, but has some beautiful surfing for the young 13-year-old. We're going to see a lot more of her in the future, and she's going to have that chance in the Reparage round alongside of Maria Butler representing Team Ireland, who found a really fun left to finish out her heat.
That's the good thing about the first round. Nobody loses, really. Like, you still have an opportunity if you come 3rd or 4th.
And those Reparage rounds will be running when the conditions are a little bit smaller. Through competition tomorrow, we'll be into the, we still haven't run through, you know, any of the opening heats for the under 18 boys or the under 16 girls. So those will likely be surfed tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll be into our 27th and final heat of the day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. More from the under 18 girls right after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back and straight into the action with Sol Borelli for Team Spain. Linking it up to the inside with a great looking start to her campaign here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Now unleashing some power and style on the inside section as she tags the finish. That would feel so nice as she still has over 17 minutes remaining on the clock.
Sol Borelli looking really sharp on that first wave. Beautiful style, really smooth on her backside.
Sol up against Ava Blackford from England and Olivia Roel from Uruguay as we take a look at the replay.
This is the replay of the first wave of Sol from Spain. Doing a nice turn up the top. Beautiful cut back into the power source. Throwing a lot of water in her turns, looking really smooth, really precise with her surfing. Finishing well. That's a really nice wave to start this hit from the Spanish Sol Borelli in red.
Olivia with a tough takeoff, unable to get up to her feet for Team Uruguay. She'll be caught on the inside as well as this next set rolls through. Thankfully, there's only one wave in it, and she'll be out at backline in no time at all. Ava Blackford for England also looking for her opening ride. As we can see the cheer squad up on the beach.
Team Spain.
Sol Borelli drops in a 6.67 heat total. She's got a 5.67 for that last wave. She also has a 1-point ride on the score. So the total of those two taking her to that 6.67 heat total. And now Eva up and riding. She's been on a tear, traveling and surfing her way through Latin America as an 18-year-old now, finishing school and getting her opportunity to just surf and travel more and experience, you know, different waves, different cultures that the world has around. So exciting to see her being able to tag that together while representing her team here, representing her home nation of England. Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, up there coaching the rest of the crew. And they're frothing on that opening ride. Scores in just a 2.93, so it's a small score to start off with, but it's going to get that campaign opened up.
There's some waves coming at the back. We see the surfers paddling hard.
On the inside here, I believe that's going to be Olivia in the green jersey having a look, just unable to get into it. And Sol is just powering it out the back. She can see those sets coming. She's going to want to put herself in position. Just to scratch over that.
There's 4 minutes and a half left. The only one that has priority is Sol Borelli.
And another quick takeoff for Olivia on the inside. Nice looking set. Just going unridden as two of our surfers are on the inside section. Sol's still making her way out the back. And it's kind of been the story of competition throughout today. There's been a lot of sort of pauses in the action as surfers have been getting themselves back in position or waiting out, you know, better wave selection and things. Some of those lulls between the sets earlier on today as well. It's been kind of a little paced out day of competition.
For sure.
Not hyperactive the way we would sort of sometimes see heats if, you know, in the past where the ISA Junior Championships has run, like in Huntington Beach, and you just get surfers taking off on waves, like, you know, they catch one wave and a minute later they're on another
like
wave.
15 waves in each heat.
Yeah, each surfer with 15 waves in each heat.
Surfer, yeah. It's just so easy in a beach break, you know, it just takes you like 1 to 2 minutes to go back out, like after each wave, so it's totally different strategic.
Yeah, it's a completely different playing field here. A little bit more similar to, you know, some of the paddle times that the surfers would experience being in El Salvador, which also is just host to so many ISA events now. Sunzal, of course, being a right-hand point break, has a very long paddle. It can take 5 minutes to paddle from, you know, the inside out the back again.
Yeah, it is a really long wave, that one.
It's really, really long. Even like long surfing, you know, rides well over a minute for most waves. And then at La Bocana, due to the size, it's kind of similar to this. You know, it's really rocky. It's got some heavy lefts and rights. Both can offer great scoring potential, kind of depending on the swell or the tide and everything. And you can sneak out kind of easily sometimes, but then other times you just get stuck on the inside and it can be really challenging.
You get that other peak on the head, right?
Yeah.
Like on that left.
So it's kind of similar to what a lot of these surfers have been competing in at the ISA World Juniors over the last few years. Just a little bit more kind of paced out. And it's been exciting to see that swell continue to increase throughout the day, to really get to see this place kind of showcase what it's known for. As we see Olivia try once again to scratch into that wave, she is putting in such a solid effort. You know, she only has 2 scores now on the board, and that means that only 2 times has she stood up on her board with her hands leaving her rails, but she's taken off on about 5 waves so far and at least given it a crack.
Yeah, she's been super active in this heat.
Well, down to 12 minutes. Let's go down to the beach to check out with Rachel Tilley and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. A great heat win for you out there. In the afternoon, you've been watching some great surfing from your team all day. How does it feel to finally secure your heat win?
Oh my God, I'm so happy to win the first hit. I'm so shocked and I'm happy to get this team. We are all happy to be there and hope to be good at oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm not a good English. I hope guys can do her best and let's go.
Perfect, I love it. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything in French?
Merci à tous ceux qui regardent, mes parents aussi. Et bah, go pour la suite, hein. Merci.
Well, merci, congratulations. Thank you so much. I'll send it back to you guys.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kalea. And I think it's such a neat opportunity as well for so many of these Groms to have the chance to get post-heat interviews, to start practicing, whether they're, you know, speaking good English or not. Just that opportunity to stand there and start practicing, getting used to it is really important on the world surfing stage.
Of course, of course. I really liked how she she didn't really need to say anything. She just was just so excited. Her energy, she was like super happy and just so good to watch them after their heats when they do good.
So excited to get a heat win and a victory as well. You know, she was in the water against the bronze medalist from last year in Lulu Lapront. That's a huge achievement for Lulu, you know, being a medalist. And so for Kalea to be able to take away the lead over her was very impressive. As we take a look now at Olivia, 18 years old. She's been surfing since she was about 12, competing for Team Uruguay across multiple events throughout her life. And I love that she's now able to lock into a wave that gives her a little bit more length of ride, that opportunity to get some maneuvers connected together.
Yeah, that's her best wave for sure. That's a 1.67 for Olivia Roel from Uruguay. When there's 9 minutes and a half left. And we have Sol with priority number 1 from Spain with a solid score of 5.67 and a 1. And in second spot, we have Eva Blackford from England with a 2.93. And she doesn't have a second wave yet. And Olivia Roel from Uruguay, she has a 1.67 and a 0.27, needing a 1.27. She doesn't need much.
Yeah, very small scores dividing second and third at the moment. Sol Borelli, that 5.67 has set her apart. Representing Spain, she was born in Lanzarote and has been raised in the Canary Islands. Loves surfing at La Santa, which is the slab. So hunting down some heavier waves. And Lanzarote has a lot of those on offer.
Yeah.
Great to see her showcase her surfing on a little bit more of an open face out here at Punta Rocas.
She has a beautiful style. I really like her style. She's really smooth on her backside.
She's holding on to first priority, and there's a little wave popping up now for her. Should be looking to better that 1.0. Has a look, decides not to go.
She kind of saw that wave didn't have the wall she wanted.
Rather be selective at this stage. 8 minutes remaining. She's already sitting in that leading position. Ava Blackford, on the other hand, you know, she's got a 2.93. She's looking to build that heat total to really solidify herself in that position to advance through. Because Olivia is just right on her tail, chasing down that 1.27. And Ava's in a really fun stage of life. You know, 18 years old now, originally from Crantock Beach in England. Grew up in a small village just by the ocean. But now she's on the road traveling. She's been surfing around Latin America for a while, exploring some new places in the lead up to this contest here in Peru. After this, her plan is to hit Morocco, Australia, and Southeast Asia to find more places to surf and explore.
That is amazing.
And it's a really neat opportunity for, you know, a young surfer like this to just start traveling more, to surf more waves around the world, maybe get some jobs at some different surf schools and things along the way. And take on that opportunity before heading into university or deciding what to do next with life.
So good. Have like a whole year to travel the world, surf good waves.
Yeah, the opportunity to take a gap year like that, whether it's you know, pursuing competitive surfing, taking that time off of maybe school or further education to chase the qualifying series or something like that as an 18, 19-year-old. Or to do that while you're on the road and to study on the side is a great option as well. There's just so much variety to travel and surfing these days that a lot of these young surfers will get to experience. As we take a look now at a great looking wave for Sol. She really eyed this up for a while before taking off on it. So
yeah, this is a beautiful wave. I hope she doesn't get stuck.
She just gets stuck behind the section.
Yeah. Maybe she was a little bit too deep for it. Still plenty of time. I'm sure she's going to get another wave. She's going to improve her second wave, I think. There's still 5 minutes and a half left. But that wave had a really good wall on it. It was the faster wave, though.
Yeah, it had such a nice looking setup. But as it did start to break, then it just crumbled so quickly.
Yeah.
Nice sheet glass to finish off our opening day of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We do have the schedule now for tomorrow. We'll be continuing on the same podium here with our under 18 girls division just to round out and finish off the last 5 heats. 28 through 32 will be happening right here at Punta Rocas. And then after that finishes, we'll be heading into the first 24 heats of our main event boys under 18s. So round 1 for the boys under 18s will be happening here. At the second podium at El Bosque, we'll have the finish of our boys under 16 round, which is 5 heats, 28 through 32. And then same story there with the under 16 girls. We'll be kicking off the rest of the day, finishing out the first 24 heats of their main event round 1. So a lot of surfing to get through in this main round. It is the top 2 surfers that are advancing through. The bottom surfer or bottom 2 surfers in some cases will be heading into the Reparage round. As we take a look now at Olivia. First turn, setting herself up here. She's just chasing down a 1.27 right now to move herself up into that second place position. Gets a couple turns connected together. And you can hear the whistles, the encouragement coming through from her team. And there we go, 1.43 has gotten the job done for her. Now puts the ask on Ava Blackford, just a 0.17 to take the advancing position. And she'll certainly be surfing for more than that. Chasing something in the 4-point range would put her up into, or sorry, the 5-point range now would put her up into a leading position over Sol Borelli. Little set starting to approach here as we start rounding out this heat, Sophia.
Yes, and we see priority number 1 with Ava Blackford. Priority number 2 with Sol Borelli.
And a paddle here from Ava. representing England. First big carve, and you can see just a little bit of bump on the face of that wave.
Yeah, it's really important, I think, for her to get that second wave. There she gets a 1.27 and goes to second place.
So she's back into that advancing position. There's another set on the way. If Ava's able to connect those 2 turns together instead of just 1 turn, then she could really start solidifying her position there. There is now a 2.54 requirement on the board for Olivia, so that's still well within grasp. As we take a look at Sol on the outside, surfer representing Spain out of the Canary Islands in Lanzarote. Beautiful style, really powerful aggression as she's bringing in those last couple of turns. Has a little look behind just to see what's happening, if there's going to be anything else worth hustling back out for. Nice smooth surfing for her to be improving on that 2.17.
Yeah, I think for sure that's gonna be her second best wave. She did a really nice opening turn, really drawn bottom turn, and a really good up off the top, throwing lots of water. And unfortunately, the wave kind of didn't give her that much more. We'll see what the judges think and how much she gets for that score.
So scores to drop as we're down to the final minute, 45 seconds on the clock. It's been the Spaniard in Sol Borelli who's been commanding the lead in this heat. Olivia Roel has taken off on more waves than anyone. She just hasn't been able to really find that connection that she's been looking for when it comes to, you know, an open face wave that will give her a lot of turns. But she's putting in all the effort and all the risk on the line. Currently chasing down a 2.54 to get the advancing position away from England's Ava Blackford. Having a look here for Ava, takes a couple strokes, is not quite able to get into that wave. And to finish out our day, we've got some dolphins coming through the lineup as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, we get a lot of dolphins here in this area, Punta Rocas, Punta Hermosa, San Bartolo. And in summer, we get some beautiful sunsets too. So you see the dolphins and the sunset, and it's just really beautiful views.
Absolutely incredible way to finish out our opening day of competition. Saturday here, Saturday afternoon. We'll be running all the way till next Sunday before we crown our champions. So there's a lot of surfing to get through. And we might have the opportunity for one more good wave. It's going to be Sol Borelli who's on the outside section. And you could see her, you know, kicking out of that last wave, kind of deciding if it was worth the paddle back out. Even if she's unable to get into a wave here on, you know, in time, it's going to be worth the free surf on the way in.
Exactly. There's not many people out, so she better take advantage of that.
May as well.
Half an hour, there's going to be 400 people out there.
Well, a final effort from Ava Blackford won't factor into her top 2 scores, but she's already done enough to solidify that second place position. And it's going to be Olivia Roel for Uruguay in the green jersey, who put together such a solid effort, but will find herself relegated to the Reparage round. She's going to have another opportunity. And we can see Sol Borelli. She dropped in a 5.63 to back up the 5.67 she had from earlier on. So well-surfed heat from our young surfer representing Spain and Lanzarote for the finish of this heat.
Great surfing from Sol.
And it was a huge day of competition. Starting out at 7 a.m. this morning, the under 18 girls kicking things off here at Punta Rocas. And the under 16 boys kick things off around 7 a.m. as well at El Bosque, which for a lot of the day we could see them surfing kind of in the background. It's really close together for those 2 breaks.
I saw a couple waves on the ISA media, like social media. One wave that was so good from El Bosque, from a Peruvian kid called Paul Huguet.
Well, an amazing day of surfing. Let's appreciate it all. Take a look at the highlights as the Groms are already attacking the lineup. we'll let them have it, all 424. And we'll be back for more action tomorrow at 7 a.m. as we take a look at the highlights now. Well, a great day of surfing to kick things off. Love seeing the highlights, some real standout waves that we got to witness there. Sophia from Mirai Keita, from Cixi Young, from so many other girls throughout competition today.
Great day of surfing to start the Worlds here in Punta Rocas, and I think there's going to be plenty more waves tomorrow, so we're just starting this mega event here in Peru.
It is a mega event. That's a great way to describe it. Thankfully, tomorrow we're going to have some mega surf, too, with that swell on the uptick.
Yes, I think tomorrow the waves are going to be a bit bigger, so there's going to be plenty of opportunity for everyone. Punta Rocas likes it when it gets a little bit bigger, so it's going to be a show.
That's right. We'll be finishing off our under-18 girls here at Punta Rocas. The under-16 boys will also finish out their opening round at El Bosque, where they were surfing today. And then after that, we'll be heading into our under-18 boys here at Punta Rocas for the first 24 heats of their main round. And similar story for the under-16 girls. They'll be out at El Bosque on the second podium just as the under-16 boys wraps things up. So a big day of competition kicking things off tomorrow, a big week of competition here between Punta Rocas and El Bosque before we hit our final day and our closing ceremonies next Sunday.
Sunday, December 14th is the final day of competition.
Be sure to check us out online at ISAsurfing anywhere that you're on social media. And check out isasurf.org tonight. If you saw someone surfing that you really liked, go on there, click on the teams page once you're into the event site, which is the first thing that will pop up at isasurf.org, and check out these surfers. They've got their bios written. You're able to read up more on where they're from, their favorite surfing locations, a little bit more about their story behind the scenes and the journeys that it took for them to get here, which is quite the journey for so many kids around the world.
Of course.
And a very impressive finish from Sol Borelli to end out competition today for Team Spain. She nearly had the lineup to herself at the finish of that heat, but those Groms were on it the moment that buzzer sounded. We could see them all just out there as quickly as possible as she's just taking a walk up the steps here at Punta Rocas. We're really just located right on top of the sand. This whole area here in Lima.
Yes, it's a really nice setup. There's a lot of point breaks, and it's like this is a similar setup to like some of the point breaks we have like closer to Lima, which is like in Punta Hermosa, like 8 minutes from here north. It's pretty similar, it's like a cliff, and then there's the point breaks underneath. There's a right, there's a left. Then we have Pico Alto too. There is a big wave that is right in Punta Hermosa too. There's so many waves here.
There we can see Sol just getting set up with Rachel Tilley. We'll drop down to them in just a moment to finish out with our final post-heat of the day, our final victory of the day for Sol Borelli out of Team Spain. Take it away, Rachel.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations, Sol. Last heat of the day, you've had to wait all day in order to have that performance. Came out with a win. How did it feel to finish it out so strong?
It's pretty cool to compete again here in Peru. I'm so excited for this event, and yeah, I'm so grateful to surf here in Punta Rocas again with the competitors, and yeah, this was not the best heat, but I'm happy and I'm ready for the next one.
Yeah, you can take that deep breath now and relax and know that you're through to the next heat, and you can look back at how this heat went with Team Spain. Talk to me about working with Team Spain here at this event.
Yeah, we are working so hard with the Team Spain. We are doing a lot of trainings before the comp, and yeah, we are so happy to be here, and we are so like charging. Yep. And yeah, so happy with them.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much. Would you like to say any message in Spanish?
Sí, bueno, primero saludar a mis padres, a mi familia, saludar a mis amigos, a toda la cantera canaria, a la escuela de Peñachuri, a Aricha, Naroa, a los compis, y bueno, nada, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, last heat of the day, and I'll throw it back to you guys to finish it out.
Thanks so much. Well done to Sol, and a great celebration there with Team Spain. Finishing off with a couple of fives on the board, but got the job done, did exactly what she needed to keep herself in that next round coming tomorrow.
Great surfer, Sol. Well done, Sol.
Well, it's been a huge day of competition. Thank you so much for tuning in. Myself and Sophia, we've had a great time calling the action, as well as the rest of the crew, and we can't wait to see more of it tomorrow, especially with how big that surf could be.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a great day, so don't miss it. We'll see you tomorrow morning really early.
Bright and early, 7 a.m. And yeah, thanks again so much for tuning in. We'll be back with more Groms in the water tomorrow morning. They're all going to be ripping. See you then.